Please be seated. Move to member statements, and I call Carolyn Killian.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, as we speak, John Finucane MP is convening a multi-agency meeting in North Belfast to try and give support to the residents who were subjected to attacks last week in Lanley and on Lois Street in North Belfast. I'm sure people don't know, but a mob of masked men attacked houses with bats and masonry, shattering windows where small children were sleeping and residents were watching TV. No warning to this, no provocation, and certainly no justification. I want to put on record my thanks to Brian Kingston, who personally visited the families, gave them their numbers, has made apologies. I think that he couldn't be here today. And what I'm asking for collectively as North Belfast representatives to stand together to call this out. If the one attack was bad enough, the second one was reprehensible. And we learnt at the weekend that at least two other families were intimidated from their homes. These residents, I would say nearly all, have small kids. One of them on the news was reported to be waiting for a home for 8 years, moved in last November, and out of the blue all this came. There's no place for hatred, bigotry, sectarianism, regardless of where it emanates from in our society. And in North Belfast, I believe we have done our level best and continue to do our level best to work together to ensure that we keep the peace. But where these attacks happen, they need to be called out and the residents need to be supported. I do believe that such actions, particularly in an area that's on an interface, do undermine that work. They also undermine peace, but more importantly, they strike fear and terror into families. The PSNI have confirmed that they are treating this as a sectarian attack. So just to conclude, Speaker, I want to appeal and ask everyone at some stage this week for us all to stand together, shoulder to shoulder, to condemn these attacks, to call them out and to give support to residents who at this stage are living in absolute terror. Gormagat.
Trevor Clark.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today following the closure that many of us hope in relation to the Sean saga within the TST and the PSNI. Many people for a week have pushed the narrative within the sectarianism within the PSNI, and if it hadn't been for the efforts of retired police officer John Burrows and indeed the newsletter itself that continued to campaign to try and clear the besmirching of the name of the PSNI and indeed those officers, both Catholic and Protestant, who continue to serve on a daily basis without fear or favour. Indeed, it's disappointing that some decided to continue to back one individual where others from both, as I say, Catholic and Protestant backgrounds within the TST currently and retired, both come out to condemn those words and indeed said that there was a falsehoods in those. And as I say, if it hadn't been for John Burrows' continuation and pushing, this would have stayed on the record as a sectarian police force. And I'm glad that eventually Sean has withdrawn those comments and cleared the name of those of his former colleagues and current colleagues, indeed, that continue to serve today. I think there's many in this chamber, Mr. Speaker, should apologise for continuing to appease that narrative to stay out in the public domain, and I think they should be ashamed of themselves. In terms of the Chief Constable, I see that he made efforts to try and bring this to an end. I don't think he done enough. I think he should have been clearer and firmer in terms of what he said, indeed last week at the policing board, where he did indicate that Sean was a decent man, which I'm sure he is, but I think more could have been said to stand up for the officers. And I think there should have been an investigation at the time to clear the name of those serving officers. One of the things I have read since, and I'm pleased, of course, whilst it is a sorry saga that it did happen and that Sean continued to push out these allegations supported by a law firm, I'm glad that Sean has withdrawn those comments, and I'm also equally glad that Sean has now got support for whatever Sean's going through as an individual. I wish Sean well, and indeed I'm sure the former officers that he worked with will wish him well, and we're glad that this whole saga has been brought to an end. It's very disappointing with all of the changes that's been made within the police that sectarianism was ever brought into the fore, and I'm glad, as I say, that this brought to an end. I'm sure, Mr Speaker, you'll give me a slight degree of latitude today in introducing one other topic, which of course is there's a big birthday in the building today, and someone is celebrating 60 years, and of course that's yourself. Yeah. And I wish you a very happy birthday, Mr Speaker, and many more.
Thank you, Mr Clark. I'll give you some leniency on this occasion. I call Diane Armstrong.
Mr Speaker, and my birthday wishes to you too. Mr Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the remarkable achievement of one of our outstanding young farmers from Fermanagh in South Tyrone. Earlier this year, James Morrison of Maguire's Bridge applied to the Aberdeen Angus Society's youth programme to represent the UK and Ireland. Despite being the youngest applicant, James was not only selected to the team, but he was appointed captain. This team went on to compete in the global youth competition at the World Aberdeen Angus Forum in Australia, a prestigious event for Aberdeen Angus cattle breed enthusiasts around the world. Under James's leadership, the team won the group debating competition and was placed third overall, an extraordinary accomplishment for a young man from Fermanagh. Throughout the competition, participants were assessed by unannounced judges on their leadership, teamwork, integrity and engagement. James distinguished himself in every aspect and was awarded the Spirit of Angus Award, the highest individual honour in the competition. This accolade is testament to his character, dedication and passion for agriculture. James's deep-rooted knowledge and enthusiasm for the Aberdeen Angus breed is a proud family legacy. His father, Alan Morrison, currently serves as chairman of the British Aberdeen Angus Society, and his grandfather Edwin instilled in him the highest standards of pedigree cattle keeping. Alan and his wife Naomi also attended the World Angus Forum, and it was a moment of immense pride for the Morrison family when James received the prestigious award. James is not only a skilled young farmer, but also a committed member of the Young Farmers Movement. Since joining Lisbon Young Farmers Club in 2017, he has taken on several leadership roles, including assistant club leader, junior coordinator and vice chairman for County Fermanagh. When I spoke with James recently, I was struck by his optimism and determination. He is passionate about the future of farming in Northern Ireland and is calling for more opportunities and a stronger voice for his generation so they can build their futures here, not abroad like places like Australia or New Zealand. James Morrison represents the very best of our next generation of farmers. His success is not only a personal but symbolic of the intergenerational excellence that drives Northern Ireland's agriculture sector forward. In conclusion, Mr Speaker, I want to congratulate James on his outstanding achievement at the World Angus Forum. His story is a shining example of what can be accomplished when tradition, talent and tenacity come together. Thank you.
Yeah. Matthew Taylor.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I want today to reflect on an incident that happened in Belfast City Centre over the weekend. Two peaceful protesters outside Barclays Bank on High Street were arrested by the PSNI. Now, it's important to say that there is no more profound right in a democracy than peaceful protest. Over the weekend, we saw dozens more innocent people lose their lives in Gaza as a result of the bombardment by the Netanyahu regime. We are witnessing an ongoing genocide in Gaza. People from all over this region, from all backgrounds, all ages, all perspectives, are completely, frankly, in disbelief at what they see on their screens. They want some form of registering protest, dissent and challenging what is happening in the Middle East. One means is through peaceful protest. One of the people who was arrested is a woman named Sue Pentel, who's in her 70s. She also just happens to be Jewish. She will be known to people here because she's often here peacefully and respectfully engaging with MLAs and others on her views in relation to the Middle East. Now, Sue was standing peacefully next to an ATM. She put a sticker, I believe, around that ATM and for her trouble was arrested. Now, I understand that the PSNI have a difficult job to do. I don't trivialise the fact that in fast-moving situations sometimes there are judgments that have to be made by police officers, but I don't think anybody, certainly not the dozens upon dozens of my constituents who are frankly appalled by what's happening in Gaza, who have emailed me in the last few days to say, what the hell is going on in our society whenever a peaceful protest is met with arrest for pensioners. I don't think anybody would see that as a legitimate or proportionate response. So without wanting to demonise individual police officers who do have a tricky job to do, I do want to say we are in the midst of witnessing a genocide. People in our society want to register peaceful protest. They also want their public representatives, whether at Westminster Stormont or in any platform they have, to register, frankly, opposition to what many of them feel is something that will define their generation in terms of not just human rights abuses but ethnic cleansing and genocide. Peaceful protest in Belfast city centre, even if it is a minor inconvenience, is not something which should be criminalised. I respect the fact that people may have different views, although I don't know how people could have different views on what we're witnessing in Gaza at the minute, which is transparently a crime against humanity. So what I want to say is that is legitimate, peaceful protest. And yes, I respect that police officers will have a job to do in all these circumstances, but let's please be proportionate and respect the rights of ordinary people to register dissent and protest. Thank you.
Just before we move on to the next member, I just want to make it very clear that the police have a role to do, and it's not our place to be second-guessing that role. And there's a number of matters today and urgent questions that were put in that related to different events that have taken place, questioning the police. And I think that we need to be very, very careful whenever there's a live investigation. This hasn't got to the stage of there being charges, and it may never get to that stage, but there's a live investigation, and it's not our role in this House to influence police decisions on investigations. They have to go through their course. It goes to the PPS. There's a due process to happen there, and it's not for us to seek to influence that. And I just caution members on that issue. Padraig Delargy.
Can I rise to discuss a matter of pressing concern within my constituency? We all know that Altnagelvin waiting times and emergency department waiting times right across the north have been continually rising. But on the 15th of this month, waiting times to be seen in Altnagelvin were 581 minutes, nearly 10 hours to be seen in our emergency department. That is absolutely disgraceful, nothing short of disgraceful. The average across the north was 190 minutes. And what we see consistently is that Altnagelvin is at least twice the average waiting time of any other emergency department across the north. This isn't just about numbers, it's not about statistics. Both the patients and the staff in Altnagelvin are our families, they're our neighbours, they're our communities, and they will not be treated as second-class citizens. People are waiting in corridors, and we hear this consistently from constituents who come into our office, that they're waiting in corridors, they're being left for a long, long time, and they're actually leaving Altnagelvin because they haven't been seen after 9-10 hours, which is increasing the pressure on primary care and out-of-hours services. So the physical infrastructure at Altnagelvin has a key role to play in this, and the Department of Health need to step up and do better for Altnagelvin, for the patients and for the staff there. In January, we stood in this House and we had a debate. We got consensus from all sides of the chamber about the need for Altnagelvin to be adequately sized and adequately resourced in terms of its emergency department provision, but nothing has been done about it. And while we understand that in terms of actually putting forward a new emergency department, that is a more lengthy process, we provided three aims and 3 objectives which the Department of Health could implement today. That was back in January, and none of those have been implemented. They failed to commission more inpatient beds, they failed to provide any additional staff training and consultancy at Altnagelvin, and they also failed to tackle any of the domiciliary care packages and the issues around that which we have raised. But this is about the pressure that it places on staff who bear the brunt of this, who are the front face. It's about low morale, it's around higher staff turnover. So I want to send a message again to the staff in Altnagelvin today that we have your backs, that we will continue to be your voice in this chamber to the Department of Health, because the excuses of this being around winter pressures just don't cut it. This is nearly the summer. This is now a 365-day-a-year crisis. The Department of Health need to step up. They need to put in proper procedures to support our patients and our staff in Altnagelvin.
Harvey.
This morning to pay tribute to the incredible work of so many Christian youth organisations and church-led initiatives that engage with our children and young people on a daily basis, and particularly those who provide content for and conduct school assemblies, RE classes and scripture unions across our schools in Northern Ireland. Members will be aware of an attempt to undermine or remove altogether the Christian ethos within our schools by way of litigation, an ethos that has been part of the very fabric of our schools for generations. The matter before the Supreme Court last Wednesday demonstrated that, despite the ability to opt out of RE and assembly within schools, there are those who are determined to impose their position on the majority of parents and pupils in Northern Ireland within every school sector who wish to retain the Christian ethos of their school. This is deeply concerning. Teachers, priests, ministers and youth organisations engaged in this sector seek to instil in our young people the core Christian values of love, compassion, respect for themselves and others, respect for authority, justice and the rule of law, and the importance of moral guidance in our duty as individuals within society. Our children and young people have benefited greatly from exposure to and instruction in the central tenets of the Christian faith, the faith of our nation and the overwhelming majority of our citizens. It is only but right that those seeking an education which exposes them to the central tenets of the Catholic faith, for instance, should be permitted to do so. In equal measure, those who do not wish to avail of such expressions are well within their rights to remove themselves from lessons and have done so freely and ably in the past. I very much trust and pray that the autonomy of local schools under the direction of boards of governors will be permitted to continue to deliver education in an environment acceptable to the overwhelming majority of parents and pupils in the future on this issue, and that the Supreme Court acknowledges such. Thank you.
Rick Murray.
Today, just to express my thoughts with those who were caught up in the incident in Liverpool last night at the Victory Parade, including a large number of Northern Ireland-based Liverpool fans. I turned on the news channels to see the parade and enjoy it, and then only to be sort of confronted with the breaking news and the unfolding situation. It was quite it was saddening, to say the least. What was supposed to be an evening of celebration turned into one of horror pretty quickly, and particularly shocking, not only for the 4 children involved, but all those that bore witness to it. No football fan, or indeed any sports fan, should go to support their team and show support for their team, only to return injured. So yes, I do hope that the people involved and the fans involved have a speedy recovery. Thank you.
Ian.
As those with the power to act enabled Israel to carry out a genocide against the Palestinian people, it was NICAP and others such as Sue Pantel who shone a light on the atrocities being committed. While defenceless men, women and children were murdered in their sleep by Israeli bombs, and homes, mosques and schools destroyed with impunity, NICAP never wavered in their steadfast support for the Palestinian people and their utter condemnation of the Israeli war machine. NICAP have used their platform for good, while Benjamin Netanyahu, his Israeli government and the Israeli occupation forces continue to break international law and commit war crimes on a daily basis. Gaza is on the brink. Famine, disease, devastation and death are the daily experiences of the Palestinian people, caused entirely by Israel as the world's so-called powers turn a blind eye. While Netanyahu and Yoav Gallant avoid the arrest warrants issued by the International Criminal Court for war crimes and crimes against humanity, it is NICAP who are being dragged through the British justice system. The same British justice system that says nothing about the British government's complicity.
Take your seat for a moment, please. Members will be aware that charges have been brought in respect to this case, and that means that they are now active legal proceedings, and the matter is therefore sub judice, and this House offers you no protection in terms of sub judice. So I'd ask and caution you, just on your remarks, that you ensure that you don't get into sub judice. And I think you're venturing very close.
The same British justice system that says nothing about the British government's complicity in Israel's path of murder and destruction. Tens of thousands of people have died since the Israeli onslaught began in October 2023, but the ones being hounded and dragged through the courts are an Irish-language hip-hop group from West Belfast. I want to commend NECAP on their unwavering determination in the face of a campaign to silence them. NECAP are not the story. Genocide is the story, and it should stop now.
Well, Philip Brett.
Mr. Speaker, as the DUP economy spokesperson, can I take this opportunity to recognise that this month is Manufacturing Month here in Northern Ireland. Manufacturing Month is an annual initiative led by Manufacturing Northern Ireland that celebrates and supports the vibrant manufacturing and engineering sector here in Northern Ireland. Mr. Speaker, you will be aware that manufacturing is a powerhouse of the Northern Ireland economy, driving innovation, developing talent and leading on the green growth agenda. Northern Ireland manufacturers are rightly recognised as global leaders in delivering cutting-edge solutions and sustainable, high-quality jobs. And, Mr. Speaker, it is only right that I take this opportunity to celebrate the role and economic impact they have in every corner of our country. Manufacturing Month programme of activities will culminate in the Anchor Annual Summit, which will take place in my constituency on Thursday. During this month, Manufacturing Northern Ireland launched the Manufacturing and Northern Ireland Economy Report, which highlights the vital contribution that the sector makes to our economy, accounting for almost 14% of all economic output here in Northern Ireland. This is over £6 billion worth of output, makes this sector the second most important to our economy in terms of both jobs and value. The report also found that the sector accounts for 17% of private sector jobs, 21% of all turnover, and that is just as a result of 6% of total private business population. Mr. Speaker, this party has been a champion for our manufacturing sector for many years, and we are hugely proud that we delivered the industrial de-rating policy, which ensures that manufacturers right across Northern Ireland benefit from the rates relief that they deserve. As a result of this party's championing of that economic opportunity right across Northern Ireland, tens of thousands of people remain in vital sectors and jobs. This party will continue to champion the manufacturing sector right across Northern Ireland, and this party will stand up for that sector.
Daniel McCrossan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Over the weekend, a serious collision occurred once again on the A5 road just next to the Ulster American Folk Park. Bernie Cranley, aged 82, left her home in Lifford, as most of us do at various times, to go about our business. She travelled the A5 and sadly did not return home. She died as a result of that accident a short time later. There is also another lady in the other vehicle who remains seriously ill in the Royal Victoria Hospital in Belfast. Once again, Mr. Speaker, we're seeing the worst possible consequences of travelling on the A5, and I think it's vitally important today that first and foremost we put to our mind, on our thoughts and our prayers, the family of Bernie Cranley and also the family of the lady who continues to recover, hopefully, in hospital. This road on a daily basis is continuing to put people at risk, and the patience of our public is wearing thin. Last week I had witnessed a number of accidents that occurred. This week we witnessed a serious accident that has claimed another human life. 57 people have now died, Mr. Speaker, since 2007. How many more deaths is there going to be on the A5 road before this road is actually delivered? There is no section of this road that's safe, and indeed every single part of this road, unfortunately, has now claimed a human life. This road is the most dangerous road on these islands. There's no other way of explaining it. And I understand that across my constituency, there are those who are affected in terms of their land and businesses, who have concerns about the development of the A5. But none of that really matters when it comes to the loss of human life. The knock on the door of each and every one of those families is devastating beyond all words. It is unexplainable. And sadly, it continues. Every time there's an accident on the A5, and every time there's a death on the A5, it re-traumatises the families that have went through that dreadful and terrible and painful, devastating loss of life. Mothers and fathers, sons and daughters, grandparents, neighbours and friends who do not return home. The A5 was closed for 10 hours on Saturday. The Bluegrass Festival in the Folk Park was cancelled on Saturday night. The Tyrone and Donegal game was delayed. This road is impacting on every single part of our lives. We need this upgrade. We need to protect people travelling on it. And we need to ensure that no one else dies on the A5 road.
Jonathan Buckley.
I thought some people in this House had come to their senses in understanding the plight facing family farms. Yet months after the hammer blow of Stormer's farm death tax, we again stand at a crossroads, facing yet another assault on our farmers, our rural communities, and the very way of life that has sustained this land for generations. The Alliance Party's Minister Andrew Muir's Nutrient Action Programme is not just a set of rules, it's a battering ram aimed at the heart of our agricultural heritage. Let's be clear, farming just isn't a job, it's an essential service. Our 48,000 farm workers feed this nation, manage 75% of the land, and pour their blood, sweat and tears into keeping our rural communities alive. Yet, Minister Muir, NAP Action Programme, treats them like villains, blaming them for 62% of phosphorus pollutions based on shaky computer models and not hard evidence. Where's the scrutiny of Northern Ireland's waters, leaking water systems? Why are farmers the scapegoats whilst others dodge responsibility, Minister? This is a targeted attack, plain and simple. Members across this Assembly, is it not now time we call time on this Minister's environmental extremism? A man who appears to be fixated on finishing our rural way of life. Do the Alliance Party think for one moment that the farmer is in any way bluffed by warm words and Wellington boots at Balmoral shows and on departmental Twitter feeds? They're long used to the smell of manure that's coming from this minister's media commentary. They know that this minister wouldn't know the difference between salad and silage, and it's time he was left the field before he ruins the entire crop. The NAP demands our death sentence for many farmers. A 10 kg per hectare phosphorus limit, that's not a regulation, that's a guillotine. Farmers face slashing their herd size or having the herd and the land that they can't afford because they're already being squeezed out because of its high prices. Low emission slurry equipment by 2030 sounds green, but it's a financial noose costing thousands to the farming family, and we must put an end to it.
Cheryl Brownlee, you have 2 minutes.
I rise today to send my congratulations to Graham Fergus, a Carrickfergus man and a veteran of the Irish Guards, and we're also very proud that he is an East Antrim DUP member. Graham has just completed a gruelling 10-day challenge to raise awareness of homelessness and support 3 incredible organisations in the process. Graham began Operation Home on Friday the 16th of May when he set off into the Mourne Mountains with nothing more than 1 day's supply of food. He had no tent, no rations, no home comforts, and relying on the kindness of strangers to meet his daily food needs. A symbolic gesture reflecting the uncertainty faced by many without a permanent home. This was a solo challenge. He carried 20 kg and covered 93 miles over 10 days. Graham has hailed the kindness of strangers that he met, on average 8 people a day, and he was donated food every single day from kind strangers and summited 5 of the 7 peaks of the Mourns. People welcomed him with open arms, listened to his story, and supported him in so many ways whilst he endured this challenge, meeting many from Northern Ireland and further afield. To date, Graham has raised £5,700 for 3 fantastic charities: Blesma, the Welcome Organisation, and Andy Allen's Veteran Support NI. Amazing charities, and all very close to his heart. And Graham will also be on the Veterans Commissioners podcast on the 2nd of June talking about his challenge. I want to say a huge well done to Graham. We're incredibly proud of him and all those who served and continue to serve, and the veterans here in Northern Ireland receive the recognition and the support that they very much deserve. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes members' statements. We've received notice from the Minister of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs that he wishes to make a statement. Minister.
With your permission, Mr. Speaker, I wish to make a statement in compliance with Section 52 of the Northern Ireland Act 1998 regarding the 17th British Irish Council Environment meeting, which was held in Kew Gardens in London on Thursday, the 8th of May of this year. Junior Minister Aisling Riley, MLA, and Junior Minister Pam Cameron, MLA, and I represented the Northern Ireland Executive at the meeting. This report has been endorsed by Junior Minister Riley and Junior Minister Cameron, and they have agreed that I should make the statement. The British Irish Council, established in 1999, is a forum for its members to discuss, consult and use best endeavours to reach agreement on cooperation on matters of mutual interest within the competence of its member administrations. The British Irish Council Environment Work Sector is led by the UK Government and has proved a constructive and unique forum for facilitating evidence exchange and practical collaboration since the Council was first established. During the meeting, Ministers discussed and reviewed the work of the Environment Work Sector from 2020 to 2024. The meeting also focused on restructuring of the Environment Work Sector. The meeting was chaired by Mary Cray, MP, Parliamentary Under Secretary, which is Minister of Nature, and involved ministers from Ireland, the devolved administrations of Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland, as well as governments from the Isle of Man, Jersey and Guernsey. Ministers discussed and reviewed the Environment Work Sector 2020 to 2024 policy report on the activities of its subgroups, which is the invasive non-native species, the Asian Hornet Task Force, marine litter, marine environment and climate adaptation across this period. We commended the work undertaken and the value of shared cooperation on each of these areas. Ministers agreed that the Environment Work Sector Policy Report 2020 to 2024 would be published. Ministers also agreed to streamlining of the Environment Work Sector, confirming the closure of the marine litter, the marine environment and climate adaptation subgroups, following the conclusion of their work plans, and the streamlining and mainstreaming of climate action across the BIC's thematic programme. Ministers affirmed the importance of continued collaboration across administrations to combat the growing threat of invasive species. We agreed that the invasive non-native species and Asian Hornet Task Force subgroups would combine to be elevated into a separate invasive species work sector led by the UK Government. Ministers reviewed and endorsed a new work plan for the invasive species work sector with a focus on the following priority areas: monitoring and surveillance technology, priority pathways, exotic pets, awareness raising, alerts and rapid response, and also Asian hornets, which is yellow-legged hornets. Ministers also considered future priorities for the environment work sector going forward, with agreement to make the circular economy as an immediate topic of focus led by the UK Government. Ministers tasked officials to develop a work sector plan on the circular economy for future consideration in the second half of 2025. I commend the statement to the Assembly and welcome any questions. Thank you.
Call Patsy Midlone.
I thank the Minister for that statement.
Minister, I've read your statement here, and to be honest, it seems to be plenty of titles,
but short on detail. For example, the Environment Work Sector Review and their policy report is to be published. Can you give us any idea as to when that will be published, because it's for the 2020 to 24 period? And then secondly, the Environment Work Sector at paragraph 11 says that you discussed future priorities for the environment work sector going forward, with agreement to make the circular economy as the immediate topic of focus. Can you give us some detail? Presumably the discussion lasts a while. Can you give us some detail as to what those priorities would be, in fact? Thank you.
Patsy. So in terms of the publication around that, obviously that sits with the British Irish Council, but I'll follow it up and request that that is promptly published. I think it's important that it is. In terms of the circular economy, it was considered to be a relevant topic for the future work, because this is something that across England, Scotland, Wales, Republic of Ireland, Northern Ireland, Jersey, Guernsey and Isle of Man, all facing similar challenges in regards to that. So it was felt important that we should take that forward, and the UK Government are happy to do that. What I did say in the meeting was that also we need to take into consideration the unique position of Northern Ireland in terms of Windsor Framework and how that would fit in regards to all of this. So there's opportunities from the circular economy. There's great examples of businesses in Northern Ireland that are showing that in action, and hopefully there's part of this that we can learn from each other and also then drive forward more work on this. An element of this does sit with the Department of Economy in terms of circular economy, and they'll obviously then be invited to go to future British Irish Council meetings going forward if those topics are on the agenda.
Aoife Finnegan.
Minister, thank you for your statement. We have an ecological crisis happening in Lough Neagh. Are there any other administrations facing similar problems?
Thank you very much. And we are facing an environmental catastrophe in Lough Neagh. It's a serious issue, not just in terms of its impact in terms of the environment, but also in terms of the fact that 40% of our drinking water comes from Lough Neagh. So it's important that we face up to the actions that need to be taken around that. In terms of the British Irish Council, one of the specific issues that was discussed in regards to Lough Neagh was in terms of the zebra mussels. They're an invasive species and they're contributing to part of the issues that we're facing in terms of Lough Neagh. The interventions we can provide in regards to that are rather limited, and one of the most key thing is for people to ensure that in terms of any maritime operations, proper due diligence is being taken to ensure they're not spreading the zebra mussels, and that's why invasive species is on the agenda of the British Irish Council, because this is something that affects not just Northern Ireland but also the South. So we'll continue to collaborate on that. What I would say just also in relation to Lough Neagh, there is additional research that has been published. I will lay it in the Assembly Library for yourselves to be able to access in terms of the contribution with regards to water quality, and hopefully that will aid the consideration of the issues around Lough Neagh.
Tom Buchanan.
Mr. Speaker, Minister, you talk in your statement about the value of shared cooperation. What cooperation do you and your department have with the farming community here with regards to your PAN proposals, which has the potential to put many farmers to the wall, if you like, and creating huge concern within the agricultural industry?
So, this is a statement in relation to the British Irish Council environment sector, and that cooperation occurs, I'm glad to say, across all the member organisations as part of the British Irish Council, and we work collaboratively on that, and I think that's good. In terms of your other question with regards to the Nutrients Action Programme, that is out for consultation. I took a decision to extend that by an additional 4 weeks, and I would encourage people to feed back any other alternative solutions they have in relation to tackling the challenges that are in front of us, or raising any concerns around that, because the consultation is just that. It's a consultation on proposals. I understand that is very complex, and that's why I agreed to extend it by an additional 4 weeks.
John Blair.
Thank you. I'm pleased to hear that the British Irish Council has commended work being done on marine litter and the marine environment more generally. Can I ask the Minister what action is being taken to protect blue carbon habitats and the wider marine environment?
Thank you, John. My department has worked with stakeholders to co-design policies, strategies and action plans which are needed to address the dual climate and biodiversity crisis that face the marine environment. These include a revised marine protected area strategy and a blue carbon action plan. I launched the blue carbon action plan on the 23rd of April, and the revised marine protected area strategy will be published later this year. This will be followed by the seabird and a Leinster branch strategies.
Anya Murphy.
Minister, can you tell us when you expect the Environment Work Sector Policy Report to be published?
Yeah, so this is something I'm going to follow up, and it sits with the British Irish Council, and I would seek to have that published as soon as possible.
Michelle McIlvaine.
For the short statement, I'm not sure if that reflects the fact that it was a short meeting, but in an answer to a table question last month, the Minister informed me that there were 55 exotic pets, or as he referred to them as dangerous wild animals, registered in Northern Ireland. In the absence of any detail in the statement, could the Minister explain why exotic pets is being considered as a priority pathway, the terms of reference for this work stream, and if we should expect a change in the licensing of these animals?
Thank you, Michelle. And your Assembly question was quite useful in terms of bringing out a bit more detail in terms of the number of exotic pets that are registered in Northern Ireland, and I would continue to encourage people to register any exotic pets because there's a requirement to do that. I think it's important that we recognise as part of this the risks that can have to broader society if we don't properly manage that, and that's why it's agreed for this to be part of the work programme. Once that terms of reference is agreed, I will write to you to set that out because I think it's important we do that. This is something that we actually discussed, and we discussed some of the information that we've gathered together in terms of the situation that's presented to ourselves at the moment in regards to that at the meeting, and that's why we want to collaboratively work, because you know yourself that these pets are likely to travel throughout the remit of the British Irish Council, and it's something I'm very, very conscious of the risks associated with that, and again urge people to register if they are in possession of any of these.
Andrew McMurray.
Thank you. Can I ask the Minister, what will the invasive species work sector focus on?
Thank you very much. So this is an important area, and I'll just get you the correct answer to it. So the invasive species work sector will focus on monitoring and surveillance technology, developing new technology including AI for monitoring invasive species across the islands, priority pathways, which is exotic pets, which we just talked about, addressing exotic pet escape and establishment with actions across British Irish Council member administrations, and also awareness raising, prompting campaigns such as Be Plant Wise and Check, Clean, Dry, and coordinating annual invasive species week. It also includes alerts and rapid responses, and also, as I discussed in the statement, the Asian hornets, preventing the spread of these, which are threatening honeybees, native invertebrates, and human health.
Declan McAleer.
I'm going to thank the Minister for a statement. Minister, in paragraphs 6 and 9, you mentioned the value of shared cooperation and collaboration. Minister, will the recent reset in the EU-UK relations have any beneficial impact for the environment work sector?
Yes, it will, and it's set out within the statements that were issued Monday last week that there will be further cooperation around those areas, and I think that is for the collective benefit of both the EU, Northern Ireland and the UK more broadly. And I think that's wise, because a lot of these issues we're discussing in terms of the British Irish Council also extend beyond within the European Union, and it's important we cooperate on those. I already cooperate quite a lot with my colleagues in the South, and there's further engagement I'm seeking to do with my colleagues, in particular in regards to Lough Neagh and also nature recovery, but also including in relation to agriculture and veterinary matters as well. So that liaison occurs already, but that reset with the European Union allows us to more broaden that and to deepen that collaboration, and it's set out within the statement. There's a particular paragraph within that which I do welcome.
Jonathan Buckley.
Speaker, Minister, this watery two-page statement says to me that there continues to be zero self-awareness from the Minister about the huge pressure and strains facing agriculture in Northern Ireland at this stage. When he discussed environmental work schemes, was there any consideration of the thousands of jobs that are at risk by his environmental extremism?
So I continue to undertake my responsibilities to the environment, because they're statutory responsibilities that we need to discharge, and I think it's important we take cognizance of that. I think we also need to take cognizance in terms of a report issued last week from the Office of Environmental Protection, and it states that the Complaints and Investigation Team service a wide range of inquiries and complaints. We've identified the following topics that are currently undergoing further consideration. And the first item within the list, in terms of future topics for the Office of Environmental Protection, was Northern Ireland Nutrient Action Programme. And it says we are considering any potential failures to comply in relation to regulation of nitrogen or phosphorus inputs into freshwater and coastal protected sites, along with wider regulations relating to nutrients. So this is the context upon which I operate, and I'm very, very clear that the proposals in terms of the Nutrients Action Programme are just that. They are proposals. And there is a commitment within the programme for government in terms of tackling the issue in terms of Lough Neagh. And there's significant pressure, whether it's from the Office of Environmental Protection or from others, to do that. What I'm striking to do is try to strike a balance between addressing those issues and addressing the concerns that are being set out to me, but also in terms of ensuring financial sustainability for the agri-food sector. And that's something I'm very much committed to. I was the only minister in the UK to secure ring-fence funding for agriculture, agri-environment, fisheries and rural development. In addition to that, I secured over £12 million for a Just Transition Fund for agriculture. So I am doing that work, I'm delivering for the farming community, but I'm also very conscious in terms of my statutory responsibilities, which I cannot shirk.
Donny Donnelly.
Mr. Speaker, and thanks to the Minister for his answers so far. Addressing climate change is the greatest challenge of our time, and cooperation on this issue is very welcome. So I'd like to ask the Minister, when will the third Northern Ireland Climate Change Adaptation Programme, NICCAP3, be published?
Minister.
So I recently shared a copy of the Northern Ireland Climate Change Adaptation Programme with my ministerial colleagues, requesting any final comments that may have been made prior to my department launching an 8-week consultation on it. Subject to no major concerns being raised, I hope to be able to launch the consultation late this month or early next.
Timothy Gaston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, given the continued application of EU law in Northern Ireland and many issues relating to the environment, was there any discussion touching upon alignment for the whole of the UK with the EU and, as a consequence, subverting of the result of the 2016 referendum?
Minister.
That was not a matter for discussion in terms of the environment work sector. It was, as I outlined a wee bit in terms of within the statement, what we focused upon. To be honest, Mr. Gaston, I think the EU lives rent-free in your brain.
Matthew O'Toole.
Mr. Speaker, Minister, this very short statement is the only substantive executive business on the order paper today, so it would be good to hear some substance. Of the jurisdictions that you met at the British Irish Council, Northern Ireland is the only one that does not have an independent environmental protection agency. Even the Isle of Man and the Channel Islands can prosecute environmental crime. So can I ask, did you give your colleagues an update on when the Environmental Governance Panel will report, and when will this House see the outworkings of that?
Sure. So within your question there's an inaccuracy, because you said that those areas could only prosecute environmental crime. Northern Ireland can prosecute environmental crime, so I think it's important to set the record straight in relation to that, Matthew. So the independent panel is continuing its work, and it will report in due course, and I will not be found wanting in terms of coming forward in terms of my response in regards to that. What I would say is that when the SDLP had a chance to vote for an independent environmental protection agency as part of an amendment to the Climate Change Act, you didn't even turn up.
Yep. Thank you. That brings to a conclusion the ministerial statement. I would yes, I was just going to say to remind members that debate takes place through the chair and not directly. Point of order, Mr. Blair.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I seek a ruling on comments made and wording used by Mr. Buckley, both during and again, it would appear, both during the questions to the ministerial statement that we've just heard and also earlier in member statements. Mr. Speaker, could you rule on whether it is appropriate to mention a person's attire, to accuse a person of being an extremist? But both comments were contained in those two separate statements and questions that I mentioned, and whether or not such remarks constitute direct and personal attack on a member, whether that member is a minister or not.
I'm happy to look at what has been said and take some consideration of that from my staff. Mr. Buckley.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. Would it be appropriate for me to receive the exact words that Mr. Blair found so offensive because I have not one clue what on earth he has just said.
Well, that's why we will look at it ourselves and wait till Hansard actually produces the transcript, and we'll consider that in due course with cool heads. We now move to the next item in the order paper, the motion of access to dental care, and I'll ask the clerk to read the motion.
This Assembly expresses severe concern at the challenges many people experience in accessing dental care, notes the testimony from the British Dental Association that the shortfall between Department of Health fees for dentists and the cost of providing services means many dental practices are not financially viable and are struggling to continue seeing NHS patients. Further notes that early and preventative oral health care can help improve health outcomes for patients and reduce demand for wider health services. Calls on the Minister of Health to develop a new oral health strategy to address access to services and workforce challenges, and further calls on the Minister to conclude and publish the General Dental Services Cost of Service Review as soon as possible.
Thank you. I call on Paula Bradshaw to move the motion.
Moved, please.
Thank you. Paula, the Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour and 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. As an amendment has been selected and is published on the Marshall list, the Business Committee has agreed that 15 minutes will be added to the total time for the debate. Paula, please open the debate.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. I rise to propose our Alliance motion highlighting the challenges facing dental practices which cause the difficulties for our constituents in accessing their services, and to call on the Minister of Health to bring forward a new oral health strategy to address access to services and workforce challenges, and also conclude and publish the General Dental Services Cost of Service Review as soon as possible. I do welcome the amendment from colleagues in the DUP which calls for proposals to improve access to dentistry, including ways to address regional inequalities. Unfortunately, we as MLAs will all be too familiar with the difficulties in accessing dental service through our health service. Whilst we all get contact from constituents who are unable to access GP services, there will be almost as many who will be getting in touch unable to source dental services on the NHS. According to the most recent working patterns data from the General Dental Council, which looked at the number of dental practices which are committed to at least 75% of their work being provided through the health service, Northern Ireland has had the largest shift away from NHS and in the direction of private services, with only 43% of practices here committed to that 75%. In addition, statistics which emerged last month have confirmed that of the over 350 dental practices in Northern Ireland, only 2 are now fully NHS, with more than 53,000 NHS health service patients have been removed from practice lists over the past 2 years. We are currently witnessing the end stages of privatisation of a crucial section of our health service. Oral health care plays a major role in prevention of diseases, not least with oral cancers, which dentists are often, where dentists are often on the front line in recognising and referring patients on for further treatment. Oral health care is especially crucial for our children and young people, with tooth decay, an almost entirely preventable condition, remaining the leading cause of hospital admissions among young children in the UK. I recognise the Department of Health consulted on new oral health improvement plans for children and older people last year. We need to see the action coming from these as a result of the consultations. There is also another glaring example of the ever-growing two-tier system of health care here in Northern Ireland. As a South Belfast MLA, I get contacted regularly from constituents experience extreme dental pain, yet cannot afford to pay for the treatment, nor can they access treatment on the NHS. As the British Dental Association put it, it's those who need health care the most who are the most affected. The Minister of Health has not put forward many priorities to advise
on his budget allocation during his tenure, but one priority he has spelt out is tackling health inequalities, and I would ask the Minister to give another example of where inequality is as glaring as the inability to access health service dentistry. We cannot wait. Urgent action is needed now if we are to turn the tide against privatisation. Ultimately, this is an issue of funding, and I appreciate the Department of Health created the Dental Access Scheme as a way to assist individuals in accessing health service dentistry. But the reality is that this does little but buff around the edges of the problem. Only 29 of 364 practices have signed up to the scheme, with practices given little incentive to get involved. If we are to ensure dental practices are in a position to provide health service dentistry, then the Department of Health needs to provide a sustainable financial footing for independent contractors. It is my understanding that the discussions are ongoing regarding general dental service investment proposals for 25-26, and I would like to take this opportunity to remind the Minister that we are almost into the month of June and the first quarter of the financial year is almost complete, yet general dental practitioners still have no clarity on what financial arrangements there will be for health service work being undertaken. In closing, Principal Deputy Speaker, there are a number of other outstanding issues which still need to be addressed. How will funding be allocated regarding support for the national insurance increase? As mentioned in our motion, where is the cost of service review, and will this be expedited as a matter of urgency? The British Dental Association has engaged with the Minister and his officials on several occasions going back to February regarding these proposals, which, if implemented, could enable practitioners and practices to maximise GDS health service activity and in turn deliver better patient access. It is also my understanding that they have received no engagement in return to this, and I would appeal to the Minister of Health to expedite the cost of service review as a priority, develop a new oral health strategy and engage with the BDA regarding proposals to improve access to health service dentistry as a matter of urgency. Thank you.
Thank you, Paula. I call on Alan Robinson to move the amendment.
Principal Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Alan. You'll have 10 minutes to propose and 5 minutes to wind. All other speakers will have 5 minutes, so please open the debate on the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. Members, in keeping what usually tends to be support for health motions in this chamber, we do hope that members across the chamber can support our amendment. We believe the inclusion of the addressing regional inequalities piece helps to strengthen the original motion, and we do thank the Alliance members for indeed bringing this motion today. It is right and it is positive that this House collectively gives a voice to the thousands of people across this province who are finding it increasingly difficult, if not impossible, to access basic dental care. Access to dental care should be a fundamental part of our health system, but data will show that too many individuals and families, particularly those on lower incomes, NHS dental care is becoming a service that is out of reach, and it is a service that dentists tell us hinges upon urgent reform and fair funding. The British Dental Association have consistently been making it clear and warning of the growing shortfall between what dentists are paid by the department and the actual cost of delivering treatment. On the other hand, the Minister and the Department of Health have been warning of similar shortfalls to his budget. Indeed, he has told us recently that he wasn't even confident that he had budgeted enough to even cover forthcoming health worker pay rises. I can't help but feel that it is the people who depend on us in here that are caught in the middle of the shifts between these two tectonic plates. The only positive being just how bad things could have been had the ban on amalgam fillings from January the 1st, 2025 been implemented. That can has been kicked down the road for another day. It is now well documented how many dentists are scaling back or withdrawing from NHS contracts altogether because they say the numbers simply do not add up in their practices. That means fewer places for NHS patients, longer waiting lists, and ultimately worsening oral health outcomes. National insurance and wage increases have now put dental services teetering right on the edge, with the likelihood of reduced opening hours and even cuts to staff. Then, to compound what is a depressing state of affairs, there are a cohort of dentists approaching retirement. It feels for dentists that the perfect storm is above them, it is below them, and it's now around them. I looked at the figures for 23-24, and there were 364 dental practices, and within that there were 1,195 dentists. But what struck me was that during 23-24, 114 dentists handed back their NHS contracts. That's near on 10%. We're still, out of those practices, only 2 are now fully NHS. 2. And what is worrying is that oral health is not separate from general health. Even those of us with no specialist health experience knows what untreated dental problems can lead to serious infections, nutritional issues, chronic pain, and even hospital admissions. And also, dentists are on the front line when identifying oral cancer. And who will this fall most heavily upon? On our most vulnerable, children, older people, and those already facing huge barriers to accessing NHS dental care. While dental treatments are important, but early and preventative care is key. Regular checkups not only prevent serious problems down the line, but reduce the pressure on other parts of our health service, from GPs and to A&E departments. It is always better to deal with these issues upstream than trying to deal with the dam that is already leaking heavily. My party supports the call from the Minister of Health to develop and publish a new oral health strategy, which should set out clearly how the Department will improve access, invest in prevention, and build a dental workforce that is supported, valued, and funded. As I said earlier, we want to see regional inequalities addressed, regardless of their income, postcode, or background. We want to see access to dental care they need when they need it. One glaring regional variation is in Fermanagh in South Tyrone, where less than 49% of the adult population is registered with a health service dentist. And I go further, just over 3/4, 76% of children are registered with a health service dentist, with children in the more deprived areas being less likely to be registered with a dentist and much more likely to have dental decay. The Minister has outlined his commitment to addressing inequalities and improving access to NHS services. The reality is that our constituents face, however, is one where dental treatment is costly and becoming a financial burden rather than a public health provision. I will, surely.
I thank the member for giving way, and I thank him for raising Fermanagh and South Tyrone. And obviously in rural areas as well, when dentists switch to private models or they close their doors, that means people in rural areas also have the problem of access and transportation to actually access dental treatment. So that is a huge problem in rural areas, which adds to the health inequalities in those areas as well. Would the member agree?
Absolutely. As usual, Ms Erskine, who is a very capable and avid member for Fermanagh and South Tyrone, pinpoints that issue very well. This inequality must be tackled so that better health outcomes can be afforded to all our people. It is clear that access to dental care is becoming increasingly determined by one's ability to pay, and this will only deepen existing health disparities. And we cannot lay the blame at the feet of dentists, who really are just trying to keep their businesses afloat. We cannot blame patients who are worried about access to treatment. Dentists play a vital role in the healthcare system, and we cannot watch by and see the privatisation of oral health. The benefits of routine dental care, providing early intervention and treatment, must be recognised. And we must remember, dentists do not go on strike. They leave. The rising costs of business and a lack of financial support is pushing them out. If we do not save NHS dentistry, more dentists will leave, worsening the problems our constituents are facing accessing dental services. Just to conclude, Principal Deputy Speaker, we also support the call for the immediate conclusion and publication of the General Dental Services Cost of Service Review. Without understanding the true cost of delivering NHS dental care, the Department surely cannot fix a dental service that is under so much pressure and so much strain. Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Alan. I call Philip McGuigan.
And can I begin just by thanking the members of the Alliance for bringing the motion and also the DUP amendment, both of which we will be supporting today. As MLAs, we know, because our constituents have been telling us that in recent years an increasing number of patients are and have been struggling to access NHS dentistry services, as more and more practices go private due to a lack of investment and rising costs within the industry. We have also heard from dentistry representatives that unless action is taken soon, more dentists will inevitably leave the system and the crisis within NHS dentistry will deepen even further. The BDA's General Dentist Service survey carried out last March stated that almost 90% said they intended to do less NHS dentistry in the coming year, and almost half stated that they intend to go fully private. And we have seen that those figures become reality. More than 53,000 NHS dental patients have been removed from dental practice lists over the past 2 years. During 23-24, 114 dentists handed back their NHS contracts to the Department of Health, with many of these now doing private work only. Out of 360 dental practices in the north, only 2 are fully NHS practices. My own household received 3 letters a fortnight ago to tell us that our dentist was going fully private over the summer. We know that the loss of more NHS dentistry practice will have a disproportionate impact on patients on lower incomes and on children who, as a result, may go without regular checkups and preventative oral care for many years. So I agree with all the others when they have stated how important NHS and how important dental care is. Dental care is not a luxury. It is a necessity and vital for good general health. But having the right to free dental treatment has no value or meaning when you can't find an NHS dentist with the capacity to provide you with treatment. Access to dental care cannot be just for those who can afford to pay for it. It is a fundamental aspect of our health and well-being. Our public health service was designed to prevent health inequalities, and yet we are seeing this being eroded right across the board. With private healthcare becoming more and more prominent, nowhere is it more stark as we currently see within dentistry. So it is imperative that the NHS dental contract be revised and reflective of the current cost of delivering modern dental care to ensure that practices are not pushed towards privatisation through financial necessity. Everyone deserves to be fairly paid for the work they do, so the call on the motion to conclude and publish the General Dental Services Cost of Service Review is an important aspect of getting this right and moving forward on this. Learning should be taken from the payment model followed in Scotland. The reform and investment there will clearly benefit both the dental sector by improving the NHS offer and patients with increased NHS provision. Last August, the Minister announced the Dental Access Service, the enhanced child examination and the 30% enhancement to the fees paid for fillings. This is a short-term measure and speaks to the urgent necessity for both action and reform. To conclude, the Health Minister must bring forward a plan to stabilise NHS dentistry to avoid the complete collapse of the service. We are all aware of the budgetary constraints the Health Minister and every other Executive Minister are working within, and I have no doubt he will articulate that in his response. But the health budget is vast. It is 50% of the entire budget. The Minister has committed in his 3-year plan on health and social care to have developed an action plan on programme of work for the reform of general dental services by April 27. But by April 27, we will not have any health service dentists left. So I urge the Minister to work with dentistry representatives to address access to NHS dentistry and workforce challenges and restore public confidence in this vital part of our health service.
Thank you, Philip. I call on Chambers.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. From the outset, as a constituency MLA, I am well aware that in recent years, and especially since the pandemic, it has become increasingly difficult for people to access health service dentistry. Whilst it's clear from regular media reports that NHS dentistry is a problem across every corner of the United Kingdom, there is an undoubted problem and challenge here in Northern Ireland. Although the number of practices and dentists have remained broadly stable, the trend over a number of consecutive years has been more and more opting to deliver greater private dentistry work instead of health service dentistry. The number of patients who are no longer registered, or perhaps much more accurate to state that they have been deregistered, is a further clear illustration of the shift from NHS to private work. Whilst there are various reasons for the move to private dentistry, money is undoubtedly a driving factor behind it. Some people claim that delivering National Health Service dentistry service is a loss maker, but I note that that has been strongly refuted in the past. But one thing is undeniable, and that is private dental work is much more lucrative for individual dentists and practice. I'm not sure whether as the state we could ever afford to fully reverse that, as it would come at an enormous cost. I'm glad, however, that despite the unprecedented funding challenges facing the health service locally, the Minister and his predecessor have decided to prioritise what limited funding existed for high priority registered patients in need of urgent care. Initiatives such as the current dental access scheme, with a multi-million budget allocated to it, have helped thousands of people right across Northern Ireland, as has the enhanced child examination scheme. I know from engaging from the Minister that work has been underway on a further set of initiatives, some of which will be fairly unique and innovative to Northern Ireland. And I welcome that, because no one, not us as MLAs, not the profession, and especially not the patients, can be satisfied with the current state of NHS dental provision here. Thank you.
Thank you, Alan. I call Colin McGrath.
Deputy Speaker, I rise to speak in support of the motion and the amendment today, which highlight a growing crisis in our dental service that is affecting people right across the north. We have heard it from patients, we've heard it from practitioners, and we hear it through this assembly that accessing NHS dental care is becoming a struggle for far too many people in our communities. But let's have a look at the facts. According to the British Dental Association, the NHS dental services in Northern Ireland are now operating under a model that is quite simply not financially viable. Dentists are being reimbursed at rates that do not cover their costs, and as a result, many are having to make the painful decision to limit or stop seeing NHS patients altogether. And I think there's a little reflection in that. Let's just take that for a moment. Who actually would do something that it costs them to do it? If you're providing a service for the public and it's a public service, you should be reimbursed the costs that you're actually out, not having to pay and contribute to that. And as a result, what has been the result of that is that there's now only 2 dental practices in the north that are conducting solely NHS work. There was a recent survey by BDA that found that 90% of dentists in Northern Ireland are unable to take on new NHS adult patients. And we know that that is much more than a statistic. It represents hundreds of thousands of people in our communities, the people that we represent, that are no longer able to access the NHS treatment. They're effectively locked out of the care that can be provided for them. It goes to the very basis of the value that we place on the NHS and the public's ability to access timely healthcare free at the point of delivery, which is still something that we should be trying to get. Early and preventative dental care is not a luxury, it's a necessity. Left untreated, we know that tooth decay, and I can give personal experience in this, it can lead to lots of pain, it can lead to infection, you can miss time from school or work, and in some cases there can be emergency hospital admissions as a result. And it's estimated that dental issues account for thousands of hospital admissions each year across the UK, which is costing our health service more in the long run to have to deal with those cases in hospitals than it would be to make the small investment that's needed within our dental services. And it cannot be right in terms of equality about where you live in Northern Ireland as to whether you can see a dentist or not, or whether you will have to pay or not. We know that there are significant regional disparities, with rural areas disadvantaged and hit the hardest. And for that reason, Principal Deputy Speaker, the SDLP particularly welcomes the amendment which focuses on addressing these inequalities. However, I will just make my usual and gentle remarks as a member of the opposition, where we have a situation that there are 4 parties in this chamber that are in government, 4 parties who sit around the same executive table, and yet today one of those executive parties brings a motion and another amendments, both calling on urgent action from their own health minister. But people care about seeing a dentist when their child has toothache. They care about not having to choose between going private or going without. They care about action, and that's why the opposition can support this motion and the amendment. So let's get on with fixing the system.
The member give way?
Yes, of course.
I appreciate the member giving way, and thank you for that. Will the member accept that it's just not about dental health? Because whenever you visit the dentist, other issues, such as indeed oral cancers, can be picked up and spotted by a dentist while they're examining the person's mouth.
Thank you, and thank you to my colleague for that remark. And I suppose, yes, it fits in that dental practitioners are medical practitioners within our community and part of our wider NHS medical fraternity. They can spot things, they can intervene, they can provide support. And what we need to see is a system that is supported back the way and funded so that it can actually undertake all of the work that it needs to. One way to get on with fixing that system would be to see the General Dental Services Cost of Service Review published. Dentists need clarity, patients need access, and the Department of Health needs a strategy fit for purpose. The SDLP will continue to speak up for those left behind by the current system. We'll work with all the parties committed to that, and will support any genuine efforts to deliver the care that people deserve. Thank you.
Thank you, Colin. I call her Leah Flynn.
I'll get the last can call you. And so I agree with the points that have been made by all of the previous speakers already, that we're not in here today debating this motion, I suppose, as just a policy concern or a policy issue. We know it has come up time and time again at the Health Committee from the BDA, certainly for the past number of years, where they have been warning of basically this sense of collapse across dentistry in terms of not being able to, that it's not worth they can't afford to supply the care to their patients. It's basically not worth the money that they're receiving. So, but I do think that sometimes we use the word crisis around like plenty of different issues that come up. But I do think that this genuinely probably is veering on crisis, because the fact that we've got to where we are, where the system in itself, the dentistry national healthcare system, it has gotten to the point that parents can't get babies and young children registered, where adults are getting phone calls saying that their local dentist is now having to go fully private. And I know Alan mentioned in introducing the amendment that and it's been covered in the media and stuff as well, around that only 2 practices are fully NHS. So I just think that the whole situation is really worrying. And I also heard, I'm sure we're all getting lobbied from all of our constituents, regardless of what part of the north we represent. But it was just last week that one of my constituents had reached out, and she was saying that after being registered with the same dental practice, similar to what Philip had said in his remarks, but that her and her husband were registered for the past 30 years, always had their treatment with their local dentist, and then just recently, just last week, they were told that they're now going to have to pay £500 a year because their dentist is having to put in private dental plans for all of his patients. And if he doesn't do that, then the practice will have to close, and then that means that there won't be basically any dental care for any of those patients. So it's sort of like it's not really even people with a choice. The choice is if you can pay private for your dental care, then all well and good. But if you can't pay private, then you are facing, particularly worrying for the kids, but those hospital admissions, having to go through general anaesthetic for surgeries, it's not good. And then it was mentioned earlier as well that I think again it was Alan when he was introducing the amendment just around, so we know that the Minister has pledged his commitment to trying to address health inequalities, and I think that was welcome right across the House. We were all really pleased to see that, and it's a really important piece of work. But then he'll know that one of the biggest health inequalities is around that kids' oral health. So he'll know constituencies like mine in West Belfast, where they're probably seeing the higher levels of admissions to EDs from young children with their teeth and not having the right access to the dental care that they need. So again, there's obviously a mental health impact when people are going with prolonged periods of pain. And even sort of, you know, yourself, if you have a toothache and you have that discomfort in your mouth, it impacts on your health. It impacts on your attendance at work. It impacts on kids' attendance at school. So it definitely has that sort of widespread negative impact if people can't get access to their dentist when they need it. And then just finally around the budget. So again, we know the pressures on the budget. It's the same conversation when we're in this chamber. But just to say that the Department of Health is allocating just around over 9 million. If that's correct, the Minister will correct me maybe in his remarks, to general dentist services here in the north. So that's working out at 0.12% of the overall health budget. I know there's really, really important things that all of that budget is going towards at the minute. But it's how we move this on and find a solution to make sure that, first and foremost, if a child needs access to an NHS dentist, that they can get that access. Thank you.
Thank you. Earlier I called Deborah Erskine.
Bill Deputy Speaker, and I rise in support obviously of this important motion and to give voice yet again in this chamber to the growing frustration and anxiety felt by so many constituents of mine in Fermanagh and South Tyrone and right across Northern Ireland who are facing increasingly severe difficulties in accessing basic dental care. Last time I was in this chamber speaking on this issue, I described my area as a dental desert, and it isn't getting any better. I provided options and pleaded with the Minister to act. Unfortunately, I got rhetoric about how my party voted for the budget, so let's hope today that the Minister will come with a different attitude on this. In rural constituencies like mine, this problem is not new, but it is worsening at alarming rates. Constituents are telling me that they can no longer find an NHS dentist. The switch to private dentistry models is creating health inequalities in each town and village across Northern Ireland. Others have been removed from practice lists because their local surgeries can no longer afford to keep them under the current funding arrangements. And we are not just talking about routine checkups, we're talking about serious dental pain being left untreated, about infections going unmanaged, and about families having to travel extraordinary distances for care they used to receive in their own communities. Principal Deputy Speaker, this is not acceptable in a modern healthcare system. The British Dental Association have been crystal clear. The financial model for NHS dentistry is no longer viable. The fees paid by the Department of Health simply do not meet the real cost of providing NHS dental services, and this has forced many practices into the impossible choice: take on fewer NHS patients, switch to private dentistry, or close their doors altogether. We must face facts. The current system is broken, and it's not enough to acknowledge the crisis. We need action. In the General Dental Statistic publication for 23-24, Fermanagh and Omagh Council area had the lowest adult registration rate at 49%, 17 points below the Northern Ireland average, a staggering picture. Our amendment strengthens the original motion by calling for more urgency and adds in the regional inequalities which must be tackled. We need measures to expand access to services and address the very real regional inequalities that persist, particularly in rural areas like Fermanagh and South Tyrone. I want to also highlight the role of early and preventative care. Oral health isn't separate from general health. Poor dental hygiene is linked to heart disease, diabetes, and poor outcomes in pregnancy. The cost of inaction will not just fall on the dental system, it will burden our entire health service. The Minister must prioritise the completion and publication of the Dental Services Cost of Service Review. Dentists have waited long enough. If we are to rebuild NHS dentistry, we need a funding model that reflects the real-world cost of delivering high-quality care. And we must also look to the future. A new comprehensive oral health strategy is long overdue. This strategy must address the workforce planning, training, retention, support for dentists working in underserved areas. If we do not invest in dental workforce now, we will lose more practices, more expertise, and ultimately more of our public health will deteriorate. Principal Deputy Speaker, people in my constituency deserve to know when their child has a toothache, they can get an appointment. When that older person needs a fill-in or a denture repaired, they will not be left waiting for weeks or travelling for hours. This is not a luxury, as has been said by others in this chamber today. It is a basic public service. We cannot build a fair and healthy society without it. And I urge all members to support our amendment, and I call on the Minister to act with seriousness and speed that this crisis demands. Thank you.
Thank you, Deborah. I call Timothy Costin.
Thank you very much, Principal Deputy Speaker. The simple act of getting a dental appointment is now out of reach for far too many. According to the British Dental Association, the fees paid by the Department of Health to dentists do not cover the actual cost of delivering care. The harsh reality is that this shortfall has made NHS dental practice financially unviable for many. So no surprise when they leave and turn to private work or leave the industry altogether. In 2024 alone, over 40,000 NHS patients were removed from dental practice lists. More than 53,000 have been removed in just the last 2 years. Between Q1 of 2023 and Q3 of 2024, we lost over 177,000 registered patients from NHS dentistry. Registration of children aged between 0 and 17 dropped by over 15,000 in just 1 year. That has real-life consequences for us all. One mother living in Larne told me how she was on the verge of registering her toddlers with a dentist in Enniskillen, a staggering 4 hours away because nowhere closer would take them. Only a chance call back from a Ballymena surgery saved her from having to make that journey. In Belfast, my deputy leader, Councillor Madole, has described calling dozens of practices on behalf of constituents and finding none of them accepting NHS patients. Yet there are reports of migrants being transported by taxi for dental treatment from Belfast to Banbridge. General Dental Council confirms the flight from NHS provision. Northern Ireland now has the largest shift to private practice amongst the 4 UK nations. Only 11.5% of practices are now fully NHS. The Minister must bring forward a new, fully resourced oral health strategy, one which does not rely on goodwill and private income to prop up a public service. We must ensure that early and preventative oral health care is accessible to all, not just those who can afford to go private.
I'm curious about the member's comment with regards to his concern for people receiving NHS dental care when his sister party Reform have been calling for privatisation and insurance-based health care, including dental health care.
The member has an extra minute.
Thank you very much, and I think the member's distorting what was actually said. But in closing, Principal Deputy Speaker, that means fixing the funding model and rebuilding the workforce. Minister, you know the issues, you know the problems. Now it's your turn to get on with it.
Thank you, Timothy. And now call Jerry Carroll.
Declaring interest of a sibling who runs a dental practice in Belfast. Deputy Speaker, NHS dentistry has been under threat almost since its inception, but it's now close to breaking point. People living here are twice as likely to have filled teeth as other people in England, and children are 3 times as likely to have multiple teeth extracted under general anaesthetic, and children in the most deprived areas, including my constituency of West Belfast, as was alluded to, are the least likely to even be registered with a dentist. Areas where no dentists are accepting new patients have already been called dental deserts, as has been said, but these days most communities, every local community, could probably be described as a dental desert. And this poses massive questions around the oral health of everyone, but especially those who are living in deprived working class communities. The core issue here, in my view, Deputy Speaker, in dentistry, and it's no big mystery, when dentists treat NHS patients, they lose money. This is because fees paid by the state aren't enough to cover the costs of providing that treatment. And on top of that, dental practice aren't financially viable because the health service has been underfunded to the tune of hundreds of millions of pounds by Westminster. The British Dental Association have recently written to the Health Minister seeking urgent clarity on this year's investment proposals for general dental services. Their ask is reasonable but urgent: appropriate funding to stabilise general dental services in the short term. Most dentists, Deputy Speaker, can no longer stay in business unless they use income from their private practice to subsidise treatment for their NHS patients. And in the last 2 years, as we've heard, dentists across the north have removed more than 53,000 NHS patients from their practice lists. This is an extremely worrying trend that needs to be stopped. And out of 360 dental practices, only 2 are fully NHS. Some dentists, Deputy Speaker, are continuing to accept and treat NHS patients out of a sense of moral obligation, despite being financially penalised, and fair play to those people, but the state cannot shirk its responsibility to ensuring health care is provided. Patients who are priced out of private care find it painfully difficult, if not impossible, to access the services they need on the NHS. People who can't afford a private dental payment plan are forced to go without coverage, and when they need treatment they turn to the dental access scheme. Less than 10% of practices are signed up to this scheme. A lack of access to NHS dentistry has seen, Deputy Speaker, people extracting their own teeth, overdosing on painkillers and making their own fillings just to manage the pain. This is completely unacceptable. Serious untreated dental issues can lead to infection and even sepsis. Antibiotics and emergency surgery are often needed once a patient eventually receives emergency treatment, and the indirect costs of patients not receiving the right care at the right time are astronomical. Poor oral health has been linked to cardiovascular disease, diabetes and oral cancer, as people have said. Dentistry, Deputy Speaker, has been starved of the funding it needs to treat all patients regardless of their income, postcode or where they come from, where they were born. And it's not good enough just to shrug shoulders and say the money isn't there. We need much more radical change to NHS dentistry to guarantee that everyone gets the treatment they need and deserve, and not just another strategy. Ultimately, Deputy Speaker, there's no free market solution to this crisis. Privatisation and the free market caused this disaster, where people are left to rot, quite literally, because they can't pay for private treatment. The only way to guarantee dental care for all is to bring NHS dentistry properly into public ownership, funded properly, with dental staff employed directly by the NHS. And the member from the UUP touched upon there not being enough money to afford some of this. I'd say we can't afford not to do this. People's health, people's oral health is at stake. Thank you.
Thank you, Jerry. I call Claire Sugden.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. I rise to support the motion and the amendment because every week I hear from people who can't get a dentist, whether they're in pain or just trying to keep up with routine care. They're being left with nowhere to turn, and it is getting worse. Across my constituency, and as we've heard across Northern Ireland, people who had a health service dentist for years are now being told that dentists are no longer accepting HSC patients. Some practices have gone fully private, others have waiting lists with no clear end in sight, and the result is that people, particularly older people and those on low incomes, are going without basic care. We need to be honest about what has happened. Health service dentistry may still exist on paper, but for many people in Northern Ireland, it's privatisation. It's no longer available in practice, and what we've ended up with is a two-tier system. If you can afford to pay privately, you'll be seen. If you can't, you will wait, you will suffer, or you will simply go without. Even for those lucky enough to remain registered with a health service dentist, the idea of routine 6-month checkups is long gone. I've spoken to patients who wait well over a year between appointments, by which time small issues have become serious and early intervention is no longer an option. This isn't just inconvenient, it's clinically dangerous. Oral health problems don't wait, and for some groups the risks are even higher. Pregnant women, for example. We know that hormonal changes during pregnancy can increase the risk of gum disease and other dental issues. Untreated dental infections can have consequences for both mother and baby, and that's why access to timely dental care during pregnancy is so important. But if you're not registered or your practice has gone private, it's almost impossible to be seen. Part of the problem lies with the financial model, as we have heard. Dentists are under enormous pressure. They want to treat health service patients, but the fees paid by the Department of Health don't come close to covering the real costs of providing that care. And we have to remember dental practices are small businesses. They have overheads, staff, premises, equipment and tight margins. And if they can't make the numbers work, they can't stay open. And they have tried. They've begged the Department of Health, but no help has come. I've also heard from dentists about serious delays with payments from the Business Services Organisation. For practices already struggling with cash flow, that creates real risk. Some have told me that they're still waiting months later for reimbursement of treatment that they've already delivered. That sort of dysfunction doesn't just put pressure on staff, it undermines the entire viability of health service dentistry. We need the Minister to urgently publish the General Dental Services Cost of Service Review. We've been waiting far too long. Dentists need clarity, the Department needs evidence, and patients need reassurance that health service care won't keep slipping further out of reach. At the same time, we need to focus on prevention. Early and routine dental care reduces the need for complex interventions, improves overall health and takes pressure off other services. Oral health, as we have heard, is linked to heart disease, diabetes and even dementia. This isn't just about teeth and a nice smile. It's about long-term outcomes and the sustainability of our wider health service. And crucially, we need a plan to stabilise and grow the workforce. Morale is really low. Dentists are burnt out, and many are thinking about leaving the profession altogether. We will not have a public health dentist service unless we make it viable and attractive to stay in. The Minister needs to act now with a real strategy that the health service dentistry can work again for patients and for the professionals providing that care. Access to dental treatment should not depend on your income. It should be a basic right, not a luxury, and we as an Assembly have a duty to ensure that for the people we represent. Thank you.
Thank you, Claire. Our next speaker is the Minister for Health. To respond, and Minister, you will have 15 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. Thanks also to the mover of the motion, the mover of the amendment, and every member who's contributed to the debate. I met with the British Dental Association in February, and I'm grateful to them for their briefing on the challenges they face. My officials have continued to engage with them on options for supporting the service since then. Last week, I was able to announce a £7 million investment in general dental services for 2025-26. That was £7.36 million, and in addition to that, there was £2.5 million to cover the hike in national insurance contributions imposed by the UK government. Alongside the money, there was also the expansion of the Happy Smiles programme, which does indeed address health inequalities. I've got to say that investment's not a panacea. There continues to be many challenges facing patients, particularly those who are not currently registered with a dental practice. And as members have pointed out, over the last 5 years, access to health service dentistry has been in decline here. And one of the underlying reasons is that general dental practitioners are spending less time treating health service patients and more time meeting what is a strong demand for private work. And as independent contractors, it is at each practitioner's discretion how they allocate their time between the health service and private work. Access to health service dentistry remains a major challenge, but I hope this investment evidences my commitment to supporting the service and improving access for priority groups across Northern Ireland. The investment provides for funding for the following: the continuation of the Enhanced Child Examination Scheme. This provides children aged 0 to 10 who have not been registered with a dentist with an examination individualised oral health advice, and age-specific fluoride application to teeth, all to assist with preventing dental decay. From its reintroduction in June of 2024 to April of this year, over 37,000 newly registered children have been seen under this scheme. Secondly, there's the continuation of the 30% enhancement to fees paid to dentists for health service fillings, for extractions and for root canal treatment in financial year 25-26. All this to support public access to priority treatments. And thirdly, the allocation of £1.6 million to incentivise practitioners to maximise time spent providing health service care for their patients. The Dental Access Scheme will also continue to provide access for unregistered patients with an urgent or a pressing oral health need. Since it commenced on the 1st of August last, it has allowed nearly 18,400 high-need patients to receive treatment, and the scheme is funded until 2027. In addition to this investment directly into general health dental services, funding is being provided to expand the Happy Smile scheme. This was originally launched in 2016. The aim was to improve the oral health of nursery school children in the 20% most deprived areas of Northern Ireland. The programme is now being expanded to include Primary 1, Primary 2 and Primary 3 school children in the 20% most deprived wards, and it reflects the recommendations in the Child Oral Health Improvement Theme 1, improving the oral and dental health of children. It should be noted, Principal Deputy Speaker, this investment is being made in the face of a funding deficit of north of £500 million from my department, and this deficit clearly severely limits my ability to implement the kind of actions I think we all desire to see, and it hampers my department's ability to sustain and develop services across all areas of health in Northern Ireland. While the additional investment interventions are necessary to stabilise general dental services in the short term, I'm clear the GDS, as with other services, requires sustained effort to ensure sustainability over the longer term, and my department's committed to advancing work on the long-term future of dental services with an aim of ensuring patients can continue to access care when they need it, whilst taking measures to ensure the service is sustainable. In keeping with my department's long-term plans, I've approved the commissioning of a general dental service cost of service review, and that is to be completed in this financial year. This will in turn provide a robust evidence base to inform how the service will develop over the coming time. My officials are working at pace to identify the correct individual or indeed team with the necessary skills and expertise to complete this review in the required time frame. General dental services plays a key role in improving the general health of the population, while also reducing pressure on other areas of the health service. Improving oral health is an important aspect of the future sustainability of dental services, and it's a key part to play to ensure the delivery of improved outcomes for patients. While I'm aware that the oral health strategy in Northern Ireland dates back to 2007, I believe many of the recommendations and evidence base are still valid. For example, one oral health strategy target was to improve the then 39% of 5-year-old children who were decay-free to a level of at least 50% within 10 years. In 2013, the data indicated we'd achieved a figure of 60%, and the 2018-19 data indicates that around 70% of our 5-year-olds are decay-free. That's great progress, but I'm aware more can and should be done. The development of a new oral health strategy would carry a significant resource cost, including a dedicated dental public health expert or expert group, due to the complex and extended nature of both developing a new strategy and prerequisite oral health needs assessment. That doesn't mean the oral health is not important to me. The Children's and Older Persons Improvement Plans were completed last year, and the recommendations made are ambitious. However, funding these will be a significant challenge in the current financial climate. I'm also very pleased that oral health has been included in my Live Better initiative. I've often stated that my vision for health and social care is to see more care delivered in primary and community care settings, and to move towards a more preventative model of healthcare. And I believe this approach is not only better for patients, but also more sustainable in the longer term. So in closing, I want to say the challenges to general dental services and other HSC services are not limited to health alone. The same challenges are evident in education, in economy and infrastructure, both built and otherwise. So I've made it clear through my time as Minister, I'll do everything within my power to drive for better outcomes for patients here. The actions I've outlined are evidence of that, as is my commitment to taking a wider approach to reducing health inequalities through that Live Better programme. However, it is an unfortunate reality the budget that has been allocated to me is not sufficient to meet the needs of the current service, let alone introduce the kind of transformative change that I think we all wish to see. It's also true that improving health outcomes is not the sole purview of this department. Addressing access to services, along with the other issues outlined today, will require the full weight of the Northern Ireland Executive to address them.
Thank you, Minister. Our next speaker will be Diane Dodds to wind on your amendment. Diane, I want to advise you of 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you to all who have contributed to this debate today. I think it is a measure of how much we hear from our constituents about the issues of dental health and access to NHS dental care, that there is unanimity on both the motion and on the amendment. And I think that that is very important, and a very important message to the Minister and to the Department. There's absolutely no doubt that our dental services, our NHS dental services, are in an extremely fragile position. And that's not just for Northern Ireland. Across the UK, all of the UK nations have experienced a drop in access to dental services, but that is most significant in Northern Ireland, and that is something that should be addressed. In April 2025, 53,000, or the BBC reported that 53,000 NHS patients were removed from dental lists. But if we actually dig into that figure just a little bit more, in 2023, that was 12,924, and in 2024, that was 40,980. So the situation is escalating and requires urgent attention, and clearly is very, very fragile. Minister, you talked about the Enhanced Children's Examination Scheme, and I acknowledge the funding that has been put into that, and you indicated that 37,000 children were registered with the scheme last year, and that is good. But actually the number of children registered for an NHS dentist has still dropped. In Q3 2023-24, that was 332,012 children. In Q3 24-25, that was 317,000 children. So even with the scheme, the number of children that are able to register with an NHS dentist is continuing to drop. And as you've said, that is more likely to be children in deprived areas who are more likely to have extensive or severe dental decay. And I know that health inequalities is one of your priorities, and I think that this needs urgent attention. It's also clear that, as colleagues on the opposition bench outlined, that dental examinations are more than just about the filling, but they are that check for oral cancers. And again, that is more likely to be prevalent and a more serious issue if we cannot have that examined in areas of the highest deprivations. That is extremely important. Can I just say a little bit about access to dentists in rural areas? And this is a very, very significant problem. And I do thank my colleague Deborah Erskine for bringing this forward. For Mana and Omagh District Council area, only 49% are registered with an NHS dentist. That is an extremely low figure, much, much lower. I think you said 17% less than the average across Northern Ireland. Indeed, the description of this area as a dental desert is pretty apt, and we really do need to think of dentistry, as Colin McGrath said, not a luxury, but an absolute necessity. Can I also thank my colleague Claire Sugden for actually acknowledging the issue of dental access and women's unique health challenges. And sometimes I think we gloss over this particular idea, but we are, the Women's Institute did a report on this recently where they actually gave evidence that said that women not only they have unique oral health challenges and have poorer oral health in comparison to men over the course of their lifetime. Again, these are the inequalities in access that need to be cleared up. So, Minister, in conclusion, we do need work on the cost of service review, and I note that you said that this will be done within this financial year. I think that dentists in particular would quite like to understand how the metrics will be applied to the allocation of the 2.5 million, which we acknowledge that you have allocated for the increase in national insurance. And we do acknowledge all of the other schemes that you talked about, the Happy Smile scheme, but they are bits and pieces, and we need the overall strategy to improve dental health.
Thank you, Diane. Donny Donnelly to wind on the motion, and did advise you, Donny, you've got 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. And thanks to everybody for their contributions today. It was very striking that the contributions from across the Chamber are very similar. So there does seem to be a wide unanimity across the Chamber of experiences across Northern Ireland. Thanks particularly to the DUP members for their amendment, which we will be supporting today. Let's be honest, we're back here again, another day, another crisis, and this time it's dental care, but the pattern is painfully familiar. Services are collapsing, professionals at breaking point, and a public left wondering where it ends. Once again, we'll hear the familiar lines of "this is a priority," "you know my record," "we're engaging." It's the kind of response we've seen rolled out time and time again, almost as if it's ready and waiting for every crisis to be brought to this chamber. If words alone could fill cavities, the people of Northern Ireland would have the healthiest teeth in Europe. The truth, we have a minister who can talk the talk, he can recite the stats, express sympathy and even promise reform, but sympathy doesn't get you a dental appointment. Strategy announcements don't pay the bills of dental practices going under. Good intentions don't bridge the funding gap that leaves NHS dental services financially unviable. Believe me, I don't underestimate how difficult the minister's job is, and I'm not pretending that reform is simple. But someone has to step up and drive that change. And if the answer is there's not enough money, fine. What is the plan? Do we keep pouring limited funds into a failing system and call it effort? Or do we finally commit to meaningful, lasting reform that actually delivers for people who are depending on it? This isn't abstract policy talk. It's about people across Northern Ireland that we've heard a lot of today, trying to get on with their lives while dealing with pain that could and should have been treated. It's about missed school, missed work, avoidable complications. It's not just a dental issue anymore, it's a system-wide failure that's hitting people where it hurts and reminding them that help isn't guaranteed when they need it. The numbers are shocking. 192,780 fewer patients registered with a dentist as of January this year. In 2024 alone, almost 41,000 NHS patients were removed from dental lists. Since the peak of Q1 in 23-24, we've lost more than 177,000 people from the NHS dental rolls, a 13% drop in 18 months. For adult males, registrations were down by nearly 94,000. For women, nearly 99,000. And these aren't just numbers, they're people, families, pain and pressure on the health system that is now absorbing in other ways. It would be an omission if I did not highlight that this decline in access to service has been going on for years, including those years when this place was prevented from working by one political party or another, thus preventing a minister from being able to address it. There will be years of negative effects of this growing lack of access. Dentists have been explaining to us for years why this is happening, that the fees that they are paid no longer cover the cost of care, that they're subsidising the NHS out of their own pockets, that more and more are having to transfer to private practice to meet ends meet, and this is affecting patients. In fact, GDC data shows that Northern Ireland has seen the largest shift away from NHS dentistry of all the Celtic nations in the UK. And of the 364 dental practices here, only 29 have signed up to the Dental Access Scheme, less than 10%. And that speaks volumes about confidence in that system. And here's the worst part. We know prevention works. Every pound invested in dental care saves the system multiples down the line in reduced pressure on the NHS, A&E, GPs, fewer emergency admissions, fewer antibiotic prescriptions, fewer complications. This isn't a moral obligation, it's economic sense. So what do we need? We need a new oral health strategy, modern, resourced and honest. We need a cost of service review, published and acted upon. And we need the Minister to show that he can do more than say just the right things, but he can do them. Because right now, and you'll have to excuse me if I'm not convinced by the words, I don't think the people of Northern Ireland are either. They're tired. Tired of excuses, tired of crisis without resolution, tired of those in power who say we'll feel your pain while causing more. I'll now just go through a couple of the comments that people have made during the debate. My colleague Paula Bradshaw highlighted that this is another example of the two-tier health system in Northern Ireland, and the inability to access health service dentistry is a glaring issue of inequality. Again, something the Minister has highlighted as a priority of his. Alan Robinson, in proposing the amendment, said that there were additions to the call to address the regional inequalities, and that's something we'll be supporting, Alan. Alan very eloquently highlighted the difficulties that people had on accessing NHS dental care, and that a number of dentists have handed back their contracts. Philip McGuigan, Chair of the Health Committee, highlighted that dental care is not a luxury, it's a necessity. Having the right to free dental care has no meaning when you cannot access it. And I thought that was a very pertinent statement. Private healthcare is becoming more and more common across Northern Ireland, and nowhere is it more stark than in dentistry. Alan Chambers pointed out that he is very well aware that it has become more difficult for people to access NHS dentistry over the last few years. Colin McGrath said that dentists are losing money every time they deliver treatment, highlighting his own experience with tooth decay, and I hope that's resolved, Colin. Orlia Flynn, she said that this has come up time and time again, and the BDA have been warning of this for years, have been warning of this collapse for years, and she gave an example of a constituent who had to take up private dental plan to remain a patient. Deborah Erskine highlighted the impact on constituents in rural areas and made a very strong point about people in those areas having to travel long distances in order to access treatment. She also highlighted the links to heart disease, diabetes and complications in pregnancy, which I thought were very serious. Timothy Gaston gave an example of a mother having to register her child miles away. He also called for a fixed funding model and to rebuild the workforce. And as usual, he mentioned immigrants, which have very little bearing on this debate. Jerry Carroll noted the spread of dental deserts, which cited stats about the effects of the inability to access timely dental care, including people carrying out their own dental work, which is a shocking thing, I think, for any of us to hear. He also called for NHS dentistry to be brought into public ownership. Claire Sugden said that waiting for care isn't just inconvenient, it's clinically dangerous, and again highlighted the impacts on pregnant women not having access to dental care in particular. She also said that long delays in treatment from BSO are impacting cash flow in dentists, and again that's something that we have heard previously. And that she has stated that she has spoken to dentists, many of whom have low morale and are burned out, and certainly that's something that we're hearing as well. Mike Nesbitt, in his response to the debate, mentioned that he had met the BDA in February, and this is welcome, so it is good to hear that there is ongoing negotiations around this. He also mentioned recent investment in the budget, but stated that investment is not a panacea. It's not a panacea, but certainly, Minister, it is required to sustain these services. The Minister did suggest that dentists were deciding to treat more private patients than health service patients. Now, certainly that's in conflict with what we're hearing, where dentists have no choice but to do that to keep their practices financially sustainable. And again, the Minister announced that the GDS cost of service review will be completed within this financial year, I think was what the Minister had said, which means by April next year. And this will provide an evidence base for funding of the service. I would hope that it would be done as soon as possible. He also said that we are moving towards a more preventable form of healthcare is his plan, but that certainly is not where most people see this service at the minute. Diane Dodds, in winding her amendment, she noted the escalating numbers of people that were being removed from dental lists, and certainly that is very worrying, particularly in terms of the numbers of children that she mentioned, particularly in areas of deprivation, and the number, 49% of people registered in Fermanagh and Omagh registered with dentists is a shocking figure, and I think we can all agree that. Mr. Speaker, we were elected to lead. We need to start doing that for our constituents and for our health service, and for the principle that access to care, including timely dental care, should never be a privilege in this society. So I thank the Minister, or the MLAs, for all your contributions today, and I hope the Minister will take them on board. Thank you.
Thank you, Danny. So the question is that the amendment standing in the names of Diane Dodds and Alan Robinson be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary of any noes? The ayes have it. So the next question is that the motion as amended be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary of any noes? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Members, we take your ease. Do we change personnel to the top table?
Members, order members, the next item on the order paper is a motion on additional funding for north-south bodies. I will ask the clerk to read the motion.
That this Assembly recognises the significant strain placed on public finances as a result of 14 years of austerity cuts by the British Government, expresses deep concern that the current British Government is continuing their predecessors' austerity agenda, as evidenced by the cuts to winter fuel payments and planned cuts to welfare payments, welcomes the willingness of the Irish Government to increase its funding allocation for the 6 north-south bodies, including Waterways Ireland, the Lochs Agency, the Special European Union Programmes Body, Intertrade Ireland, Forest na Gaeilge and the Ulster Scots Agency, notes that such additional funding at no cost to the Executive would help deliver better outcomes in terms of environmental conservation, language and cultural rights, food quality and safety, and investment and job creation, believes that the rejection of this additional funding is nonsensical, particularly at a time when public finances are stretched and when additional money could make a real difference, and calls on all ministers to agree the new funding model to allow additional funding to help deliver and sustain services.
Thank you, and I call Deputy Kearney to move the motion.
Moved.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. As an amendment has been selected and is published on the Marshal's list, the Business Committee has agreed that 15 minutes will be added to the total time for the debate. Mr Kearney, please open the debate on the motion.
It almost beggars belief that a party in our power-sharing coalition should have to be urged to reconsider its opposition to accepting additional funding which would support the promotion of cooperation in food safety, environmental management, trade and business development, peace and reconciliation, tourism and the promotion of language and culture. The DUP's opposition is even more absurd when we know that acceptance of such funding for this vital work from the Irish Government would actually come without the requirement for reciprocal funding from this Executive. But that is the ridiculous situation which this motion before the Assembly this afternoon has to address. The DUP's obstruction on this matter is totally inexplicable. In the present context of unprecedented pressures on public finances, it defies belief that any party would block additional financial investment into north-south bodies which provide employment and services in this region. The fact is that Tory and now continued Labour austerity and chronic underfunding of the North by the British Treasury has cut the lining out of our public services. Alongside an ongoing cost of living crisis, the repercussions are impacting across society, especially for the most vulnerable and disadvantaged in our community. The facts should not have to be rehearsed, Elias Concordia, but our health services is in systemic crisis, with the worst waiting lists on record. And working families can't pay their bills. There's no surprise that this or any British government will find billions of pounds to invest in its own military and industrial complex, or to fund weapons of mass destruction used to arm the Israeli murder machine in Gaza and the West Bank, while systematically undermining public services and then causing increased hardship for workers and families here in the North. Because English politicians don't care about any of the people who live here. And these are the circumstances within which the DUP chooses to block potential additional funding from the Irish Government for our north-south bodies. The ongoing research from Strand 2 at 25, a project supported by Peace Plus, records that north-south implementation bodies have made a significant contribution to daily life across the island during the last 25 years, delivering better outcomes in the economy, for health, environment and culture. Intertrade Ireland has played a vital role in identifying opportunities for collaboration, innovation and investment throughout the island. Cross-border trade, now in the region of a record €15 billion, is evidence of its work. It has promoted economic growth, which promotes and improves the everyday lives of workers and families all over the island, and particularly in our cross-border communities. Tourism Ireland is central to promoting the island all around the world, attracting up to €6.4 billion into the Irish economy, with 8 million visitors, up to 25% of whom travel north. All of the north-south bodies, including Waterways Ireland, the Food Safety Promotion Board, Intertrade Ireland, Tourism Ireland, the Special European Programmes Board, Forest na Gaeilge and the Board of Ulster Scotch, have had a positive impact in terms of improving lives. Increased funding for these bodies can only bring more innovation and investment, better food standards and environmental initiatives, improved promotion of our Indigenous languages and increased tourism. So, Elias Concordia, I pose the question, what is going on? Is this a case of DUP economic illiteracy? Or is this intended to be an act of financial self-harm upon an already cash-strapped executive within which the DUP has 3 full ministries? Or has a decision been taken by our DUP colleagues to simply cut their noses off to spite their faces? Because, of course, DUP supporters will be adversely affected by the consequences flowing from this party's decision. Or, Elias Concordia, is this maybe some type of a bizarre plan cooked up by the DUP leadership outside of this place to undermine the North-South implementation bodies and, by extension, Strand 2 of the Good Friday Agreement? Now, perhaps it's none of these things at all, but maybe we will find out today what is really going on. I hope we will be enlightened. But this much is sure. The DUP's blocking of additional North-South funding in the executive is wrong-headed, it's foolish, and it's absolutely indefensible. And the DUP, Elias Concordia, really should wise up.
Thank you. I call Sinead McLaughlin to move the amendment.
Moved.
Thank you. You will have 10 minutes to propose and 5 minutes to wind on the amendment. All other speakers will have 5 minutes. Please open the debate on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak in support of the premise of this motion, but not without serious reservations about those who are bringing it forward. Because let's be honest, if you're reading this motion in isolation, you might reasonably conclude that Sinn Féin is a party of opposition, not the largest party in this executive, holding the most powerful ministries in the devolved institutions. The text of the motion is so detached, so vague, so hollow of real proposals that it reads like a grievance from a powerless backbencher, not from the leadership of a dysfunctional government. This kind of behaviour has become all too familiar in this chamber. We've seen it before with the DUP, walking out of executive meetings only to reappear with a motion condemning the very crisis that they collectively are responsible for. It is deeply frustrating and frankly shameful that Sinn Féin are now following the same pattern, bringing forward a motion full of noise but devoid of responsibility, as if they had no say in the decisions being made at the executive table. The truth is, you cannot abdicate your duty to government only to pop in here with a gesture motion pretending you're on the sidelines. Mr Deputy Speaker, I welcome the motion's focus on all-island funding. That is something I and my party have long advocated for. And as a representative of the North West, I have seen firsthand the real benefits of this kind of cooperation. The expansion of McGee campus in Derry, long delayed, still unfinished, but moving forward, would not have happened without financial support and political will from the Irish government. The A5 road upgrade, a life-saving project that has languished for years, would not have made it this far without funding and encouragement from Dublin, albeit still too progressed, and lives are still being lost. These investments are not just symbolic, they are transformational. They will deliver economic and social benefits for all generations. And in the case of the A5, they will save lives. That is the power of cross-border cooperation, real, meaningful and grounded in need. The Taoiseach recently made it clear that North-South partnerships is essential for our shared economic future. Referencing the ESRI's Sharing the Island report, he highlighted that we must work together to attract foreign direct investment. He pointed out the enormous potential of border counties to become hubs for very significant economic growth, but only if we act together. That is an opportunity. One this executive should be moving heaven and earth to secure. And yet, what have been the purpose of this place? Division, delay, dysfunction, and this motion, a wee bit of deflection. The Irish Government has offered increased funding to the 6 North-South bodies at no cost to this executive. Instead of grabbing that offer with both hands, we've heard the Deputy First Minister say that unless the contributions are strictly balanced, the deal can't proceed. What kind of short-sighted, bean-counting mindset is that? Surely what matters most is the outcome. Better services, better infrastructure, better jobs for our people. Mr Deputy Speaker, while austerity has undoubtedly wreaked havoc across our economy and society, we cannot continue to fall into the trap of blaming every problem on Westminster while taking absolutely no responsibility for our own failures. Yes, austerity is a political choice. So is passivity. So is indecision. We have devolution. We have the tools to lead. What we lack is ambition, urgency and courage. Sinn Féin currently holds 3 of the most important ministries in this executive: finance, economy and infrastructure. If they truly believe this region has been shortchanged, then why are they not demanding the devolution of tax and spending powers with the full force of government? Where is the campaign led by the Finance Minister to secure fiscal powers so that we can invest in our public services properly? Why hasn't that been prioritised? I am really tired of hearing about how things are someone else's fault. We are more than a year into this executive, and yet the problems feel exactly the same. In fact, in many cases, they're getting worse, because the governing mindset hasn't changed. Let's take a sober look at the facts. Our public services are on their knees. Our National Health Service is under unbearable strain. Our education system is stretched to breaking point. Our voluntary and community sectors are hanging by a thread. And all of this is happening while the Executive's own well-being dashboard shows 14 out of 51 key indicators moving in the right direction. This is a damning indictment of the Executive's failure to govern with purpose. And behind those statistics are real people. People who are watching their income stagnate whilst prices soars. People who have had their winter fuel payments slashed. People with disabilities that are being told they must accept less support because that is the price of political choices in London. But what about here? What choices are we making? We can't pretend that additional funding from Dublin, welcome though it may be, will paper over the deep cracks in how this place is run. We need reform, serious, systematic reform. Reform that ends the cycle of political walkouts and suspended devolution. In 2017, it was Sinn Féin. In 2022, it was the DUP. Every time a party throws in the towel, our health system suffers, our schools suffers, our economy suffers, our people suffer. And when we do have devolved government, we are trapped in a model of siloed departments that rarely collaborate, even in a crisis. Just last week, former First Minister Arlene Foster told the COVID inquiry she did not believe test, trace and isolate was a cross-cutting issue. That speaks volumes. That is just not a one-off. It is the mindset that infects decision-making in this place and right across the Executive. Childcare siloed, climate change fragmented, regional balance actually probably ignored. We must build a system that promotes shared outcome, not turf wars. Mr Deputy Speaker, let me end with this. The offer of additional North-South funding is not a threat to anyone. It is an opportunity, an invitation to build partnerships based on need, not tribal balance sheets. It's time to stop viewing cooperation through the lens of us versus them, because this is not about green or orange. It's about delivering public services. It's about tackling poverty. It's about building an economy that gives hope to young people in Derry as much as it does in Dublin or Drogheda. Let's stop wasting time on vacuous motions. Let's get serious about reform. Let's act like an Executive that wants to government, not a collection of parties trying to outgrieve each other. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Diane Forsyth.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And at the outset, I acknowledge the good work of the North-South bodies across a number of fields. And in my constituency of South Down, I've seen firsthand the delivery of really important projects and schemes by the SEUPB and Intertrade Ireland. And as Sunday past was Ulster Scots Day, it would be remiss of me not to mention here in this House the Ulster Scots Agency, as we mark 3 years since the Ulster Scots community was officially recognised as a national minority of the United Kingdom. Mr Deputy Speaker, the parties opposite are being disingenuous when they try to frame this debate as unionists blocking Irish language funding. They gloss over the very fact that the Communities Minister recently enabled the provision of additional funding of £547,000 to Forest na Gaeilge by the Irish Government and allocated a further £103,500 to the Ulster Scots Agency as part of a one-off adjustment to the current funding provisions. There are no plans to reduce funding in 2025. North-South cooperation under the auspices of the North-South Ministerial Council and its 6 implementation bodies is predicated on cross-community consent and the safeguards put in place by the Belfast Agreement to ensure that proper lines of accountability exist to the Strand 1 institutions, namely the Assembly. And the ratio of funding for each of the bodies was conceived on the basis of the assessed benefit to each jurisdiction of the activities of each agency. Opening the door for autonomous funding allocations by departments north or south would represent a departure from that assumption and could in theory see either government bringing to bear an undue influence on activities outside their jurisdiction. This again engages concerns amongst unionists about what it would mean for Northern Ireland's constitutional position. Moving to the SDLP amendment, Mr Deputy Speaker, and notwithstanding our overriding objection to this motion, it's baffling that the SDLP amendment actually removes the line in the original motion criticising the cuts to winter fuel payments and welfare changes, and I wonder why this is. The opposition's calls for more fiscal devolution and a cross-border development strategy have been well rehearsed in this chamber over recent months, and our position is unchanged. There's already provision through Intertrade Ireland to promote mutually beneficial economic opportunities for businesses in Northern Ireland and the Republic of Ireland. Why do we need another development strategy? Is this really about the SDLP wanting to hand Dublin more influence in how the devolved government in Northern Ireland tackles the social and economic challenges that our society faces? Do they not recognise the immense benefits of being part of the United Kingdom typified by the Londonderry and Strabane City Region deal? We fully support the call in the amendment for a new funding model, and the Wholesome Review Commission by the Department for Finance provides a platform to renew that debate and discussions with Treasury. However, the fixation on devolving further fiscal powers, with all of the complexity that that entails, at a time when the fiscal deficit between Northern Ireland and the rest of the UK has been widening, is one that we continue to have deep reservations about. Moreover, if that discussion is to be taken forward, the primary objective when doing so would be the transformation of our core public services in Northern Ireland, not to boost the coffers of north-south bodies or quangos. More fiscal devolution, just like the removal of the current checks and balances on the funding the north-south bodies, would inevitably add a new dimension of volatility to the Executive's budget and relations between ministers. That is not something that we are willing to countenance, and I repeat the point that the parties opposite are being disingenuous in their framing of this debate. The opposition stand and oppose everything, yet offer up very little, whereas the DUP have long led the campaign to secure a fairer funding model for us here in Northern Ireland. And let us not forget that our United Kingdom government provide over £18 billion in block grant funding here to Northern Ireland.
David Honeyford.
Deputy Speaker, it's depressing to listen to what's been said. We come to this point where our public services are under severe strain. We've had 14 years of Tory government austerity cuts to our finances, and now we have a Labour government who seem to be continuing on that austerity agenda. We had a health service at breaking point with a housing crisis building, mainly because people can't connect to wastewater infrastructure, which is literally stopping houses being built. That wastewater infrastructure, lack of planning reform, is also a major barrier to economic growth. And we're at a critical point in this Assembly that we need to actually act decisively and secure funding to help protect and to grow key services. So Alliance welcomes the Irish Government's commitment to increase funding for those 6 north-south bodies. We've been presented with an opportunity to fund key services like Intertrade Ireland to help grow our economy and to create jobs and to grow exports. Without the burden being placed on local budgets, yet we've just heard a party, the DUP in this chamber, wanting to reject that, and I've just listened to what's been said, and it simply sounds like a trap of fear. Living in a territorial battle of a day gone past where it's all about land. For anyone watching, I want to stress, failing to support this is indefensible. The excuse not to support has no basis on any reality. The benefits of additional funding to north-south bodies, we're talking about supporting waterways. We're talking about the Lochs Agency to protect our natural resources and to promote sustainable tourism. We're talking about Cultural and Language Act, strengthening programmes for Forth na Gaeilge and Ulster Scots to preserve and promote diverse cultural heritage. We're talking about economic growth, creating investment through Intertrade Ireland and through the special EU programmes to drive job creations, to innovate and to grow further our cross-border trade. Everybody and every expert will tell you that cross-border trade is vital to actually taking our companies into Europe and increasing our export rates. But the argument to reject this funding is just indefensible, but especially at a time when we have strained public finances. And all of the outcomes that I've just mentioned are priorities of this Assembly. Yet we have a mindset of fear that just, I just don't get. It's like we'd rather have nothing than accept a closer relationship or investment from the South. To further prevent sharing this place, prevent growth, just keep our people down. It's just, I said at the start, it's beyond depressing. It's a frightening mindset to reject support that will not only help alleviate pressures on budgets, but also actually help deliver measurable benefits for our constituents. In doing so, the DUP, you're actually undermining this Assembly's credibility. The commitment to pragmatic and practical solutions to actually deliver things that are better for ordinary people. Further proof that the cry at the election time of Make Northern Ireland Work is nothing more than an ironic slogan. It's false advertising. It bears no truth in reality. This Assembly should be acting now to secure this funding, to translate it into real-world improvements for our environment, for our economy, and for our cultural heritage. And Alliance will always champion pragmatic, inclusive solutions that prioritise the needs of everybody here. By embracing this Assembly, we can demonstrate leadership and deliver meaningful change for people here. But we're committed to building a shared and prosperous society that's sustainable. A fundamental value is working to share this island. Working together to deliver better for people. We're not interested in territorial battles, and it's depressing to hear this argument or this debate being brought to that, arguing over land. Alliance is focused on people, uniting people and working to bring better for everybody here. A shared future that we will see true reconciliation between all of the people that live in this place. And that's laid out before us in this. We're happy to support, and we support the amendment. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Arranged to meet at 1 p.m. today. I propose, therefore, by leave of the Assembly, to suspend the sitting until 2 p.m. This debate will continue following the urgent oral question, when the first member to be called will be Steve Aiken. The sitting is by leave suspended.
Assembly Chamber. Sound. 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 Assembly.
Sitting is resumed. It's time for questions to the Executive Office. I call Joanne Bunting.
Mr. Speaker, before I call my question, from the banners on your door, I would indicate congratulations are in order. Happy birthday to you. And question 1, please.
And can I also concur, Brahla Hunadich, Concordia, on your special birthday? Do you want to tell us what age you are today? Okay, well, our focus on delivering meaningful and impactful strategies that will result in delivery across the community and sectors in need. In developing and delivering on our strategies, our work aligns with best practice, including co-design and co-production. The focus in the programme for government has reform and transformation of public services at the core of its work, with a new delivery unit at the heart of ensuring that executives' priorities get the focus needed to bring about lasting change and improvement. We have in place an Office of AI and Digital, which will embrace new technologies and also help us to improve efficiency and effectiveness. A tangible even example of this is in the delivering of the End Violence Against Women and Girls strategic framework, and that work in which our officials work collaboratively with all departments and stakeholders to understand the issues, where there are gaps in provision, and then, most importantly, how we can improve the experiences of women and girls. We're going to continue to work closely with the Department of Justice and Health in terms of aligning our work with that of the domestic and sexual abuse strategy, and work with key partners such as the PSNI and councils to deliver more effectively and efficiently, ensuring that there is no risk of duplication. The collaborative and coordinated approach across departments and within the executive, with a priority accorded to innovation and reform in delivery, will continue to ensure that strategies are delivered in a focused and meaningful way.
Ms Bunting.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The EPOC team did a piece of work that showed that the number of strategies, for example, relating to paramilitarism, was something like 89, and that didn't cover all of the departments, nor is there a centrally held list of strategies. A recent report to the Justice Committee indicated that elements of one strategy took so long to implement that, due to lack of resources and failure to agree who was the lead department, that it was completely superseded by other strategies. Given the extreme budgetary pressures faced by Northern Ireland, could I ask the First Minister what can be done by her department to make government more cohesive, reduce duplication, and to have departments pulling in the same direction and thus getting a bigger bang for the taxpayer buck?
Minister.
Well, just to say, I concur with you that we need to ensure that we do everything efficiently and that we do align where we can and that we break down the silo mentality that's always existed. In terms of across all the departments, there are some really good examples of how to do that, and there are obviously lessons to be learned as well. I do think that we've made a good start in terms of having a programme for government going to be aligned hopefully with a 3-year budget. I think that the priorities that have been identified in the programme for government will also allow us to be more strategic and aligned. And I think that in addition to that, you have the introduction of AI and digital, and I think that we have an opportunity there to do things more efficiently and better there, and perhaps that will be an opportunity for us to look at all the different strategies that we have to make sure that they're fit for purpose. Every department will have their own strategies for different reasons, but you've cited an example yourself of perhaps where there are numerous strategies, and I think that there's always an obligation in each department to ensure that they're fit for purpose and they do what it says on the tin. So I think that I'm certainly happy to take away actually the general point you make to see is there any opportunity, particularly with digital and transformation, is there any opportunity for us to look at the number of strategies that we have across all of the executive departments?
Carl McCillian.
Again, I'd like to welcome or wish a happy birthday. In response to Joanne Bunting's question, First Minister, and she mentioned and you responded in terms of the ongoing strategies. One of the long-term commitments by the Executive goes back to 2010, and that's about the building of Casement Park. Can you advise if the funding for this and indeed other projects was raised at your meeting with the British Prime Minister Keir Starmer?
Yeah, thank you for that. And yes, we had a wide-ranging discussion with Keir Starmer on Friday. Both the Deputy First Minister and myself raised the funding issue more generally in terms of the need for proper funded public services. We made a case very strongly, as we do on each occasion. I also did raise the issue of Casement Park once again and the need for this to be delivered upon, the fact that it is a flagship project of the Executive and one of the stadiums that's still to be built. We look forward to the comprehensive spending review, and I hope that at that occasion we will see the commitment that's been made by the British Government delivered upon, so that we can get on with finally building Casement Park and ensuring that it brings all the benefits that it will do to the wider community in West Belfast, but also to GAA and sport more generally. And I think that this is something that we're going to continue. I'm certainly going to continue to prioritise in terms of all of my engagements. I can also say that I raised the issue with the Irish Government last week also.
Thank you. Kelly Armstrong.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I'll join with others in wishing you a very happy birthday, and thank you very much to the First Minister for her answers so far. Minister, given the fact that the strategies are cross-cutting in nature, what role can the Executive Office provide to ensure that appropriate development and resourcing of strategies, for example like the anti-poverty strategy or the LGBTQIA strategy, is being carried out across all departments?
I think that we have a role now with the TEO delivery unit. I think that could be a focus in terms of how we might align a lot of these strategies and actually ensure that the group that we've established, that they will actually look at everything in the round. I mean, all these strategies that come forward, you only have to look at the violence against women and girls strategy or the domestic sexual abuse strategy. All those things are cross-cutting by nature, and a lot of them are a result of collaboration across departments and ministers. Can we continue to do better and improve and be more efficient in those things? Yes, I think we always have room for improvement, but I do think we've got the right building blocks now. I think we've got a programme for government with 9 executive priorities. We've got a delivery unit established. We're going to look at digital and AI and the role of all of that. The first time in a long many a year, we're going to have a 3-year budget. so it allows better planning into the future. So I think those building blocks are the right building blocks in which we can actually do and improve how we actually deliver things together. We want to weed out duplication where it occurs, and we want to really, I suppose, complement each other across departments in terms of the work that we're doing. So I think that there are opportunities for us to do better into the future.
Alan Chambers.
Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
With your permission, Mr. Speaker, Junior Minister Riley will take this question.
We have set realistic targets and timelines for delivery against all of the 9 priorities within the programme for government. We have already seen real progress. From March 25, over 15,000 children were registered for the childcare subsidy scheme, and when combined with tax-free childcare, it is estimated that these working families will have saved nearly 17 million over this period. The scheme will be extended to include school-aged children, which will benefit families further. These targets will be monitored on a frequent basis by officials within the department, including the newly established delivery unit, the scientific unit and the AI unit. We'll also collaborate across all of the other departments to make sure the progress is being made against the priorities. A programme for government subcommittee of the Civil Service Board has also been formed, which will drive forward delivery through a single point that will have a strategic focus, as well as scrutinising, supporting and monitoring and ensuring good governance. We also have a wellbeing dashboard that tracks long-term wellbeing at a population level, and this will be updated continuously as and when the new data becomes available. We'll also be keeping track of delivery and publishing an annual delivery report, and this will also allow us to consider whether projects and programmes are being delivered on time and within budget, and what more we need to do or what we can do differently for projects to be as effective and as efficient.
Mr. Chambers.
I recently submitted a question to your office regarding your assessment of a part of the programme for government. The question was rejected, and I was advised to address my query to the particular minister who had written the part of the programme I was referencing. Is that the policy of your office in regard to questions about the content of the programme for government, and is there a danger that that could lead to silo mentality?
Well, I actually haven't seen the question you have submitted, but you know, I'm happy to take that back and look at it.
William Murphy.
I'd like to thank the Junior Minister for her answer. Would she agree with me that the PFG represents a vital commitment by the Executive to collaborate in enhancing the lives of all those we represent?
Yeah, yes, I do. I do agree with that. The programme for government reflects the shared ambitions of this executive. It's been designed to make things better for people in areas like health and tackling waiting lists, our environment, growing a globally competitive economy, providing more social, affordable and sustainable housing, building safer communities, ending violence against women and girls, and so much more. This will require a sustained whole-of-government commitment if we are to deliver the real and positive difference in the lives of people, families and communities. There will, of course, be tough financial challenges, as simply put, we don't have the level of public finances that is required. Our shared focus is to make a real difference in improving people's lives, and that's why our commitment is to maximise on delivery. And for my part, I will continue to deliver the positive change that people want to see on the issues that matter most to them and their families.
Paula Bradshaw.
Chair and others to wish you a very happy birthday. Junior Minister, you mentioned in your original answer there around this annual report on delivery. Given we've less than 2 years left of this mandate, do you not feel that that is too long a period between these reports being published? And also, if you could speak to how the targets could be potentially amended where it's seen that they're not actually delivering for the constituents. Thank you.
Minister.
Yeah, well, I think it's right that coming up to the annual, well, I think, you know, February will be a year of the programme for government, and as I said, we will publish an annual report on that, because the programme for government, it needs to be reviewed yearly, and that will give us the opportunity to make updates in line with, for example, budget decisions. It will be monitored on a more regular basis than that in order to measure progress against our priorities, and the wellbeing framework will be updated throughout the year as and when the data becomes available.
Jan Forsyth. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, and I didn't get a chance to earlier on, but I can add the opposition's good wishes to you on your birthday. I know the opposition, unlike one of the executive MLAs, would not dream of naming the number, but happy birthday to you in any case. Junior Minister, can I ask, it's been said that the PFG is a critical delivery tool for the programme for people's priorities, but can I ask then why the budget, which we voted on last week, commits only 2% of the entire executive budget to PFG priorities?
Listen, I think we're all under no illusions that the executive is working within incredibly tight financial constraints. Communities are feeling that pressure every single day, and so is our public services. But that doesn't mean that we sit back and that we do nothing. If anything, it makes the need for joined-up collective action even more urgent. The programme for government gives us a clear plan to deliver on real change, and we all have to have a part to play in that, right across departments, all ministers, and most importantly, the people on the ground who know where the gaps are and how we can best close them.
Mr. Speaker, following the Supreme Court judgment on the definition of a woman, does the Executive Office now have an agreed position, and what impact will this have on the Ending Violence Against Women and Girls strategy?
Minister.
I think just on a general point that this issue has to be approached with compassion, understanding and dignity. We will await the guidance of the Equality Commission in light of its consideration when it comes out later on this month. But I think regardless of how people define themselves, every single person deserves the same love, equality, respect and compassion that we claim to strive for on behalf of everyone. And I want an inclusive society based on equal rights and opportunity for all of our citizens. And I want people in this chamber and beyond to remember that we're talking about people here. We're talking about human beings. These are our brothers, our sisters, our family members and our friends. So please remember that, because your language is so important.
Jerry Carl.
So as you stated, the end of violence against women and girls was a priority in the programme for government. Can you detail, beyond the local change fund being rolled out through councils, what dedicated funding exists for families and women in emergency situations seeking to get out of those dangerous situations?
Minister.
I think just from the outset, in terms of the actual detail of all the groups, I'm happy to get that for you, but I will say that the groups and the organisations on the ground who are working with women fleeing domestic violence, and particularly in violence against women and girls, should be commended, and they do stellar work. But I'm happy to come back to you with a list of those groups and the funding that they're receiving.
Now the real Diane Forsyth.
Please, Mr. Speaker.
Bodies, including non-departmental public bodies, are established to deliver public services, to provide expert advice or to regulate sectors at arm's length from ministers. Whilst they operate with a degree of independence from government departments, they are obviously accountable to them. Those which currently fall under the remit of the Executive Office align with the TEO strategic priorities. Departments have been conducting their own reviews of arm's length bodies in line with the New Decade New Approach commitment and their existing sponsorship and governance requirements. The findings of those departmental reviews will inform next steps, and the introduction of a public bodies bill to facilitate departments making any legislative changes will be dependent upon the completion of the departmental reviews of the arm's length bodies and the decision of the Executive to an agreed approach. The timing of any such legislation will obviously be subject to prioritisation by the Executive.
Ms. Forsyth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and again wish you a happy birthday. I thank the First Minister for her answer today, and I look forward to hearing the response from the different departments following their review. But with over 120 arms length bodies and quangos across Northern Ireland Public Services, we see a lot of costs of back office functions, running boards, duplication of finances, requirements for individual accounts and audit services. Would the Minister have any idea of what the cost of that is within her own department?
Minister.
Thank you. And you've referenced a number of departments or bodies that we have under our own. There are 12 actually under TEO, some of which we actually have reviewed. COSICA, Commissioner, SIB actually recently had a review, and we're working our way through that also. And there's a number of bodies actually under our own remit. For example, Historical Institutional Abuse Board, which was established to ensure the payments were made to victims and survivors, and that will obviously come to an end sometime soon. So that will, once all the payments are fully disclosed, then that will obviously come to an end. And then you have the Victims Payment Board again, open until August 26th, and then that will start to see a wind down. So there are a number of bodies even within our own remit that are there that will actually change. But I think we're going to have to come back to this whenever all departments have reviewed their arm's length bodies. And I suppose the one thing that I would say is that, given the unique political context here, I think that maintaining independent oversight bodies is vital, I think, at times for public trust. So there are different reasons as to why you'll have different bodies, but I think there's a good piece of work underway now in terms of reviewing all of this.
I thank the Minister for her answer. Does the First Minister agree with me that it is essential for public confidence that all departments, arm-length bodies and non-departmental public bodies live within their budget, and where this is not the case, that action must be taken?
First Minister.
Yeah, thank you for that question, and I suppose, yes, I do, to state the obvious, but I think that after more than a decade of Tory austerity that's being followed through by a Labour government, I think has caused such huge challenges to our public finances, the detriment that we see every day across our health system, education and all other public bodies. But that's why we've been working to try to get our finances back onto a stable footing, but also why we must protect the public funds that we have, ensure that they're used to the best effect that we have. And the reality is that where that doesn't happen in our non-departmental public bodies, then ministers will have to take action. And I welcome the fact that the Infrastructure Minister, Liz Kimmins, actually has engaged forensic accountancy services to investigate, for example, reasons why NI Water has been unable to live within its resource allocation for this year, because it's important that we get to the bottom of these things. It's important that everybody is efficient whenever we're dealing with limited finances, but our objective clearly is always going to be about ultimately having maximum accountability and transparency whenever it comes to public expenditure. And importantly, obviously, that's what the public would expect us to do.
Mr. Speaker, and can I add my good wishes to those expressed to you previously on this day, your birthday. And further to that, can I ask the First Minister that, given that each department is a separate legal entity, free within reason to set up arm's-length bodies and non-departmental bodies as it sees fit, what role did the Executive Office have in implementing any efficiencies in this regard? And if it has none, then is that not another strong case for reform?
Yeah, I think that in terms of the Executive Office role, I mean, you're right, each individual department has its own remit legislatively in terms of setting up different bodies, and in some ways that is important also. But I do think that as an executive as a whole, if we want to look at being efficient and actually transforming how we do things, then we have to look at this in the round. So this will be an executive discussion for a bit further down the line, particularly whenever all departments have conducted their own review. But I think when it comes to any of these bodies, they have to be relevant. There has to be strategic relevance for why you actually would have a body in the first place. You have to avoid duplication, and you have to maximise efficiency. You have to have public confidence and independence, and the point I made earlier around trust. Trust is very, very important, particularly whenever it comes to the performance and accountability of some of these bodies. But the member will be aware we have some of these bodies because of the political context and the fact that we need to engender public trust and oversight for some of this work. But this is something that definitely will be revisiting as an executive.
Speaker, would the First Minister agree with me, and certainly my role as Chair of the All-Party Group on Youth Participation, that regardless of the numbers of these bodies that we have, that there aren't enough young people represented on them? By young people I include those right up to the age, like the Speaker, and around 30, that would be able to give their views on young people's perspectives on these boards to help them be more responsive to the needs of young people.
Thank you, Mr McGrath. First Minister.
One would fear that you're trying to curry favour with the Speaker with that comment. But yes, in general, I do think that more young people coming forward into public life, shaping these bodies, shaping how we design policy is crucially important. And again, my best example that I have is around the end violence against women and girls and the role that young people played in that also. But if we're going to design policies and strategies that actually deliver upon the needs of the public, then they need to be inclusive in itself. That process needs to be inclusive in itself. So in a general point, yes, absolutely, more young people with more ethnic minority backgrounds, more people that actually reflect the society we live in will always lead to better policy and decision making.
Declan Kearney.
There is no agreed position on this issue.
Mr Kearney.
Thank the First Minister for that answer.
I note in your response that there is no agreement within your office on this issue. However, it is the democratically expressed will of this Assembly that voting rights should be extended to citizens across the island to elect the Irish head of state. Do you therefore agree, First Minister, that the extension of voting rights in Irish presidential elections for Irish citizens living here in the North should be taken forward as a matter of priority by this Irish Government?
Yes, I absolutely agree with that, and I thank the member for bringing this very issue to the Assembly Chamber for debate just a short while ago. And I think, the outcome of that debate and the vote that was put in this Assembly Chamber certainly was decisive in terms of the support of the elected members of this chamber in terms of voting in the presidential election, which will happen later this year. This is obviously my personal view on this, but I actually took the time then after that debate to actually write to the Taoiseach to inform him of the fact that this was something that was endorsed here in this Assembly Chamber. And I think that it's time for the Irish Government to certainly correct what has been a deficit in terms of our democratic right to vote in this election. And I think that we encourage and continue to encourage that the Taoiseach moves to rectify what is an anomaly in terms of Irish citizens in the North. The fact that you can stand for election in the North but you can't vote in that election, I don't think that's a tenable or credible argument. It's 12 years beyond now the Constitutional Convention that was held when participants at that convention overwhelmingly endorsed the extension of this franchise, and it's my view, and now the majority view in this House, that this is something that needs to be endorsed in terms of the extension to citizens who live here in the North.
Philip Brett.
The First Minister may have seen polling published today in the Belfast Telegraph that asked for the priorities of nationalist voters in relation to the work of the Assembly and the Executive. Not a single person mentioned the issue of presidential voting rights. Does the First Minister agree that the Irish Government, with their rejection of this proposal, are more in tune with the electorate of Northern Ireland than you are as First Minister?
Sir.
I'm afraid that the member is ignoring the reality that we had this very debate in this chamber, and the majority of the elected members of this chamber actually voted to call on the Irish Government to ensure that we do have voting rights when it comes to the presidential election. The President of Ireland, which includes us citizens who live in the North.
Mr. Speaker, and I'll join with others in wishing you a very happy birthday. I'm sure there's nowhere you'd rather be. The question for the First Minister. Voting rights for Irish presidential elections is a matter for implementation by the Government of Ireland, not this Assembly. But can the First Minister confirm that, as a matter of fact, the motion passed by the Convention was for voting rights for all Irish citizens, with no specific requirement for them to be resident on the island of Ireland, and that it is this which brings it into line with common practice in the EU and elsewhere?
Minister.
Yes, the member's right. That was what the Convention considered. I was just referencing in terms of what we had voted on in this chamber, but yes, you're absolutely right. It is about all Irish citizens being able to vote for their uachtaráin.
Justin McNulty.
Mayor with Cloncorla La Breha Honna Ditch. That's happy birthday to you. Question a Coig.
First Minister.
We have consistently raised this issue during our engagement with all levels of the British and Irish governments, and this afternoon we'll also go on to meet with the Minister for Communities for further discussions following his recent engagement with the Secretary of State and the GAA.
Mr. McNulty.
First Minister, Casement Park, which you said will be built on your watch, has been in limbo for well over a decade. And while there seemed to be an improvement in the mood music over the weekend with your executive colleagues' attendance, the Communities Minister attendance in the Boxit Athletic Grounds for Armagh's All-Ireland group stage victory over Derry, progress has been scarce. When you raised Casement Park with the British Prime Minister, what capacity and standard of stadium did you push for? And will the new Casement Park be capable of hosting international sporting events as well as being a home stadium for Antrim Gaels? And when will it be built?
So we have to put every bit of energy and effort that we have to ensure that it will be built. This is an executive flagship project. I am determined to see it over the line, and I'm determined to work with all partners to ensure that that is the case. I hope that the Sports Minister, the Communities Minister, got a sense of how just important it is to Gaels right across this island to play games in their own stadiums, and how important, and I'm sure he got a flavour of that at the weekend. But I am absolutely determined to ensure that we get movement on Casement Park, and that means working with the Minister, that means working with the British Government, the Irish Government, the GAA, and all partners who are committed to ensuring that this project gets over the line.
Does
the First Minister agree with me that it's long past time for the British Government to state what their funding contribution will be for the redevelopment of Casement Park?
First Minister.
Yes, I am. I'm calling constantly upon the British Government to let us know exactly what it is that they're going to do to fulfil their political commitment to building Casement Park. It is going to take all the partners working together to ensure that it is across the line. I mean, we missed a huge opportunity in terms of the Euros not being able to have our part in all of that and the economic benefit that would have brought to us all. But as the member knows, the development of Casement Park is a flagship priority for the Executive. It is something that we are committed to. It's a long overdue home for Ulster Gaels, and it is now time to get it built. I can say that I am determined to continue to work with everybody to ensure that the funding contribution is put on the table so that we can get on with actually building the project. Let's get Casement Park built.
John Buckley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First Minister, with tens of millions of pounds projected overspend on the original cost of the redevelopment of Casement Park, and with public infrastructure and public services at serious financial strain, could the First Minister outline to the House which public services would you cut to ensure its redevelopment on a scale that the GAS suggests? Hospitals, schools or education?
You see, it's not a binary choice. We can do good public services and we can invest in our sporting infrastructure. Casement Park is long overdue. It's the remaining stadium that hasn't been built. It's a commitment across the Executive. It's a commitment in the programme for government, and it will be built.
Stephen McLaughlin. Minister.
With your permission, Mr. Speaker, Junior Minister Riley will answer this question.
While we do have equality legislation that protects citizens from less favourable treatment, we recognise that there are differences with other jurisdictions, and we are committed to addressing any gaps. We will bring race relations legislation before this Assembly in 2025-26 to strengthen protections against racism. We are also considering bringing forward protection against age-related discrimination in relation to goods, facilities and services. And both Junior Minister Cameron and I recently met with Claire Sugden on her private member's bill. And I just want to thank Claire for taking the time to meet with us on this and for continually championing and advocating for our older people. We also welcome the work of the Executive Office Committee on their inquiry into differences between our equality legislation and other jurisdictions, and we will consider the findings of the report when it is available.
Ms. McLaughlin.
Mr. Speaker, can I add my congratulations and formally welcome you into the club. First Minister, we are falling far behind Britain and the South on equality protections. That's unacceptable in 2025. Will you be bringing forward any legislation in this mandate that will close those gaps?
Well, I thank the member for the question. As I have said, we will be bringing race relations legislation to this Assembly in 2025-26. But on a more broad point, I suppose when we're talking about equality, it's not just about ticking a box. It's a core principle of how we need to shape policy and build communities, and we're absolutely committed to addressing any gaps, as I've said already. And I also welcome the work that the Executive Committee is also doing that. No one should feel that their identity, background, culture is any less entitled to dignity or opportunity. We have to be proactive when we're addressing inequalities. And we need to work, again, what I'll say is we need to work together across departments, we need to work with each other in this chamber, and we need to work with communities and to make sure that nobody is left behind when we progress with any equality legislation.
Moving on to topical questions, call Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First Minister, your colleague Owen O'Brien has today put out a press release saying that the Irish Government has shown, quote, a total lack of urgency in relation to housing and critical infrastructure. If that's your party's view of the Irish Government's performance in Dublin, can I ask how you would rate the government you lead in the North?
Okay, so I haven't seen Owen's comment, but suffice to say that all governments need to do better in terms of housing, in terms of infrastructure investment. Unfortunately, as you know, at this moment in time, there are two jurisdictions across this island, a devolved assembly with limited powers who's been starved of resources for 14 plus years, and a government in Dublin that is failing in terms of the housing agenda. So I think that we have targets in the programme for government, and we are determined to try to deliver upon them.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Speaker, the reason I ask First Minister is that your party is making robust criticisms. Perhaps many of them are legitimate about performance in the south, but when it comes to social housing, the Chartered Institute of Housing today warns there could be a £100 million shortfall in social housing investment. There is no plan for investing in wastewater. In fact, a denial from your colleagues that there's even a problem. There are chaotic, contradictory statements on the delivery of the north-south infrastructure. You mentioned the lack of fiscal powers here. Your colleague, the Finance Minister, doesn't seem to want to take any new fiscal powers. So can I ask, First Minister, why the contradiction, why the difference between the robust way you hold the government to account in the south, but the idea that you simply want people in the north to accept inaction and drift?
Minister.
Well, to work in reverse, I don't accept your last comment at all. It's not about inaction, it's about trying to deliver upon the programme for government commitments that we have within the limitations of a devolved space. And I am surprised that you don't understand the difference between the two jurisdictions, unfortunately, that exist on this island. But until we work towards the point where we can unite across this island and unite the people for the betterment of public services, of better health, better education, better infrastructure, we're stuck with the deal that we have. So we have to continue to fight against the austerity agenda that is being continued on by the Labour government in the aftermath of 14 years of austerity. Our public services are on their knees here in terms of that outworking of this jurisdiction that we are now live in. So I think it's important that we continue to fight for good public services, and if you're in any doubt, we continue to make the case for additional fiscal powers, have done for quite a long period of time. As a matter of fact, it's my colleagues that have actually stood up the Fiscal Commission and actually brought forward the arguments for why we need more fiscal powers and why we need more levers, why we need to invest in our infrastructure after all the years of austerity. And we're absolutely committed to doing that and to building more homes, more social and affordable homes. But we need a proper funding model, and I actually, instead of just talking about it in this chamber, I actually put that case directly to Keir Starmer last week whenever I engaged with them around the funding model for this place, that it's not fit for purpose. And what we want to see in the comprehensive spending review is a fair funding model, a 3-year budget that allows us to plan for the future. But what we have to recognise is that we have been underfunded, but we are making that case, and as a matter of fact, you and your party colleagues joined with the rest of the executive parties on day one to make that very case.
Guy Middle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First Minister, given the widespread concerns, including those raised by the Chief Constable and the Police Federation about the declining number of PSNI officers and the impact that this is having in terms of delivering essential policing services, does the First Minister personally support the need for additional PSNI officers as indicated in the Workforce Recovery Plan? And if so, what particular actions as First Minister are you taking to secure additional funding for the PSNI?
Well, we do support, as you know, within our programme for government, we've made commitments around this whole area, and we do support the PSNI in terms of needing additional numbers, but also to have an appropriately funded justice system as a whole. I think that's very, very important. We also know the significance and importance of neighbourhood policing and how important it is to ensure that those officers are close to the ground and engaged with the local community in which they serve. That's the best way to build community trust and confidence and going forward. So we have continued to meet with the Chief Constable. We also continue to meet with executive colleagues around prioritising budget decisions in the aftermath of the CSR.
Mr. Middleton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and can I thank the First Minister for her response. First Minister, has the Executive, through your offices, undertaken any assessment as to the impact of the reduced policing numbers in terms of good relations within Northern Ireland, particularly in light of sectarianism and hate crime attacks, and what we can do as an Executive to try and address those scourges within our society?
I'm not aware of any particular pieces of work apart from to say that within Good Relations Fund and T-Book funding, usually that's all done in conjunction with partners, including the PSNI. And obviously whenever it comes to good relations, looking at where things are, not least some of the things we've seen over the past couple of days in terms of sectarian intimidation of families, then all needs to be done to ensure that is not the case, and we continue to make that case to our own department in terms of what we can do around building good relations, but also to challenge the PSNI around what they're doing to tackle sectarianism in society.
Hi, Harvey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First Minister, in a few weeks Northern Ireland will host the 153rd Open. How does the Executive intend to capitalise on the event for the long term?
But yes, we are going to host the Open, and what a great opportunity that's going to be, I think, for us. And actually, as a matter of fact, later on today, and all of the MLAs are invited to, we're hosting the Claret Jug here in Parliament Buildings, just to really start to, I suppose, tap into what is a huge potential economically for us in terms of tourism, in terms of the sporting event itself, I just think that there's so many opportunities that will come from this. The tourism, we're a lovely place to come and to visit, and I think people will see that whenever they both tune into the Open, because we're told there's huge number of people that will tune in. Actually, 150 countries will have a broadcast of the Open itself, and the economic benefit is 213 million. So that's huge. And that Open's just one of many other events that we host here, and we do very, very, very well. And I look forward to being able to build upon that and to have the ambition to reach for even more of these big international competitions.
Mr. Harvey. Thank you, First Minister, and that leads on to my next question. Opportunities like the Open, the Giro d'Italia and other events undoubtedly put us on the map. Is the Executive actively seeking to attract other sporting events? Thank you.
So all the executive colleagues will be interested in this. Obviously, our Communities and Sports Minister, our Economy Minister, ourselves as a whole executive. I mean, I think we've demonstrated whenever we had the Giro that we can host these big international events. So I think that's something to be built upon. And in terms of what we're chasing right now, I think we'd have to look into that a bit more. But certainly, the Open is where we're focused for the next period ahead. But we have to reach for all these opportunities that we have. We missed an opportunity with the Euros because we weren't part of that bid. That was a missed opportunity for a great investment here. But look, let's continue to celebrate what we have, which is great, whether that's the GAA Ulster final, whether that is rugby, soccer, whether that is the Northwest, which I went for the first time recently, the motorbike racing, whether that is then the Open. The tourism potential that we have here is immense, and we should maximise it right across the island.
Blair.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This Saturday, I, along with other members, will join the recently formed Friends of Poland group here in Parliament buildings to discuss, among other things, the role the Polish community plays in Northern Ireland and how integration of that community can be built upon. Can the First Minister commit the Executive Office to assisting the Polish community and other ethnic communities in Northern Ireland and give any indication of action underway to help in that regard?
First Minister.
Well, I want this to be a great place for everybody to live and to be comfortable and to achieve their best. So whatever I can do to help, whether it's the Polish community or any other communities, then please feel free to knock on my door and let me know what we can do or where perhaps we're not doing enough. I'm more than happy to engage with the member on that.
Mr. Blair.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the First Minister for that answer. And can I add in addition to that, if it is not the case that a racial equality strategy, including ethnic equality monitoring, an update to the Race Relations Order 1997 and an international relations strategy and Europe strategy are key to delivering for those communities and all communities, and can she give us any indication of what progress has been made on these?
Yeah, so we're working our way through them. As the Junior Minister had said earlier, we'll be bringing the legislation around the Race Relations Order very soon in this political session. We will also be moving to publish the Refugee Integration Strategy, hopefully in the next number of days. We are working our way through the international strategy. Just it has to be refreshed given everything that's happening globally. There's certainly a very fluid situation. So I'm determined to get these things published and allow us to do everything we can to build this society to be an inclusive society, a welcoming society, somewhere that everybody feels comfortable and has their space. And it's going to take a combination of those strategies to actually make it happen.
Jerry Carl.
Minister, I want to ask for your assessment of the recent clampdown on Palestine solidarity activism over the last week or so, involving at least two constituents of mine, Liam O from NECAP and Sue Pentel from the IPSC. Would you be concerned about the restriction of the right to organise and people's right to express themselves politically with these arrests and attempted charges?
I remind the First Minister about the sub judice and contempt of court issues that may be involved in this issue, so please respond.
Okay, thank you. Mindful of that, can I firstly send solidarity to both parties that you refer to? I think that highlighting genocide, highlighting the inhumane slaughter of defenceless citizens is not a crime. That's certainly my view, and I send solidarity to all those protesting and calling for an end to the genocide in Palestine.
Mr. Carl.
Speaker, and I agree, thank the Minister for her answer. Maybe the problem was the individuals didn't have a letter from Jonathan Powell. First Minister, you said you met with Keir Starmer last week. Did you raise the case around Liam Ogue specifically with him? And if not, will you commit to raising the issue of him and other Palestinian solidarity activists and how they've been clamped down and tackled and seemingly silenced over the last week or so?
Yeah. Again, mindful of any sort of legal proceedings or whatever, but I've made my point in terms of solidarity to both individuals, to both Liam Og and to Sue and Martin, because I think that anybody that goes out to raise their voice, rightly so in my opinion, in terms of calling for an end to the genocide in Palestine, is doing a good thing, because the international community is far too silent. The international community has failed to act, and the international community has failed to end the genocide in Palestine. I can tell you that I did raise that issue with Keir Starmer on Friday. I made it very clear that they needed to end their arms sales to Israel, and I made it very clear that they needed to step up in a real detailed way sanctions against Israel, because to not do so is to be complicit in what they're doing.
Peter Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and can I wish you a very happy 40th birthday. First Minister, as my colleagues already indicated, this week is Polish Heritage Day, where we're going to recognise the contribution Polish people have made over the last 20 years here, who have been living, working, contributing and integrating into Northern Ireland society. Could the First Minister indicate to me what direct engagement her office has had with members of the Polish community?
I can't recall off the top of my head in terms of any engagement. I'm assuming that we would have met Ambassador when they came, certainly at a First Minister, Deputy First Minister level, or at a Junior Minister level, as we do all the ambassadors who represent our population here. But I can confirm in writing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, First Minister, for your answer. Given the First Minister's answer, would she commit to organising a meeting as soon as is practically possible with the Polish community leaders here in Northern Ireland to acknowledge both their contribution to Northern Ireland and also to explore potential areas for future collaboration?
First Minister.
More than happy to, and Junior Minister informs me that yes, they have actually met. So yes, but I'm more than happy to engage with all representatives of our community here. If we're going to make this the most warm, welcoming and inclusive place, then we need to engage their representatives, particularly when it comes to Consul Generals or Ambassadors.
Dan, Tom Buchanan.
Mr. Speaker, Minister, the recent illicit poll talks released over the weekend showed overwhelming support in Northern Ireland for the Supreme Court's landmark gender ruling, with 72% of the general public in favour of that ruling. Minister, do you now accept that ruling, or are you still on the wrong side of the majority of people in Northern Ireland?
So I'm waiting the Equality Commission's advice. That's been my position in this House. That remains my position.
Mr. Buchanan.
Expected, Mr. Speaker, no answer forthcoming. But I'm going to ask another question that has been asked on 2 occasions prior to this, and there was no answer given. Maybe we'll get it today. Does the First Minister now agree that biological men should not be permitted to play women's sports, enter ladies' toilets, or be placed in female prisons? A simple answer, yes or no.
So it's not a case that I didn't answer, it's the fact that you don't like the answer. So let me repeat for you. I'm going to await the Equality Commission's advice and guidance, and I think that everybody in this House would be minded much better to be a bit sensitive to this issue, to try to work our way through it in terms of the Equality Commission advice, and also that there's consistency across all of the departments.
Dan Dodds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First Minister, you will be aware of allegations recently by a former PSNI officer known to us as Sean. Sean has since withdrawn those allegations, saying that they were made up and entirely false. Do you accept this statement from Sean? And will you encourage young people from the Roman Catholic community to apply for and join the police force of Northern Ireland?
First Minister, briefly, please.
Thank you. Can I just say I don't know the ins and outs of the case, but obviously people should be factual whenever they are making a claim. That's important, and it's also very important that the police service is as inclusive as society that it represents, and trust and confidence in policing is also crucially important. And all those component parts need to be right in order for people to have faith in the police service. And I have already been to a recruitment thing for the PSNI, and I do call on people to join the PSNI.
That ends question time to the First Minister. Members, take your ease.
Sorry, Carol, that's the...
Oh, you're grand. Order, members. Order, members. Diane Dodds has given notice, completely different, of an urgent oral question to the Minister of Health. I would just like to use this opportunity to remind members that if they wish to ask a supplementary, they should continually rise in their places, and the member who tabled the question will be called automatically to ask a supplementary. Clerk, could you please read the question?
To ask the Minister of Health for his assessment of the quality of care and performance at the cardiac surgery unit at the Royal Victoria Hospital in light of an independent external review that found an intolerable working environment and a pattern of consistently poor behaviour within the unit.
I call Diane Dodds. Sorry, forgive me. Call the Minister of Health. Thank you.
Forgiven. Principal Deputy Speaker, thank you very much. In December of 2024, the Strategic Planning and Performance Group, or SPPG, and the Public Health Agency, the PHA, commissioned an independent external expert team to carry out a review of the cardiac surgery service in the Belfast Trust. And that review concluded last month in April of this year. The review team were specifically focusing on two principal tasks: safety and teamworking. The findings in the expert team's final report were presented to the Belfast Trust Board at an extraordinary board meeting on Thursday, the 15th of May. As Minister, I want to say this: it was appalling to read of the staff experiences in the cardiac surgery unit in the Royal Victoria Hospital, and I want to thank every staff member who engaged with this important process. I also want to thank the external review team for their work. The findings on the culture of the unit and behaviours by some individuals within it are entirely unacceptable, and I expect to see meaningful and lasting improvements within this unit, not least in terms of building a culture of respect for all colleagues and at all levels. In clinical safety terms, key data provide important assurances for patients. And Principal Deputy Speaker, for the avoidance of doubt, I declare an interest as a cardiac patient. The review highlights that the cultural issues in this unit represent a risk to patient safety, which is of concern. And I acknowledge that public confidence in our regional cardiac surgery service cannot be allowed to deteriorate, especially for our patients and their families when they are at their most vulnerable. The expert team has made a number of recommendations based on their findings, specifically regarding governance arrangements, communication processes, and a review of current processes on support and encouragement for those who are raising concerns. Improved team working across the unit must be an absolute priority. The Belfast Trust has accepted the recommendations of the review and is now working swiftly to take these forward. I'll also be meeting with the Chair of the Trust shortly to seek his assurance that actions are progressing at pace to address all of the findings. There's also an action plan currently being urgently prepared. In the meantime, my department will also work with the Trust to secure the necessary assurances regarding the management of the ongoing issues to ensure and secure provision of service both in the immediate and the longer term.
Thank you, Minister. I call Diane Dodds to ask a supplementary question.
Thank you. Minister, this report is shocking. A litany of problems, a culture of bullying and poor behaviour, an operation at one stage cancelled because of interpersonal differences in theatre, I'm quoting, 4 surgeons working from home. But what really concerns me is the actual conclusion of the report. And again, I will quote it. The culture of the cardiac unit is very poor, exacerbated by management. The cultural issues in this unit represent a significant risk to patient safety. That is a direct quote from the report. Minister, first of all, will you publish the report and lay it in the Assembly Library for members of this House to see, so that we can scrutinise and measure the work of the Belfast Trust? And secondly, will you tell us why and how on earth this was allowed to continue over such a long period of time. And I know the report started in 2024, but this has been an ongoing problem.
Thank you, Diane. Minister.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. The member asks two things. Will I publish the report laid in the library? I intend to do that, absolutely. The member also makes reference to how it has gone on for so long. How could that possibly happen? Let me assure, Principal Deputy Speaker, let me assure the House that will be a key question when I meet the Chair of the Belfast Trust, because it is shocking that it was happening, but it is shocking that it has happened over such a long period. I do also want to say that in terms of public confidence and being proportionate about the assessment of the risk, that the Royal Victoria Hospital is the sole provider of cardiac surgery for the whole of Northern Ireland. And while the external team have made a number of recommendations to improve safety, to improve processes and, of course, to improve the culture within the unit, they have also deemed that the service is safe to continue. So I want to give that assurance to anybody who is currently about to go for a procedure with that team at the RVH.
Call Philip McGuigan.
Minister, you said that the report looked at two aspects, safety and teamwork, and you kind of answered the question about public assurances on regard to safety. So can I ask you, in terms of the teamwork aspect of it, what engagement, if any, you or your department has had with trade unions since the publication of this damning report?
Minister.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. I thank the member for the question. I am not aware of us having to date any direct talks with the relevant trade unions. The member will know the Belfast Trust is the employer in this case, the employers of the staff in the cardiac unit. They've been put in place. We've seen the Trust put in place bespoke support mechanisms for all staff to ensure they have the opportunity to put forward their views of the challenges that have been faced by the unit that have been created by this unacceptable behaviour. And any unacceptable behaviour should be dealt with through human resource policies and practices. In the first instance, as I've said to the House, I need to speak to the Chair of the Belfast Trust. Following on from that, I do not rule out engaging with trade unions and other representatives whose voices need to be heard.
Thank you, Minister. I call Donny Donnelly.
Principal Deputy Speaker, it's incredibly concerning to hear that today. Minister, waiting for cardiac surgery is a very, very frightening time in a patient's life, and to hear that this is going on within this service is very concerning. Would you be able to tell us what the impact on the cardiac service will be?
Principal Deputy Speaker, thank you, and I thank the member for his question. I believe that the number of cancelled procedures was very low. Off the top of my head, I'm thinking it was 6. I think there were reports that it was perhaps over twice that number. As I understand it, that is not actually the case. And I am not aware of any actual direct impact on planned surgery from the report, or the fact that there has been this really bad breakdown in relationships amongst senior members of that Trust team.
Minister, I call Alan Chambers.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. Minister, this report has shone an important spotlight on what was clearly a totally unacceptable environment for some staff within the Belfast Trust. But is the Minister confident that the scale of problems in this particular service are rare, and in fact clinical staff teams in all services across our hospitals normally work incredibly well together in the best interest of patients under their care?
Minister.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker, and I thank the member for his question. I think I'm now in post for 363 days. I have never come across anything like this in my first year in post, nor have I received reports of anything similar having been carried out previously. So it is rare, but it's incredibly important. And I take Mr Donnelly's point, with somebody who was on a waiting list for a cardiac procedure. It is a very worrying time. Heart is a very emotive issue. A lot of health issues are. So I can only speak from my own experience. I am glad I was blissfully unaware of any such issues, because I think that would have coloured my anticipation of going into the Royal for that procedure.
Thank you, Minister. I call Sinead McLaughlin.
Thank you very much for the answer to your questions. And I completely agree with that expression. My son-in-law is waiting to go in for open heart surgery. I'm absolutely flabbergasted by the contents and that we're hearing here today. They literally have my daughter's heart in their hands when they are operating. Can you give us any information? Is there any disciplinary procedures going on at the moment in order to address this? Because we really need to give assurances to all those people in our communities that are waiting to go in the air that they will be okay, they will be looked after. The treatment that he's got to date has been exceptional and he couldn't praise it enough. But today I'm really worried.
Thank you, Sinead. Minister.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker, and I empathise with the member and I wish her son-in-law well. And I think anybody who's waiting for a procedure should be assured that what we are saying in terms of this expert independent report is that while there are issues of concern, that the procedures that are being carried out are still safe. But obviously this does, as I say, colour how patients maybe perceive what they're about to go through. You asked about disciplinary issues. I am not aware of any, but again, this is something that I will be asking the Chair when we meet. I can only assure members that I have written to the Chair, or I'm about to sign off on a letter to the Chair. To use the local parlance, it doesn't miss and hit the wall.
Thank you, Minister. I call Linda Dillon.
Please, can Corley and thank the Minister for his answers so far. Minister, as you'll be aware, obviously there are some people waiting on their surgery. Unfortunately, there are some people who have already had their surgery who are no longer with us. And I think that this is an opportunity, and I hope that we are able to give reassurance to those people that their loved one is not deceased because of what was happening within the cardiac surgery. But just the question is in relation to, so this report was instigated because there were concerns. So can I get an understanding of what has been done in the interim? Because I sincerely hope we did not wait for a report with recommendations to do something about what was going on within the cardiac surgery team.
Minister.
Principal Deputy Speaker, thank you. If I understand the member correctly, I don't think we can draw any inference that anybody who has lost their life in recent years because of a cardiac issue should not have lost their life. And there would have been serious adverse incident reports which would have looked at case by case by case. So I'm not drawing that inference. I do draw the inevitable conclusion that this is very disturbing for those who are waiting for procedures. In terms of what went on, how long it was, why it was allowed to go on for so long, these are questions that I still want to pick up primarily with the Chair of the Trust. It is my impression on a more general point that oftentimes issues come to the department that I feel should have been dealt with by the boards of the 5 geographically defined trusts. And so I am asking them to take more control over how healthcare is delivered under their watch.
Call Deborah Erskine.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. Minister, you said in this chamber today that you're glad that you were blissfully unaware of what was happening on this. That's concerning to me because I would like to think as Minister that you would be taking a lead in relation to this, and it's a Minister's job to know exactly what's going on whilst working with the trusts. But turning to the report itself, over 70 staff were interviewed to provide anonymity were treated as whistleblowers. The situation in the unit was described as chaos. Junior staff described being bullied, with incidents of implements being thrown in theatre. So why did the Belfast Trust allow this to escalate to the stage where the report says the cultural issues in this unit represent a significant risk to patient safety? How
Minister.
were outcomes for
Deborah.
patients during that time affected?
Thank you, Deborah. Minister.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. I'm afraid I think the member misunderstood me when I said I was blissfully unaware. I meant I was blissfully unaware when I was a patient presenting for a pacemaker and for a defibrillator. I'm not blissfully unaware as Minister. As to the other part of the question, again, that is something I will be taking up with the Chair of the Trust, and I will be doing that as a matter of urgency.
Thank you, Minister. I call Colin McGrath.
Another story about the Belfast Trust and another shambles that is detailed to us. Given that it's the department and you as the Minister and the public purse that has to pick up the cost of the investigations into this, can there not be procedures put in place that when we get to the stage of having 4 consultants working from home in one of the only centres that we have for this type of treatment, that could be escalated to the department so that it could be investigated fully, rather than just being left to this trust, which many of us are having less and less faith in?
Minister.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker, and I accept the member's proposition that people are continuously losing trust in the Belfast Trust because of incident after incident, problem after problem being reported, and I think I might be underplaying my language here, because this is an absolute, this is incredible what has been going on. As you say, 4 consultants working from home. I actually find that hard to process in terms of delivering cardiac surgery. To what extent is it possible to deliver a full service while working from home? So, yeah, we need to look at this. I think I'm right in saying the Belfast Trust is the largest trust in the United Kingdom. That is maybe cause to reflect on how we deliver better outcomes, because that is all I'm here to do, to try and deliver better outcomes for patients, for service users, but also for the staff. And it's clear they were not getting good outcomes in terms of the culture of this unit.
Thank you, Minister. I call Jerry Carroll.
Thank you. Astounded to hear what I've heard today. Minister, I don't want to cast any aspersions on the Chair of the Trust, but I hope you're meeting with the Chair not used as an excuse to not release important information in the public domain. And following on from the member from Mid-Ulster, Minister, is there any indication of how many people have been maybe misdiagnosed here? And is your office, your department, looking particularly at women impacted? Because quite often, as we've heard, when women present with heart issues, they're quite often dismissed as having an anxiety attack, a panic attack or something else. So is that being looked at by your department?
Minister.
Principal Deputy Speaker, thank you. Let me assure the member, first of all, there is no question of trying to withhold or disguise information. I have agreed that we will publish the report of that independent body. It's not a question of not wanting to give you the information, it's a question of me not having it yet. That is the purpose of the meeting with the Chair of the Trust. As to his other specifics, I am not aware of any particular impacts, negative impacts. What we're saying here is that there was a bad culture, that there was a huge, almost catastrophic breakdown in relationships. And when I say catastrophic, that's in terms of four people deciding to work from home. But I don't think there were any catastrophic impacts in terms of outcomes of procedures that patients underwent.
Alan Robinson.
Deputy Speaker, Minister, my colleagues and I have consistently raised feelings within this chamber and at Health Committee regarding the Belfast Trust. We've had the maternity hospital, the children's hospital, the energy centre, the acute mental health inpatient centre, and now cardiac surgery. Yet, Minister, you have chosen not to take definitive action on management arrangements or put them into special. How many more fiascos do we need to bring before this chamber, before the Minister will take definitive action?
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. I'm not aware of what the member means by definitive. He will be aware that the Chief Executive stood down some months ago, so we are now in a period of transition, and I am working with the Permanent Secretary in the Department of Health to see how we can use that period of transition to affect better outcomes, better organisation, better structures, and avoid the prospect of me having to return to this House with yet more bad news about the Belfast Trust.
Thank you, everyone. That concludes this item of business. Would members just take your ease till we change the top table? Thank you.
Members, we now return to the debate on the motion on additional funding for North-South bodies, and I call Steve Aiken to speak.
Indeed, Mr Deputy Speaker. It is with interest our party notes the motion and the amendment. In the remarks made earlier by the speakers from the proposer of the motion and the proposer of the amendment, it appears that one of the parties within the executive they are both referring to is blocking access to free money. Money that we would be, on appearances, be highly suspect to turn down. Resources from the Shared Island Fund and the National Wealth Fund that is just a small part of the largesse that our friends in Dublin are apparently so willing to provide for us. Mr Deputy Speaker, it's also interesting to follow debates within the Dáil at the moment, with several noteworthy interventions from the opposition. And it's worth recalling Pearse Doherty TD's comments about people struggling to deal with the cost of living crisis, the inability to build social or indeed any housing, the huge infrastructure deficit, and his perspective about the people of the Republic of Ireland, and I quote, "People are getting crucified by rent or mortgage payments, car insurance, electricity and childcare. On top of all this, the government, backed by independents, just last week hiked the carbon tax again, making gas bills, home heating oil and a bag of coal more expensive, with increases for petrol and diesel coming later in the year." Furthermore, far from the largesse of extra expenditure that the speakers from Sinn Féin, the SDLP and Alliance talk about being available, concerns are being openly raised in Dáil Éireann on the public expenditure front. And I'll repeat these in ascending order. The first one is for a printer for Dáil Éireann, which was €808,000, €1.4 million for a bike shed, €2.3 million for a bus shelter in the Oireachtas, €725 million for bailing out RTE, €300 million spent on Metro North without 1 centimetre of track being laid, €2.5 billion in medical compensation, the multi-millions on the overrun of the National Children's Hospital, and whatever would be needed to ameliorate the tariff wars between the EU and the USA. And to challenge Mr Kearney's rather naive view on defence spending, where the Irish Republic is going to be obliged to raise its paltry 0.2% of its GDP in defence,
can you bring this
to what it will.
Can you bring it to North-South bodies?
Oh, it is. We're getting there. And will be the average of 3% up to 5%. A bill that will completely swallow up and more of the Apple Wealth Fund. Pontificating and freeloading has a price, which the parties opposite should recognise. So in saying that we should be asking for this free money for North-South bodies, the first question should be, where's it coming from? Secondly, anybody looking at the accounts that are very occasionally presented from the North-South bodies, where are we asking if that money is being properly utilised? And where is that money, and is it being frittered away? Because anybody who's been in any of the accounts committees will realise there's always been problems with this. The other question is that in the very unlikely event of these funds being actually available, to what degree on the 60-40 or 75-25 splits on these joint bodies will our cash-starved executive be asked to increase our contribution? Mr Deputy Speaker, anyone with even the remotest understanding on Irish government spending practices would rightly question the political promises of the Taoiseach. And as we do, we will not be having any truck with fantasy economics of Upper Merrion Street. So we'll be supporting neither the amendment nor the motion. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Call Cathal Boylan.
The motion brought here by Sinn Féin is a simple one. It seeks to highlight the frustration that we should all share around the consistent blockage of additional funding for all island bodies and calls for the changes needed to enable the Irish Government to increase its funding allocations at no extra expense to the Executive. The 6 all-island bodies, including Waterways Ireland and the Lochs Agency, undoubtedly serve to benefit the entire island, north, south, east and west. I am therefore bemused at a time when the Executive is faced with ever-tightening budgets as a result of continued austerity agenda of the successive British governments, and when the Irish Government has shown a willingness to increase its funding allocation at no additional cost to the Executive. Why there is a repeated resistance by one party to enable us to maximise opportunities for each of those bodies I have already mentioned. If we take the Lochs Agency, which has responsibility for the promotion and development of Loch Foyle and Carlingford Loch for commercial and recreational purposes, it fails me to understand why anyone would not want to see this body receive additional funding to ensure that it flourishes. It is often spoken in this chamber about the need to protect our beautiful waterways, and I agree. So when the opportunity exists to ensure bodies such as Waterways Ireland and the Lochs Agency have the funding that they need available to continue to protect our waterways, educate local students and citizens on the importance of waterways, as well as manage and research new and innovative ways to conserve them, I am baffled as to the rationale for blocking the much-needed funding, increased funding contributions from the Government in Dublin. So, Lascan Collier, while some say there is no reason to change the current funding model, I say that we are not in a position to blindly turn down funding, and every funding intervention should be harnessed as an opportunity to design a fair and sustainable funding model to support each of the all-island bodies. I implore all parties to support our motion to support a change in the funding model for North-South bodies to see the benefit additional funding would have on them and to ensure they can all continue to carry on the good work that they do.
Kingston.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and as my colleague Diane Forsyth MLA stated earlier, cooperation under the auspices of the North-South Ministerial Council and its 6 implementation bodies is predicated on cross-community consent and the safeguards put in place by the Belfast Agreement to ensure that proper accountability exists to the Strand 1 institutions, namely this Northern Ireland Assembly. The DUP fully accepts that it is vital for all traditions in Northern Ireland to be respected and supported through balanced and responsible investment. Work has commenced on the development of the North-South Language Body's corporate plan for 2026 to 28, and this will include consideration of funding priorities and needs, which will need to be considered within the wider budgetary position. Any revised arrangements must adhere to the cross-community consent principle at the heart of the Belfast Agreement and successor agreements, and the primacy of Strand 1. These are interlocking arrangements. Unilateral attempts to change the current funding provisions and establish ratios in breach of this risks undermining confidence in devolution among unionists and setting back mutually beneficial relations between Northern Ireland and the Irish Republic. I will give way.
He used the phrase the primacy of Strand 1. Could he point me to where that phrase is used in the Northern Ireland Act, the Good Friday Agreement, or any associated documents?
I thank the member for his point, and I am coming on to that. I refer to the Belfast Agreement and successor agreements, including St Andrews. And I am surprised when I hear parties continuously who were champions of the Belfast Agreement and want to change the arrangements in it. So nobody should be surprised that the Democratic Unionist Party adopts this stance. The principle that Strand 2 and 3 institutions must be accountable to Stormont was one that we pushed and secured agreement for at St Andrews in order to ensure that arm's-length bodies would not evolve in a way that undermined community relations. If others want to renege on that principle and previous agreements, then that is a matter for them, and they need to be upfront and honest with the public about this. The DUP supports the retention of a funding model that is carefully balanced and it is fair for both jurisdictions. If the only alternative funding model on the table is one that breaks the balance between the contributions between the Irish Government and the Northern Ireland devolved institutions, then that is not something we can lend our hand to. Therefore, we will not be supporting this non-binding motion from Sinn Féin, nor the SDLP amendment.
Andy McMurray.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And it's no secret that our public finances and the executive are under severe strain. Every department is looking for additional money, but it's not easy to come by. We need to look at doing things differently and see where we can establish new sources of funding. We can't be precious about reviewing funding models and accepting additional money where it is offered. It was good and welcome that the Minister for Communities was able to match the one-off funding allocation by the Irish Government earlier this year to allow both Forest na Gaeilge and the Ulster Scots Agency to benefit, but we all know that scrambling for mid-year injections is not a sustainable way to operate. We need to look at funding models and whether they can consistently deliver what is needed. If they can't, we need to be open to changing them and finding a solution that works. The Deputy First Minister has said that she can see no reason to change the current funding model, but it is clear that the funding that it can provide year after year is not enough. I can't see how this isn't a good reason to look at a different funding model. I mean, it will come no surprise to no one that I value cross-border cooperation and I want to see a thriving shared island. It is regrettable that the North-South Council hasn't always lived up to its potential, but that doesn't take away from the very important and necessary work that its North-South bodies do. It's work that can be done through cooperation and we all benefit as a result. Waterways Ireland and the Lochs Agency deal with a range of economic and environmental matters around marine and inland waterways in the border region. Water quality is a big issue that we need to tackle together. Everything flows in rivers and lochs. It is self-evident that cross-border water bodies can only be successfully managed together. Intertrade Ireland is equally important and we all benefit hugely from its efforts to promote trade and business and increase our global competitiveness. On an all-island and cross-border basis, especially in today's difficult global climate, we can only be strengthened by working together. It is right that both jurisdictions contribute to this very important work, but in light of the huge pressures we are facing in Northern Ireland on bread and butter issues such as policing, housing, health, social care, wastewater, it's not simply realistic to increase our contribution to North-South bodies in the long term. The Republic is in a different place, financially speaking, and they can contribute more. If they are willing to do that, we should let them. The Deputy First Minister is concerned that unilateral increase in funding could break the balance between contributions by the two governments. It was also said that this would affect how much say each jurisdiction has in relation to bodies' activities and their funding model. I don't see this as an inevitable outcome. There's already a 75 to 25% funding ratio in place, but this doesn't mean that Northern Ireland only has a 25% say in decisions. There's nothing to suggest that a change of this ratio would inevitably affect the rules that govern the decision making on these bodies. They'd also still have to undertake work according to the agreed ministerial priorities, and ministers in Northern Ireland Executive would still retain oversight of how the money is spent in their areas of responsibility. If anything, increased contributions from the Irish Government would give Northern Ireland Executive more resources and control than their own contribution warrants. It would be a win for Northern Ireland. I would therefore welcome and support this motion. Thank you.
Sean Mulholland.
Deputy Speaker, we've all heard it, that at a time when our public services are under immense strain, the public rightfully expects this executive to use every tool and every partnership available to it to protect what matters, and that includes cooperation with the Irish Government on funding streams that would directly benefit communities in Northern Ireland. We often in this chamber hear phrases like value for money and efficiency, but those principles fall flat when we repeatedly fail to accept offers of funding opportunities that could provide direct and measurable support to the people we represent, simply because they involve joint ventures with the Republic of Ireland. We are more than happy to pursue global trade opportunities crossing oceans without hesitation, yet when it comes to engaging in cross-border funding on this small island, too often we either say no loudly or quietly we let the opportunity pass by. This is not a question of ideology, or at least it shouldn't be. It is a question of whether we're serious about building sustainable, inclusive services, of whether we are content to let communities shoulder the consequences of political inaction in this place. And in response to Mr Kingston's comment, this does not mean that we no longer support the Good Friday Agreement. It's because we saw the Good Friday Agreement not as a final destination, but as something that needs to be nurtured and allowed to develop as we continue on this post-conflict journey. It is not the be-all and end-all. We know that it is a living, breathing and evolving thing. Just weeks ago, my colleague David Honeyford, MLA, asked Minister Lyons what sporting facilities in Northern Ireland. Yep, go on ahead.
I agree that any changes to the arrangement of the Belfast Agreement would need cross-community consent in this Assembly.
I would put it,
Next minute.
I would put it back to the member that if there is going to be cross-community benefit from this funding, surely that is something that you would fight for as an MLA, as any MLA in this House would. As I say, my colleague David Honeyford, MLA, asked Minister Lyons what sporting facilities in Northern Ireland would benefit from the Shared Island Fund, a significant pot of funding made available by the Irish Government. The Minister's reply was that he had not corresponded with the Irish Government on the matter at all. That is a serious missed opportunity. The Shared Island Fund is there to support infrastructure and connectivity across this island, sporting facilities included. Why would we not pursue this type of funding actively when departments like Department for Communities are having to make very difficult cuts? I do believe that this is a failure to act in the public interest. When investment is available at no cost to the Executive, so therefore no cost to any constituent in any of our constituencies, to deliver services, to improve inclusion and to empower communities, why wouldn't we take it? The answer, I fear, lies not in policy, but in politics. We are witnessing an ideological hesitation to engage with anything cross-border. We saw it with the delays and resistance around the North-South Ministerial Council. We see it again and again when proposals come forward that involve cooperation with Dublin. And now we are seeing it in how funding decisions are made not based on need, not on equality, but on optics and on political comfort. I think it's also important to highlight the unsustainable position this places the Irish language organisations in within my remit as community spokesperson for the party. In recent months, Forest na Gaeilge was forced to announce more than €800,000 in cuts that impacted groups working right across Northern Ireland. They were only reversed thanks to a one-off intervention from the Irish Government, not from the Executive. And as someone who engages regularly with the organisations within my own constituency, we've engaged with 2,500 people across this year alone through funding from Forest na Gaeilge who do that work, who do that outreach. It's so important, it really is, and the fact that they could do so much more. The development officer told me that she is flat out, she's so busy that the figures don't even represent half of the work that she's doing. But the underlying problem remains. The Irish Government has a willingness to increase its contribution, but current rules require Stormont to match that funding, and yet proposals to reform this arrangement have repeatedly been blocked, and we have to ask why. Mr Deputy Speaker, this means the crisis will return next January and the January after that and the January after that for these groups unless political progress is made. Why, when departments like Department for Communities are under such intense financial strain, are we not doing anything possible to draw down any available cross-border funding? I want to know what the rationale for rejecting support that could sustain the very services that particularly border communities rely on, especially during a cost of living crisis. We, the Alliance Party, believe in inclusion, we believe in fairness, we believe that public funding decisions should be guided by need and evidence and not by political discomfort, and we have to stop treating cultural identity as a zero-sum game. It is not. Fairness for one tradition should never be interpreted as a threat to another. To conclude on a positive note, the All-Ireland Congenital Heart Disease Network literally saved lives. Another example of what's possible when we put patient outcomes before politics. Thank you.
Call Timothy Gaston.
Much, Deputy Speaker. So the debate to date and up to this point is focused on whether we should accept additional funding from Dublin. I want to look and focus some of my remarks on the money we already spend from our budget and what we get in return. So we'll take Safe Food as the first example, a body from Northern Ireland which we fund to the tune of €2 million a year, yet it doesn't employ a single member of staff here in Northern Ireland. Not one, despite what Ms McLaughlin says. No one in this chamber represents people living in Cork. That is simply outrageous. The Health Minister recently made a statement to this House following the 26th North-South Ministerial Council meeting in the health and food safety format. One topic we were told that was discussed was child protection. So I asked the Minister, did he raise the issue of Irish institutions to contribute to the child abuse redress in Northern Ireland? He said it was a matter for the Executive Office and washed his hands of that matter accordingly. Yet, who sat beside him at that very meeting? Junior Minister Riley, who said nothing. That was a missed opportunity. So, we'll now move to the second body I want to have a look at, the Loughs Agency. Members in this debate this afternoon have been at pains to use them as an example and to promote the activities that they carry out. I've submitted numerous questions to the Minister for Agriculture. Sorry, that was a slip of the tongue. He's no friend of Agriculture. Minister for the Environment, should I say. The answers confirm what many already suspected. This is a body that is bloated, it duplicates, and I believe is surplus to requirements. It currently employs 68 people, 15 more than its authorised complement. 21 are temporary, 3 work on externally funded projects. Where is the accountability? In 2024 alone, nearly $1 million went in salaries for the Conservation and Protection Directorate, another $590,000 on office costs. So after spending that vast amount of money, what was the result? 0 prosecutions for illegal netting in 2024 and only 3 in 2023. None in 2022. We are funding a fisheries enforcement regime with no active fishery to enforce. Worse than that, the functions the agency claimed to perform are already carried out elsewhere. On the Erne and the Blackwater, the Northern Ireland Environment Agency and the Inland Fisheries Inspectorate do the job without the costly duplication. Pollution investigations, well, already done by NEA and AFBI. Scientific advice, another one for AFBI. Aquaculture licensing, still handed by DAERA, not the Loughs Agency. So again, what are we paying for? Despite all the staff, the agency spent $172,000 on external PR and media contractors over the last 3 years. Why? Because they claim they don't have in-house expertise. But that begs the real question. Why do we have a standalone agency that can't even explain and promote itself? Their science team cost $322,000 last year, yet the work could be done by existing public bodies. Their Aquaculture Directorate employs 6 people, but the department retains the licensing role. This is not a structure with purpose, it is a structure without function. If the Loughs Agency ceased to exist tomorrow, its core functions would continue without disruption. We shouldn't be afraid to ask whether these cross-border bodies are delivering for the people who fund them. And when the answer is no, we should not be afraid to act. One cannot help but notice the fact that while the Nationalist and Republic Alliance are, as usual, happy to push a motion like this, there is no concern that Intertrade UK operates without offices, operates without an independent staff, and operates without even a budget. My goodness, that's some storming up in how they value unionist concerns.
Before we move on, I want to apologise to Shamal Holland. Sean, I awarded you an extra minute and then took half of it back off you, and I want to record an apology for that, my error. We now move to the Minister of Finance, who will respond to the motion. Minister, you have up to 15 minutes.
I welcome the opportunity to participate in today's debate on the additional funding for North-South bodies. As it is a cross-cutting issue, an alternative funding proposal requires executive approval, and I have been pressing and will continue to press for this to make the executive agenda. Proposed alternative funding arrangements have been developed by a North-South Institutional Working Group, including officials from sponsor departments, the North-South Ministerial Council Secretariat, the Finance Departments in the North and South, and the Department of Foreign Affairs. The new funding proposals will allow funding for specific programme activities to sit outside of the established agreed funding ratios for core activities. It will facilitate additional funding streams for any source, including sponsored departments north and south. Given the constrained financial position that many members refer to today, the Executive faces, the proposal will minimise the risk that bodies will lose out on funding that is available through their southern sponsored departments. There is no cost to Executive arising from funding proposals. And an important point, and it was raised by a number of members of the DUP and the Ulster Unionist Party in relation to accountability. This is the important point. Additional funding received through this new proposal would be included in the annual business planning process. This requires the approval of the sponsor departments and the Finance Ministers North and South, and ultimately the North-South Ministerial Council. So therefore, there is oversight, scrutiny and agreement required by individual Executive Ministers, the Executive and the North-South Ministerial Council. So it's not a free-for-all, as has been suggested. Yes?
On a probably quite a moot point, the Minister would be aware that there's a lot of concern about the reporting of the accounts on North-South bodies and the fact that many of them haven't been reported in sufficient time, or indeed some of them are, to put it mildly, less than qualified. Is the Minister content that the oversight and governance of the North-South bodies is adequate?
Those are matters for the individual ministers and also matters for the scrutiny committees. My understanding is that a number of financial reports haven't been delivered on time due for a number of problems, including this place being down. So those are issues. But I have no difficulty, and it should be the case. North-South public bodies are open to scrutiny of their financial accounts the same as anyone else. It's public money that's being spent, and they should be scrutinised both by the sponsoring minister, the committees involved, and indeed this House. So yes, scrutiny should take place, financial accountability should be in place, and value for money should be in place as well. On the point that has caused concern for a number of members around accountability and governance in relation to the structures of the Good Friday Agreement and the role of this Executive within them, any additional funding would be under the scrutiny and approval of individual ministers and the Executive in its entirety. It would be counterproductive for bodies to miss out on funding merely due to the different inflexible arrangements that are restricting the work of North-South bodies. That is why, since last October, my department has repeatedly asked for alternative funding proposals to be considered by the Executive. This new funding model seeks to address the risk that bodies will miss out on funding merely due to financial constraints in one jurisdiction. Turning to the amendment, in respect of members' calls for more fiscal powers to be secured, I see this as a distraction from the main motion, and unfortunately the SDLP have managed to take, or wish to take, attention away from the main issue here. The DUP, and they're open about this, are blocking the issue in relation to additional fundings going to North-South bodies. Even when we do have fiscal powers devolved, if the DUP position doesn't change, they will continue to block additional funding going to North-South bodies. So the devolution of fiscal powers isn't the key to opening up this issue. The issue, I think, has to be recognised that the DUP, from their stance, are blocking it. I believe that the assurances that any additional funding has to be managed through the business plan of the body, which is approved by the sponsoring minister, which is approved through the North-South Ministerial Council, and also has scrutiny by the Executive. It's sufficient assurance to anyone that no one can set an agenda that doesn't receive the approval of the Executive. I will, yes.
Thank you, Minister, for giving way. And just on that point, I'm sure the DUP are rubbing their hands with glee when they see the amendment tabled by the SDLP. And I actually can't work out if they're deliberately trying to be deliberately obtuse, or they genuinely don't know that the DUP are exercising this veto over the additional funding. But I think if parties refuse to call out the problem, then they themselves become part of the problem.
I think the member makes a valid point that political opportunism isn't going to solve this problem. And distracting from the real core issue isn't going to resolve the problem. But it is important that the Executive has fiscal levers it needs going forward. The members will be aware the interim fiscal framework was signed by my predecessor on 21st of May 2024 and included a commitment to consider further fiscal powers was secured as part of this. However, my immediate focus is, and has been to date, has been progressing the commitments interim fiscal framework in relation to the Executive's funding arrangements. This needs to be prioritised ahead of the June spending review. Devolution of further fiscal powers took a number of years to deliver in Scotland and Wales, and it will take time to deliver here, but I am committed to making progress on that matter. It's also important to acknowledge that the failure to fully replace EU structural funds has had a tangible and negative impact on communities across the North. The loss of long-term predictable funding has left a gap that short-term initiatives cannot fill. It is therefore essential that all resources are strategically aligned. Without coordination and flexible arrangements, we risk fragmentation and inefficiency. We need a joined-up approach that maximises the impact of every pound spent across east-west and north-south dimensions. In closing, I would like to thank members for bringing this motion to the Assembly. I would like to provide assurances that I will continue to work with colleagues here and counterparts in the South to find a resolution to this issue of current inflexible funding arrangements for north-south bodies and the opportunities lost to communities across the North. Thank you.
Minister, thank you. And I call Matthew O'Toole to wind on the amendment, and you have up to 5 minutes.
5 minutes, Mr. Deputy Speaker. 5. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I earlier on, before I came back into the chamber to finish this debate, I spoke with a group of young people who I think are in the gallery now watching. Young people from Rockwell College in Tipperary, and it strikes me that first of all they're very welcome and it's great to have them here, but secondly it is embarrassing that a group of young people in a secondary school in Tipperary are still having to come and endure debates like this, where the basic tenets of North-South cooperation in 2025 are being debated. Some of the quality of what we have heard today has been, frankly, drivel, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I just want to touch on a few points. The purpose of our amendment is not, as Ms Ennis incorrectly said, to deflect from the DUP blocking North-South funding. In fact, the wording of our amendment is exactly the same as the initial Sinn Féin motion when it comes to the DUP and its actions in relation to North-South. It said it's nonsensical, so there's no change. We don't even change that. So it's absurd to say that we are somehow blocking. What we are doing with our amendment is, as Sinead McLaughlin, my colleague, said earlier on, is we are taking responsibility and we're seeking to create a situation where ministers here actually take responsibility. That's both Sinn Féin, DUP and UUP and Alliance ministers. That's our job as opposition. It's all well and good for the Finance Minister and his colleagues to come and assert blame, and in this case there's a lot of blame to go to the DUP. I've got 5 minutes and I have plenty of blame to ladle on to the DUP, and I'll be doing it in just a moment's time. But Mr O'Dowd is the Finance Minister for the North. Before him, Keith Archibald was the Finance Minister. Before that, Conor Murphy was the Finance Minister, and way before that, before the Assembly institutions collapsed, Martin O'Meara was the Finance Minister. Sinn Féin Finance Ministers have had the power to go further and faster in terms of greater fiscal devolution. I acknowledge that Conor Murphy appointed the Fiscal Commission, and I acknowledge that the Minister has said at the dispatch box he intends to do more in that area. But part of the answer to us having underfunding from London, and part of the answer to the DUP playing dog in the manger on North-South bodies, is for the Finance Minister and the Executive to take more power, show more purpose and more vision in terms of North-South funding and fiscal powers here, and not simply blame the UK Government, the DUP and Uncle Tom Cobley for everything. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, I come on to our friends in the Democratic Unionist Party and their long-running dog in the manger act when it comes to North-South bodies, which has crystallised clearly in the last month or two because they are scared of the polling numbers from the TUV. A tragic, I'm afraid, vision of what unionism has to offer we've seen today when member after member stands up to say we don't want this money from the Irish Government. It's genuinely pathetic. I mean, I could give you a detailed policy account of why it's pathetic and the impact it'll have on public service delivery, but to be honest, it all just feels like we could have been back. It's now 2025. We might as well, and Edwin Poots our Speaker turned 60 today, we might as well rewind 60 years to go back to Paisley and his friends throwing snowballs at Sean Lamass outside, because that's where we're at, I'm afraid, today. With the DUP and their attitude to funding, and it is pathetic. Mr Gaston, who's clearly effectively in many ways leading the DUP with his mentor, the long the long-lost former member for North Antrim, talked about. I mean, it was fascinating to hear him talk about how awful the Locks Agency was. It's terrible that we have these bodies, the Locks Agency. I presume his plan is that we pour concrete and cement into Carlingford Lock and Loch Foyle, because it's awful that these bodies of water exist and they have to be managed on a cross-border basis. He talked about Intertrade UK and the East West Council. I remind him, and it should be reminded, by the way, to Sinn Féin members too, the East West Council and the Intertrade UK are not products of any agreement between multi-parties, all parties and the two governments. They are the product of a dreamt-up, stitched-up bilateral deal between the DUP and the Tory government to calm their nerves over a Brexit that they created. Now, it wasn't my party that agreed to them being inserted in the programme for government with, if you read the text, apparent spurious equality with the North-South Ministerial Council and Intertrade Ireland. That was a decision that parties who are in the executive can account for because they agreed to it. The rest of the century is going to involve challenges that are enormous, and yes, opportunities that are enormous. People on this island from all backgrounds see the huge potential of greater North-South cooperation. They want it fulfilled. They want it to improve their lives. They don't want to engage in any more of this generationally nonsensical drivel coming from the DUP and others. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I call Emma Sheeran to conclude and wind up the debate on the motion. You have up to 10 minutes.
Gura Mayagat, last Concordia, and thanks for the opportunity to wind on what I think has been a lively enough debate, and as others have referred to in some points or some parts of the debate, we had a very depressing, almost easy to predict narrative coming from the same old corners, and that's for those people across the House to justify to the people who have elected them. Because we brought this motion today for a very simple reason. There is increased funding available. It is not going to cost the executive anything. It would help and support a list of agencies, all of whom work for the people that we represent. And we are not accessing that funding because of an ideological opposition which frankly makes no sense. And I am yet to hear any good reason from anyone on the benches opposite as to their continued opposition to increased funding for those aforementioned agencies.
Would the member give way?
I will.
Would the member agree with me that, having listened to what you said about an ideological or a quasi-ideological narrative to try and obfuscate why this blockage is taking place, at the heel of the hunt, it is absolutely incredulous that in the midst of all of the economic and the social challenges that this society faces, with families who can't pay their bills and are put to the pin of their collar, listening in on a debate like this, and they are hearing one party opposing and blocking additional funds for this executive to try and do good work.
Gura Mayagat, I totally agree with what the member has outlined in his intervention, and it does baffle me. It makes no sense. In a previous time, I was a member of the TEO committee, and we took evidence from both Forrest na Gaeilge, or Conlú na Gaeilge, and the Bird of Ulster Sketch during a committee session. And we heard during that afternoon of the important work that both of those organisations do in their communities. And as somebody who's interested in history and interested in how we all came to be here, I find the work that both of those agencies do to be completely important and indeed integral to the identity of all of us. But even the elements of that work that I don't find particularly relevant to my life, I can at least respect and identify that it has value and therefore should be funded. And when there is funding available for it that would ease the pressure that those agencies are under, it is completely unimaginable that any elected official would refuse that funding. And people who have went before the people of the North for a mandate would turn that in their faces. I can't understand it. And part of the session that we had that day, we heard from people who are working in the Irish language community, who are, as other members have outlined, facing incredibly difficult budget situations. And I have done work in my own constituency with parents who are being put out of pocket in order to educate their children through the medium of Irish because of the difficulty that our public services face and the fact that even access to a bus service for children across the north is no longer guaranteed. That's where our public services are at as a result of 14 years of Tory austerity and now an increase of the same from Labour. It's just unjustifiable that anybody would knock back funding in that context, and I don't understand it. This should be easy for us all. This is looking a gift horse in the mouth, and it's not acceptable. I appreciate some clarification from the member to my right in reference to the amendment. I do think it's regrettable that instead of focusing on where the focus should be today, we are seeing that deflection, because as already been outlined more articulately than I could ever by my colleagues, the members for Upper Bann and South Down, the work has begun within the Department of Finance on increasing our fiscal devolution here, and that's something that Sinn Féin have been completely unambiguous about in terms of our support. I will thank the member for giving way, and I'm going to give away my age now, because I remember back in 2007, before I was elected, that this very gentleman sitting in front of me, who's now Finance Minister, was part of an assembly, or certainly part of a discussion around fiscal freedom, a motion that came to the floor of this assembly, and the SDLP did not think we were ready for fiscal freedom or to have the levers of fiscal powers. I just think they should be reminded of that fact. Thank the member for her intervention, and I suppose it just goes to the point. We're arguing in semantics here. The point is we can look at the bigger picture and what we would all like to do in the long term, and I have a very clear political ideology that brought me to this House, as have others, but the reality is that there are groups on the ground at the minute who are struggling to pay the wages of their employees and to cover their budgets, and there is funding available. Absolutely, there is a Dublin government that mismanages its wealth, but we have funding available that could help with that, and it's, as far as I'm concerned, completely unjustifiable for us to refuse that, and that is for the members across the way to justify if they vote against this motion.
Thank you. Members, the question is that the amendment standing in the names of Matthew Toole, Colin McGrath and Daniel McCrossan be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. Aye. No. Okay. Let's go to this one. I think the ayes have it. No. 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 I think the noes have it. Do the noes have it? Okay. Clear. Clear the lobbies. The question will be put in 3 minutes. He's here.
Whenever you're ready.
Members. Order, members. Order, members. Members, the question is that the amendment standing in the names of Matthew O'Toole, Colin McGrath, Daniel McCrossan be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, any no. The noes have it. Okay. Do we have tellers? Order, members. Members, order. Order. Members, tellers have been appointed as follows. Tellers for the ayes are Colin McGrath and Daniel McCrossan. Tellers for the noes, Diane Forsyth and Brian Kingston. Clear the lobbies. The Assembly will divide. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Secure the doors. Members, order members. Members resume their seats. Thank you. Clerk, please read the result.
55 members voted, 20 members voted aye, 35 members voted no. The amendment therefore falls.
Members, the amendment falls. The question is, therefore, that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, any no. Okay. Order. Been advised by party whips that in accordance with Standing Order 2718B, there is an agreement that we can dispense with the 3 minutes and move straight to the division. So I now call for tellers. Do we have tellers? Order, members. Order, members. Tellers have been appointed as follows. Tellers for the ayes are Cathal Boylan and Linda Dillon. Tellers for the noes, Diane Forsyth and Brian Kingston. Clear the lobbies. The Assembly will divide ayes to my right, noes to my left. The doors.
Yes.
Members, order members. Clerk, please read the result.
81 members voted, 46 members voted aye, 35 members voted no. The motion is carried.
The motion is carried. Unfasten the doors. Members, please take your ease before we move to the next item on the order book.
Ladies and gentlemen, item 5 on the order paper is the adjournment. The question is that the Assembly do now adjourn, and in conjunction with the Business Committee, the Speaker has given leave to Danny Donnelly to raise the matter of drug-related deaths in East Antrim. I call Danny Donnelly, and Danny, you will have up to 15 minutes. Danny.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I wish to preface this debate by saying I do not believe East Antrim is any better or any worse than anywhere else in Northern Ireland, or indeed in the UK. And this issue of drug-related harm is one that is affecting every part of our region. However, East Antrim has recently witnessed several tragic drug-related deaths, alongside a BBC documentary showing the daily realities of addiction devastating lives in our area. That is why I'm raising this issue today, not to sensationalise, but to highlight what is happening and to look seriously at what we can do to identify, prevent and reduce the impact of drugs on individuals, families and our communities. Drug deaths are preventable, and we should be doing everything we can to save lives. Since becoming a public representative, first in Council and now in the Assembly, I have seen time and time again the consequences of problem drug use: addiction, mental health deterioration, overdose and death. Like other MLAs, I have spoken regularly with local groups, the PSNI and support services, and everyone agrees the problem is getting worse. From the 1st of May 2024 to the 11th of May 2025, there were 7 drug-related deaths in K District that encompasses most of East Antrim. 4 males and 3 females, aged between 23 and 47. Polydrug use was a factor in 5 of these cases. These are not just statistics, they are someone's child, sibling, friend or parent, lives lost and families broken. Drugs are dangerous. Addiction can ruin lives and can be fatal. Polydrug use, the use of more than one drug at the same time, is rising. Often this includes prescription drugs, which are sometimes bought online with no way of knowing what's in them or what the dose is. This brings huge risks, especially when combined with alcohol or other substances. I've had drug-related issues raised with me from every corner of the constituency, including rural villages. There is fantastic work happening locally. One group my team and I work closely with is Extern, who have seen a significant increase in the number of children and young people they are supporting, either by taking drugs themselves or being impacted by parental use. This includes primary-aged children in care referred through social services. Many are now attending childcare services, not just for supervision, but for stability during trauma. But those services are under pressure, and I know from conversations with multiple groups that up until this May this year, 3 known drug houses were operating around an organisation right beside a facility where vulnerable children and young people were in East Antrim. That is not acceptable. In fact, children attending the area had in some cases been removed from the care of their parents, only to see similar people coming and going from the drug houses next door. Staff there have gone above and beyond. In July 2024, 2 staff members of one organisation had to walk up a motorway with a young person who was on drugs. That young person was moments away from being struck by an oncoming lorry, completely unaware of the danger they were in. Only a last-minute intervention saved their life. Staff have also supported young females who have been given drugs by individuals linked to drug houses. Their stories are horrific. Some describe being forced to pay for drugs in ways that no young person should ever experience. Others have witnessed or experienced violence, exploitation and blackmail. These are real young women and young people in our communities, traumatised, abused and too often unheard. There have been overdoses, petrol bombs, windows shot at, dogs trained to intimidate, attacking family pets, all near homes where elderly people and families live. It's devastating to see so much fear in a once quiet area. I've heard it said many times that the dogs in the street know where the drugs are coming from. Problem being, dogs can't speak. Elsewhere in East Antrim, frontline teams have worked with 78 individuals just last year in Larne and Carrickfergus. Of these, 55% were women. Every single person was affected by mental health issues and substance use. The connection between trauma, drugs and community harm is clear. Some of the challenges report include drugs being dealt to minors, including children as young as 11, girls aged 15 being exploited to carry drugs, increased use of drugs like methadone, ketamine, heroin and prescription medication, chaotic drug use in public places, including overdoses, and young people taking drugs alone, daily and in dangerous environments. One young woman was found partially dressed and unconscious on Main Street. Another woke up with her personal belongings stolen. Children are using alone. Young people with severe symptoms like seizures and cardiac issues. Symptoms are now so normalised in some circles that emergency services aren't even called. Families are breaking down under the pressure, some frightened of their own children. Parents with addiction are losing access to their children. Men struggling with undiagnosed PTSD and too ashamed to seek help. People are living in cars or sofa surfing. Young people recruited by gangs to graffiti walls, sell drugs and repay family debts. In some cases, residents have even turned to paramilitaries for protection, reinforcing the cycles of violence in the hope of some form of safety. But let's be clear, these paramilitary groups should not exist and they should be not allowed to continue terrorising our communities. In response to all this, there are services: counselling, addiction support, needle exchange and harm reduction, youth services like Daisy and Voices, peer support and trauma clinics, community mental health services and multi-agency hubs. One local service has delivered for over 40 childcare sessions a week for children placed in foster or kinship care, working closely with carers, social workers and schools to provide stability. Others offer acupuncture, peer groups, crisis response campaigns and online support. But the truth is, these services are not enough. We see the harm day and daily. They are overstretched, under-resourced and too often rely on short-term or voluntary support. Mental health services have long waiting lists and high thresholds and dual diagnosis cases. The very people most in need are often turned away or discharged after missing a single appointment. One mitigating measure would be equipping communities with naloxone, which puts the power to save lives directly into the hands of those who are most likely to witness an overdose. This emergency medication, which can reverse the effects of an opioid overdose, is an essential part of harm reduction efforts and is a vital tool. This must be matched by continued training, awareness and access across East Antrim and beyond. The reality is this: the people in greatest need are the least able to navigate our systems. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we must do better. We must expand local trauma-informed services, fund childcare and family support for children in crisis, intervene early where young people are being exploited, build on the work of the multi-agency support hubs and community partnerships, ensure that mental health services can respond to people in crisis with compassion and flexibility, encourage people with knowledge of drug dealing within our communities that they can share that information safely with the police via Crime Stoppers and other ways. We must also be honest. What was once a problem confined to urban areas is now present on our doorsteps. Addiction, exploitation, poverty and trauma are interlinked, and they are hurting communities across East Antrim. If we are serious about identifying, preventing and reducing harm, we need a sustained investment, coordinated response and a recognition that these young people, these families, these workers deserve better. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Danny. Thank you. All other speakers will now have approximately 7 minutes. Cheryl, over to you.
Thank you. And I just want to thank the member for bringing this motion to the floor on such an important topic and allowing us to discuss an issue that affects every single corner of our community, which is a tragic rise in drug-related deaths in East Antrim. So I want to welcome it. I want to touch on policing as well as a member of the board in terms of drug use being one of the main policing priorities, and obviously to address those who are and support those who are most at risk of harm from misuse or illegal supply of drugs. The cycle of supply and demand is not just criminal, it's deadly, and it fuels organised crime, exploits our young people and inflicts lasting trauma on families and neighbourhoods. Drug dealers are not your friends. They do not care about your health, your safety or your future. In the past year alone, Mid and East Antrim recorded 7 drug-related deaths. All but one of the victims were known drug users between the ages of 23 and 47. Tragically, all of those cases involved suspected polydrug use, with 5 involving prescription-only medication. Across Northern Ireland, drug-related deaths have risen by 47% over the last decade, and 74.6% now involve the use of 2 or more substances. These aren't just numbers, these are lives lost, these are parents, siblings, sons and our daughters. We're also seeing an increase in the injection of cocaine, and sometimes multiple times a day. And this is a marked escalation from recreational cannabis use pre-pandemic to high-risk, high-harm drug dependency today. Alarmingly, many of our young people in Northern Ireland are buying what they believe is cannabis oil, but are instead being supplied with synthetic cannabinoids like spice. These substances have led to multiple hospital admissions and require urgent medical intervention. And the Public Health Agency has also called on parents and guardians to have a conversation and talk to your children about the risks of vaping these unknown substances. And I know down in Carrickfergus particularly, there has been a number of groups working on the ground, such as Chill or Carrickfergus Community Forum, and particularly at the weekends, who have been engaging with these young people and have been there when children have taken these substances, and they have described these scenes as horrific. And they are engaging regularly with the police and health professionals to address this, but we are seeing this more and more, and it is a very, very difficult issue for all involved. And I know everybody is trying to work together, particularly that of the schools, the police and voluntary community sector, and obviously education bodies, but we are in a situation now where this has now become norm. It's no coincidence that 44.5% of all drug misuse deaths in Northern Ireland are occurred in the most deprived areas. We're witnessing the perfect storm, a combination of poverty, trauma, rural isolation and limited opportunities. We also have the legacy of the Troubles, coupled with paramilitary influence, which continues to play a role in the drug trade. And what's more, we're seeing child criminal exploitation, where young people are being used as pawns in the supply chain, as you touched upon. But we cannot ignore as well the rise of illegal money lending. People are desperate for support and they're falling into this trap as well. And when repayments can't be met, they're forced into storing drugs, dealing, or even worse, sexual exploitation. So I do welcome the latest Mid and East Antrim statistics, where 135 stop and search operations under the Misuse of Drugs Act have been released. And these efforts have led to arrests, seizures of Class A and Class B drugs and court convictions. And also the rapid disposal bins, where there's a number located throughout Carrick, Larne and Ballymena in just over a year, 1,400 prescriptions, including dangerous opioids like duloxetine, codeine and OxyContin were safely surrendered. There has been fantastic work done locally. The likes of Mid and East Antrim PCSP Drug and Alcohol Steering Group was established to coordinate this multi-agency response to substance misuse. This has expanded from 4 originally to over 30 members, and it's playing a role in policy, community outreach and awareness campaigns. And those awareness campaigns, such as Stop the Trend, are very important, and it allows parents, community leaders, the police and everyone involved to actually recognise what drugs are on the market, what children could, or adults obviously could be engaging with, and being aware and proactive what is in the system. There's also fantastic work from the likes of Start 360, Assert, Extern, YMCA, Chill and many more, who are doing incredible work on the ground in the community and voluntary sector. They are day in and daily, working tremendously hard and to support those people which are in a cycle, which is a very difficult thing to break. Carrickfergus Community Forum also have a very successful men's group, which has provided a safe space for those suffering with addiction and mental health. It also offers the likes of the Affordable Food Club and Community Advice Services, which is providing support with debt, benefits, housing, which provides the holistic support that many people need. There's the Support Hub as well, which bringing together the statutory, voluntary and community groups to assist vulnerable young people, including those with drug or alcohol misuse issues. And it's this sharing information and dialogue and working together that can help someone at their time of need or the time of crisis. We also know about addiction services within the Northern Health and Social Care Trust, and whilst there is fantastic services, one of the things I have noticed most is whenever you are in addiction, the support services may not be at your doorstep, which is understandable, but the reality is if you're in that cycle of addiction, how do you get there? How do you access the services? Who's there to support you? Because whenever you are in addiction, people do lose their family, they do lose those close network of support, and they almost are left alone. And so whilst there is services there, you know, it's understanding how do we ensure people avail of those, and I think it's very important. So just in closing, there's a number of things there, and I do welcome obviously the member for bringing this to the floor. It is a kind of community-wide issue. I know that the Minister of Health is here, but there's a number of ministers as well that this issue will touch upon. I think it's an executive-wide issue that we need to address. As I say, if you're a parent, talk to your child, support your neighbour, and it's about raising awareness and supporting people. Addiction is an illness. It is a difficult...
Could the member draw remarks to a close, please?
Yes. So we believe in recovery. People need support, and they need it at the right time and the right place. Thank you.
Thank you, Cheryl. I'll call on John Stewart.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Mr Deputy Speaker, death is incredibly difficult under any circumstances, but it can be even more harrowing and often more distressing when it comes as a result of drug use. Unfortunately, too many people are still losing their lives as a result of drugs across Northern Ireland. And behind every statistic is a human being, a son or daughter, a mother or father, a tragedy of someone who was loved and someone who is no doubt sorely missed. And I send my condolences and thoughts to everyone, not just in East Antrim, who has lost their life recently as a result of drugs, but across Northern Ireland. Each one of those is a tragedy. And to that end, I want to thank the member for bringing this motion today, Mr Deputy Speaker, and for the Minister for responding to it. But I think we could all agree it could have been one of potentially 4 or 5 ministers sitting here today, because it straddles justice, it straddles TEO, whether we could look at it through the tackling paramilitary task force and the effects of the drug dealing crime gangs that exist on our streets, or even the education and raising awareness in our schools about the tragedies that can result as a result of taking drugs. So I do thank the Minister for taking the time today. And we've already heard, Mr Deputy Speaker, regrettably, that in the past year, 7 lives have been lost in East Antrim. And as I say, each one of those is a tragedy. And I know through my own constituency office the problems that people face on a day and daily basis with addiction and how engaging with statutory services can be a challenge. But I've also seen firsthand the agility, the skills and the compassion of staff on the ground who have been engaging with individuals and their families, and I pay tribute to each one of ththose within the NHS and also to our charities and community workers. And the previous member talked about the great work that's being done in East Antrim, the likes of the Carrickfergus Community Forum and by our PCSPs and by a litany of unsung heroes who are volunteers and who help those most in need, and they are to be praised. Across Northern Ireland, while the numbers change year on year, the figures show that there has been a stark increase in the number of people losing their lives to drug use over the past year. And what surprised me, Mr Deputy Speaker, was to learn recently, however, that the drug most often mentioned in drug-related cases across Northern Ireland was the prescription drug pregabalin. When mixed with other substances such as opiates, the impact is a slowdown of breathing, and we all know the impact that can have when poly-drug use is in operation. Of course, the other more commonly recognised drugs, such as cocaine and heroin, are also claiming far too many lives, and are also ruining lives and families on a day and daily basis. And cocaine, for instance, remains the predominant substance of deaths involving only one drug. But no matter what the drug and no matter what the circumstances in which they've been taken, as MLAs, we should be driving the change to ensure that society is doing all that can be done to respond to this undoubtedly huge problem. In 2025, with all the information that exists about the dangers of drug taking, nobody should be losing their life. But equally, I'm also a realist, and I recognise we can't just wish the problem away. So that is why the Department of Health, along with many other agencies involved, must continue to do all they can to stop people from taking these substances and, when necessary, support them recovering from any addiction, while also preventing the most at risk from dying from overdoses. And we've heard time and time again about how that does involve a cross-departmental approach. We need more ability and more funding for our police to tackle the import of illegal drugs. We need more awareness in our schools to raise awareness among our young people about the tragedies that can ensue. And we need to do away with the criminal gangs dealing this rubbish and pushing it to our kids up and down the country. That needs to be dealt with. There is an overall plan within the Department of Health, Mr Deputy Speaker, and from the groups I've engaged with, the substance use strategy is broadly recognised to say and do the right thing. But regrettably, Mr Deputy Speaker, like so many other important strategies that exist within the Department of Health, it has not been fully funded. And we need to see that happening, and we need to see that happening now. So it's not a time to make political point scoring. It's too big an issue, but we need to make sure that these strategies and everything that can be done to tackle the problems and scourge of drug taking is done as quickly as possible. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, John. I call on Stuart Dixon. Stuart.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, and thank you to my fellow East Antrim colleague, Danny Donnelly, for bringing this important motion to the Assembly today. Deputy Speaker, illegal drugs and the misuse of prescription drugs is a very serious issue, not just across East Antrim, but a very serious issue across the whole of Northern Ireland. Rising addiction is not just an East Antrim issue. Cannabis, cocaine, synthetic drugs and the misuse of prescription drugs are all in the mix right across Northern Ireland, and but also in the constituency, our constituency of East Antrim. Sadly, we're aware that some schools in East Antrim have to prevent young people from going out from school at lunchtime, such as the prevalence and proximity of drug dealers at local shops where kids would have gone to get some sweets or a bottle of something to drink at lunchtime. That takes me to the serious concerns about the influence of those who peddle and deal in drugs across East Antrim. Much of it is about, of course, getting young people addicted so that they become dependent on the drugs which they've been sold. This leads to serious issues around money lending. It leads to young people being used as effectively county lines and transporters of drugs across East Antrim and beyond because of our proximity to Belfast. It is a very serious issue which is one that is extremely difficult to tackle. And as others have mentioned, there are good organisations in the community that have been working very hard with young people, and all of those across all of the ages, to deal with these issues. I would like to place on record my thanks to organisations like Carrickfergus Connect, to youth groups across East Antrim, and particularly to one organisation that helps with debt counselling and supporting families, and that's Christians Against Poverty. This is nothing short of child abuse, Deputy Speaker, at its worst. And sadly, as we've heard, lives are lost. But we need to also look to what the solutions are. Education, health support, and multi-agency approaches. These are what will and can tackle the problem. We can't just set the problem at the door of the police or the health service or schools. It has to be everybody working together to deliver these problems. And there is good work going on across East Antrim, but we need to make sure that that work is fully supported on a cross-departmental basis. So it is important that we deliver better services for young people. It is necessary that we deliver high levels of support. And when someone has been identified, particularly through the health service, as a known drug user, then their death should not be the inevitable outcome. It should be their life and support and their ability to be taken away from the drugs that have given them. That is the challenge that all of those agencies, particularly the Department of Health, face when it comes to dealing with those people who are addicted to drugs across East Antrim. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Stuart. I call on Gordon Lyons. And Gordon, you've got up to 7 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker, and can I begin by thanking Mr Donnelly for bringing this important debate to the House, to all of those who have contributed already, and can I apologise for not being here for all of the debate due to ministerial business. But this is an issue of the utmost seriousness. We're talking about real people, real families and real lives that have been cut short by drugs. The stats will have been well discussed during this debate, and clearly we need to make sure we do all that we can and we take all of the action that we can take to deal with this issue. Can I thank the Minister for being here today? But of course this isn't just a Department of Health issue. We all need to work together, as Mr Dixon has already said, in order for us to deal with that pain and sadness and trauma that accompanies the usage of drugs and also drug-related deaths. There's a lot of work that we need to do, but I want this evening to focus on the need that we all have to tackle the root causes of this issue, and they are many. And first of all, I think that we need to tackle deprivation. People in areas of high deprivation are up to 5 times more likely to die from drug-related issues. And I'm pleased that that is something that we are taking forward with my departmental hat on. I want to thank Minister Nesbitt for the work that he has done with my department in the drafting of the anti-poverty strategy, which will include steps to deal with deprivation, because we know how important an issue that is and how important a cause it is for those that find themselves in this situation. We also, of course, need to improve access to mental health support, and we all know how difficult that can be for many in our society, but I do want to commend the good work that is taking place to make sure that people who need help are getting it. And I know if it wasn't for those dedicated professionals, we would be in a far worse situation today than we otherwise might be. We also need to create opportunities for people, and for our young people in particular, and I don't just mean social opportunities but economic opportunities as well. We need to deal with the availability of these substances in our communities, and the PSNI have a particular role in that. What we also need to do, though, is break down the stigma that exists around these issues. It is a good thing if someone is presenting with these problems in order to tackle them. And that stigma and barriers to treatment are also issues that we need to address. And of course, we need to make sure we're doing everything we can with our young people in terms of education and prevention as well. I think we also need to recognise the good work that is being done by many organisations in the communities that we represent. I'm thinking of the YMCA, Carrick Connect, Extern, all play a valuable role. And in January I was out one evening with Chill in Carrickfergus, and they're doing exceptional work, working really well together with the police to provide safer environments for our young people. However, I did hear a story recently from one young user of drugs, and he said that he takes drugs so that it doesn't hurt as much when daddy beats mummy and me up. That's the sad reality of the society that we are living in today, that for too many people, drugs are seen as a refuge from trauma. They aren't. And that's the message that we need to get across to people in our society. We need to make sure that people never feel that drugs are the only way out, and that is the situation that many people find themselves in. So I hope that we can work together across different agencies, different government departments, and the voluntary and community sector, many of those from a faith background as well as making sure that families have the resources that they need in order to tackle these issues. There is no silver bullet to tackling this issue. There is no single measure that Minister Nesbitt can put in place in order to tackle this. But we have all been aware, we have seen firsthand the impacts that drugs and drug deaths have on our communities, and the pain and the sadness that comes in their aftermath. And I'm pleased that there has been certainly a cross-party unity on this issue today. I hope that that continues and develops into greater cross-departmental working and collaboration so that we can tackle this issue head on, because these, as I said at the start, they're real people, real families and real lives that we are talking about, and it's incumbent upon us to do everything that we can to tackle this issue. Thank you.
I call on Deirdre Hargey. Deirdre.
Thanks very much, and thank you to Danny for raising this important issue of drug-related deaths in the East Antrim area and having the adjournment debate here this evening. Again, this is an important and concerning topic when we do see the recent NISRA statistics of almost a doubling of deaths over the last 10 years. And of course, we're all acutely aware, as been stated here today, that we see many news articles that appear when deaths arise, and particularly when we have a few deaths in a short period of time. But we're also aware that the story slowly or quickly slips off the front pages of our papers and our online technology as well. But again, it's the families who are left to pick up the pieces, and we're hearing that really acutely today. In the East Antrim area, where it's been 7 families over the last year, and 7 lives that have been unfortunately lost. And we know that drug-related deaths is an ongoing issue that's not just impacting East Antrim, but indeed across all of our constituencies and indeed across these islands as well. We know that a siloed approach to deal with the issue isn't going to change the outcomes or the statistics, and therefore we do need a more focused cross-departmental approach, a more ministerial and departmental work in setting the strategic policy and strategies, but also looking at the implementation and what we can do over the next period. I mean, departments at the moment, we know that budgets are stretched, we know there's a resourcing issue, we know the impact of 15 years of austerity and what that's done in terms of public spending and budgets, and why we're in the crisis that we're in. You can't look at these things in isolation. But for that reason, we do need to work more collaboratively together. We need to find solutions that actually do joined up working, whether that's at the coalface, at the grassroots, in terms of how the Department of Health can work with communities or education or justice, and how we can have those cross-departmental teams at the coalface to meet those families and communities that are in crisis, with a real focus on delivering preventions and, importantly, interventions as well. This work needs to include harm reduction approaches and, importantly, strengthening early intervention and prevention. We also have seen recently, obviously, a review conducted into residential rehabilitation, and obviously our party has been one of many who have been calling for statutory residential services, as we have been working with many families who have been impacted by this issue, and we would call on the Minister to prioritise this. We also call, obviously, for the full rollout of the multidisciplinary services within our GPs. We know that the work that has been done up until now is having an impact. It is working. Obviously, that locality planning and approach is bearing fruit, and we would like to see more of that rolled out. And of course, we want to see the substance use strategy fully funded and fully rolled out as well. We also know the importance of real-time monitoring and early warning systems, particularly when you're looking at this issue in terms of support. And again, we would call on the pilot around rapid drug testing to be funded. That is being advocated by Queen's University. And of course, when you're working in the community, when you're engaging the many groups that have been mentioned here today that are working in this field, those early alert systems and public messaging that would follow is crucial, and I do believe can save lives. So again, I would call for the rapid drug testing pilot to be funded, and more importantly, to be rolled out. Indeed, as was said by many speakers, this isn't just an issue for the Health Minister, who has turned up here this evening. It's for many other ministers within the executive as well, and there does need to be that collaborative cross-executive approach to this. That, of course, includes our criminal justice system and our Justice Minister as well, to work collaboratively with health. And I know, even as sitting on the Justice Committee, our Health and Justice committees have met on these issues and the impacts on the justice and health system that it has, not just the issue of drugs and substance use, but obviously the issues around mental health, trauma and support as well. And of course, we know just recently with police statistics, in terms of the amount of calls, over 35,000 within a 12-month period of people who are in crisis. And when you start to look into those figures as well, you can see the correlation with those who have addiction issues and also substance issues as well. So again, we can't emphasise that collaborative and joined up approach to dealing with these. But we also need a robust criminal justice response in terms of the criminal gangs, in terms of the drug traffickers, in terms of the paramilitaries. And I know over recent times, even within the last month, there have been some raids and obviously catchment of a significant quantity of drugs that are being removed off our streets as well. So again, we do need that robust criminal justice response while also having a health-led response to this also. And this is acutely needed because when you look at recent information at the Mid and East Antrim PCSP meeting, there was a young person that was reflected in that meeting who was spending up to £50 a day in order to sustain their use of drugs, and that was so-called spice, which obviously has a higher potency than what normal cannabis would have. But if they're spending £50 a day, and that's an average young person that's living within that constituency, I'm sure that story can be replicated across all of our constituencies. And this is the real issue. This is what's happening within our communities. Education also plays a crucial role in terms of our children and young people, particularly when you look at the increase in use of vapes within schools as well, and other types of illicit drugs that are being used through those types of instruments. And of course, we need to use education to work along our family and community supports, including our family support hubs also. Breaking down the stigma, I know Gordon touched on this issue, and I do believe that this is a big conversation that we do need to be having within the heart of our communities. We need to be taking these conversations to the grassroots within our communities and starting to really break down the stigma. I know the community I live in the market area in South Belfast, we actually started this 15 months ago, working with Queen's University's Community in Place. To really, and it took a long time for families, particularly those that have lost loved ones through addiction and substance use, through suicide, who are impacted by trauma and mental health issues, that feeling that the community is working with you on these things is critically important. So again, I just commend obviously the proposer for the adjournment debate and a collaborative cross-departmental approach. Thank you.
Thank you, Deirdre. Colin McGrath.
Thank you very much. Deputy Speaker, and I won't detain people for too long. Just to say on behalf of the SDLP to support this debate, and my motivation for speaking this evening is I reflect back to 9 years ago whenever I was a youth worker. There was a large enough group of about 20 or 25 young people that grew up through the centre. They'd been there about 15 years by the time I was leaving, and I knew them all very well and watched them grow up and progress. I bump into them regularly around the town where I still live, and they are now young adults, and I bumped into one in January. She was telling me about the work that she was doing, working in the community, and always had that time to stop and talk. Several days later she died, and it was for this very circumstance that we're talking about this evening. And you know, the circumstances that lead people into these situations is one thing, but it's the fact that they can get into these situations is something that I feel very strongly about and want to see some action. I welcome how people have spoke about the cross-party nature and the cross-ministerial responsibility, because I was concerned at the start that it was all going to be lumped at the Health Minister, but just as the Minister responding, there has to be all of those various approaches that people have referenced, because we have to tackle this on all of the fronts that there are. We can't just look at it in a one-dimensional perspective. We must, and I think of even whenever I started my work as a youth worker, like drug education was a big piece of the work that we've done, and when I look at youth services now, it's barely even part of it. It's completely changed, and a service I think that maybe we are missing some of the basics that we could be doing within some of the opportunities that we have. And there's another conundrum that's there that I hear of on a number of occasions, and it's just really difficult to balance it up, and it's this: the mention about the dogs in the street. Sometimes in our communities, the dogs in the street do know who is taking the drugs, and that's reported through to the police. And months and months and months and months, maybe even a year or more later, there's nothing's done about it. Now, I can understand that potentially they're looking to go further up the line. They get that bit of information and they pursue it through to try and get the bigger dealers in the community. But if you're a family member of somebody that's died, that's tough. That's tough to think that your loved one is sacrificed whilst there is a different aim that is pursued. May prevent many more getting access to drugs, but still that is something that I feel should be either better explained or better detailed to people, because that is a bitter pill to swallow for those individuals that see their loved one having passed away, but they see that the police response is just left short of what they expected or what they hoped. I think if we can use every opportunity that we can through the various departments tackling that poverty in our community, about using our education and youth services to raise young people's self-esteem and self-worth, and giving them the resilience to be able to say no to the things that have been offered in the community, and to have that justice response, which is then taking those that continue to break the rules and continue to provide these things often to our young adults and younger people in our community, that they are challenged right where they're doing it, and that's removed from our community. But it's something that I want to see continued work on. Welcome that we've two ministers that are saying that they're up for doing it, but definitely would love to see a cross-executive response to this, because certainly I know I'll continue to ask for it in memory of that face that was there on the night that I left the youth centre 9 years ago, that I saw down the street at the beginning of January, and unfortunately is no longer with us.
Thank you, Colin, and our thoughts and prayers are with that person and their family. Minister, you have up to 10 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Thank you to Mr Donnelly and indeed to everybody who's contributed to the debate. The statistics have been rehearsed. I think we can all translate those statistics into an understanding of the human cost of substance use, and that human cost impacts individuals, families and communities. And I want to acknowledge that every single life lost is one too many, and just affirm my commitment to doing what I can to tackle this scourge. The rise in the deaths and the wider harm over the last 10 years has been driven, I believe, by a whole range of factors, including the availability of new substances, the increased complexity of cases, and polysubstance use, as Mr Donnelly said. But behind all of this, you've got a complex picture in terms of determinants, and some are social, some are psychological, some are economic. And often we talk about the causes of substance use. So we say substance use can cause serious mental harm, serious physical harm, up to and including death. But we need to focus on the causes of the causes. In other words, what makes people want to use substances as they do in the first place? And I'll maybe come back to that. So while the conversation often turns to drugs, we should also remember the impact of alcohol. In 2023, there were 341 alcohol-specific deaths registered in Northern Ireland. 341. And rates of alcohol-related deaths here are amongst the highest in the whole of the UK. And rates in the most deprived areas almost 4 times higher than those in the least deprived areas. And that's why I think minimum unit pricing would be a real step in the right direction. As members are aware, there are a mix of reserved and transferred responsibilities in relation to substance use. The legal frameworks relating to the use of drugs, including the Misuse of Drugs Act from 1971 and the Psychoactive Substances Act of 2016, they're reserved to the UK Government. Meanwhile, our Justice and Health Departments, as has been acknowledged, work closely with other devolved nations, work together as well, but also the UK Government on general substance-related issues. There are also established links on substance use with Ireland through the British Irish Council, which has a specific group focusing on alcohol and other drugs, and through the North-South Advisory Group on Alcohol Policy, which was recently renewed. Legislation clearly plays its part in deterring and penalising those who seek to profit from the supply of harmful substances in our communities, but it's vitally important we address broader substance use in a holistic way, and primarily as a medical and social issue which requires therapeutic interventions and support rather than focusing simply on those criminal justice outcomes. So I want to acknowledge the growing support for a public health approach to addressing the harms of substance use, and that's very much at the heart of my approach. But of course, as members have said, it's not just a matter for the Department of Health. As an executive and an assembly, we need to work together to address the wider social determinants that are associated with substance use and the harm that it brings. Those determinants have been well rehearsed. Mental health, housing, economic inactivity and trauma all play their part. Now, we have a strategy, Preventing Harm and Empowering Recovery. That is an executive strategy led by my department. So we acknowledge we require a joined-up whole-system approach, both within the health and social care system, but also across all other sectors. It also takes a harm reduction approach, seeking to meet people where they are on their journey, helping people into treatment and ensuring that recovery support is there in the longer term. In terms of delivery within health, the HSC Substance Use Strategic Commissioning and Implementation Plan has been co-produced by the Public Health Agency and the Strategic Planning and Performance Group, the SPPG, creating a new whole-system, outcomes-focused strategic service delivery plan. And this covers all tiers of service provision for substance use, and it covers the next 4 years. The plan is part of our wider health reform agenda, which stresses the importance of using our existing services in better ways to meet the needs of our population. However, I also want to be clear there is already extensive service provision across the region, including in the East Antrim and wider Northern Trust area. These include services delivered in collaboration with the community and voluntary sector. I'm talking about, for example, youth engagement services in Ballymena, delivered by Start 360. Treatment services for adults who are using substances, that's delivered by Extern. Needle and syringe exchange sites, along with statutory addiction services provided by the Northern Trust, to name but a few. It's important people know such help is available should they need it. We've made considerable progress in our efforts to reduce harm, and by way of an example, in financial year 24-25, 1,533 take-home naloxone kits were dispensed. Now, naloxone was reportedly used 197 times to reverse an overdose in that same period. And recent legislative changes that are brought forward and supported by this House, along with my counterparts across the UK, mean even more people can now supply naloxone without a prescription, which increases, of course, opportunities to save lives. Now, while I appreciate there's an appetite among some members to go further with harm reduction services, our decisions on which services to prioritise must be evidence-based. And I'm aware of the overdose prevention facilities which are currently being piloted in both Glasgow and in Dublin. And while there are no proposals in the strategy on such facilities for here at this time, I don't rule it out. We will continue to monitor evidence on the effectiveness of these and other harm reduction interventions, and I'll also consider as appropriate within the wider legislative framework. Deputy Speaker, I want to finally acknowledge the stigma. The stigma is still there, and we need to remember that this is about our sons and our daughters, our brothers, our sisters, our neighbours and our friends, and it's vital that we don't discourage them from coming forward. It's vital we acknowledge their issues and that we permit them and encourage them to seek help so that we can make a real difference.
For giving way, and I'll make it brief, I don't want to eat into your time. Just on that issue of stigma, do you agree with me that right care, right person becomes even more important in relation to that, because police should not be responding to people who are victims, to people who are addicts? It should be a health response to those people.
I thank the member for the intervention. Yes, right care, right person, that police initiative is the right one, because the police are not generally trained to deal with the sort of mental health issues that we sometimes ask them to deal with. I want to finish, Deputy Speaker, just by referring to Mr Lyons' assertion that this was about substance use as a refuge from trauma, because I agree with him. I absolutely agree with him. And that is why I think it is important that we do more to understand the causes of the causes. And for me, what we can do as an executive and assembly is maybe in the lives of those people who are using substances, maybe we can inject a little more hope so they don't feel they have to inject those substances. Maybe we can do more to make people wake up feeling good about life, wake up maybe feeling a bit more prosperous, maybe feeling that, substance use isn't a valid way to feel good about getting through the day. And it's about poverty. It's about hope. It's about giving people purpose in their lives. And that's the big challenge for me that I think the executive in this assembly needs to face collectively. Hope, Deputy Speaker. Let's give them some hope.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr Donnelly, and thank you very much indeed everybody who contributed to that debate. Ladies and gentlemen, the Assembly is adjourned. The Assembly is adjourned.